Chapter 161, Chapter 161 Demon Subduing Spear. Is it because he ran out of spiritual crystals? Lu Ming had an idea. It would definitely require energy to form such a figure and engage in an intense battle with him. Lu Ming walked to the front of the stone platform. As expected, the stone platform had dimmed and returned to its original state. It seems like it really needs spiritual crystals to operate. Lu Ming discovered the problem and felt at ease. However, now was not the time to continue cultivating. He was still in the small plane. This was a small dimension left behind by the ancestors of the Dongyi tribe. It might contain great opportunities and Lu Ming did not want to miss it. I'll study it in the future. Lu Ming muttered. Then, with a thought, he left the Supreme Shrine. In this place, other than that hall, there are still other places that I haven't explored. I'll continue to explore before going to other places. Lu Ming moved and began to explore the dilapidated hall. Most of the palace was in ruins and had collapsed. Only a few places looked fine. Unfortunately, Lu Ming had searched more than 10 rooms, side halls, and main halls but found nothing. It was empty. It seems like there's nothing left in this place. There's also the backyard. If I don't find anything, I'll leave. Lu Ming ran towards the backyard. The backyard was very wide, but it was desolate and overgrown with weeds. Lu Ming looked disappointed. He shook his head and was about to leave. All of a sudden, Lu Ming's eyes flickered. There was a very special place in the middle of the backyard. That area was 10 meters in radius, and not a single blade of grass grew there. It was completely bare. And in the middle, there was a rusty iron rod stuck there. The other places were overgrown with weeds, but this area was bare. It was too special. Lu Ming was very curious. He walked over and took a closer look. The ground turned out to be a kind of grayish-brown rock that was very hard. Lu Ming stepped on it and it did not move at all. There were no signs of it breaking. No wonder not even a blade of grass grew. As for the iron rod, it was covered in rust. No one knew how long it had been through the wind and rain. This isn't an iron rod, it's a spear. After taking a closer look, Lu Ming was slightly stunned. It turned out that it was a long spear. However, the spearhead was inserted into the ground, causing Lu Ming to mistakenly think that it was an iron rod. This spear must be extraordinary since it stuck here. I can't miss this. There was a flash of fire in Lu Ming's eyes. He held the spear with both hands and pulled it out. The spear swayed slightly, but it was not pulled out. Lu Ming was shocked. Although he did not use his full strength just now, the strength he used to pull the spear out was enough to lift a huge rock weighing 100,000 catties. However, he could not even pull out a spear that was stuck in the ground. Lu Ming's eyes lit up. The more this was the case, the more it showed that the spear was extraordinary. After that, Lu Ming held the long spear with both hands and stood in a horse stance. He exhaled and said, "Rise." With a loud shout, Lu Ming exerted all his strength. Boom! His essential qi was boiling and the ground rumbled. The muscles all over Lu Ming's body bulged, and his strength was unrivaled. Buzz! With a clang, Lu Ming finally pulled out the long spear that was stuck in the ground. Roar! At that moment, a beast's roar suddenly sounded from the spot where the spear was pulled out. Then, a black shadow condensed from the ground. It was a huge black lizard. However, it wasn't a physical body, but an illusionary body. Roar! The huge lizard roared and pounced on Lu Ming. This is a demonic beast's soul. Lu Ming was shocked and quickly retreated. However, the black lizard suddenly exploded and turned into wisps of black gas before it disappeared. Who? Lu Ming exhaled. It seemed that it was only the remnant soul of a demonic beast. After being suppressed for an unknown amount of time, it was extremely weak and had automatically dissipated. The scene returned to normal. Lu Ming relaxed and immediately sized up the long spear in his hands. The spear was 8 feet long and the tip was 8 inches long. However, it was rusty and one could hardly tell what it looked like. However, the weight of the spear was shocking. Lu Ming estimated that it was at least 10,000 caddies. This weight is not bad. Lu Ming held the long spear and casually waved it a few times. The long spear swept through the air and let out a loud buzzing sound. It was as if muffled thunder had sounded in the 9 heavens. The momentum was shocking. Moreover, Lu Ming was very satisfied with the spear's flexibility and elasticity. It was much better than the fiery tongue spear. Although he could not tell what level the long spear was, Lu Ming liked it very much based on its weight and flexibility. There are more words. At this moment, Lu Ming noticed 2 small words on the spear. Demon subduing. Upon closer inspection, he found that they were the 2 words, demon subduing. Demon subduing. Demon subduing spear, what a domineering name. Could it be that the lizard's demonic beast remnant soul was the demonic beast that was suppressed by the demon subduing spear? Lu Ming had an idea. After that, he waved it a few more times and felt that it was very suitable. The only bad thing about it was that the spear was covered in rust. It was extremely ugly, like a worn-out piece. Lu Ming planned to look for an inscriber to reforge it after he returned to the mystical sword sect. After keeping the demon-subduing spear, Lu Ming looked around and did not find anything else. In a flash, he left the place and headed to other places. At that moment, there was a majestic mountain peak hundreds of miles away from Lu Ming. However, the mountain peak was surrounded by thick fog. The fog was so thick that it was almost impossible to disperse. Even if a martial artist's vision was far better than ordinary people's, they could not see their fingers in this fog. On the outermost edge of the fog, there were hundreds of stone pillars. In front of the stone pillars, there were dozens of figures. They were all Dongyi experts. At the very front, there were 3 figures. 2 of them were 5th grade Great Master Realm experts from the Dongyi tribe. The other one was a thin figure wrapped in a black robe and a bamboo hat. His face couldn't be seen clearly. However, the 2 5th grade Great Master Realm elders seemed to be respectful to the man in the black robe and bamboo hat. If I'm not wrong, this mountain is the cave dwelling left behind by your king. Follow my method and carve inscriptions on the stone pillar. Soon, the formation will be broken and the mist will be gone. The bamboo hat man ordered in a low and hoarse voice. Yes, if we can get the inheritance of our ancestor, we will never forget your great kindness. A 5th grade Great Martial Master Elder clasped his fist respectfully. Then, the 2 old men walked up and started to carve inscriptions on the stone pillars. Half an hour later, the 100 stone pillars suddenly gave off a dazzling light, and the fog in the surroundings slowly dissipated. All the Eastern barbarian people were overjoyed. Their eyes were burning with excitement. Not long after, the fog completely dispersed, and the mountain peak that was previously faintly discernible in the fog finally revealed its true appearance. This was actually a wolf-shaped mountain peak. The entire mountain peak was barren. It was as if an incomparably huge rock had been sculpted into a giant wolf. The giant wolf lowered its head and opened its mouth, revealing a dark hole. Chapter 162, Wolf-Shaped Cave Abode. It was as if the huge wolf's mouth was the entrance to the cave. Ha ha ha, we have finally found the Immortal's cave left by our ancestors. The heavens are helping us. The Dongyi people shouted in excitement. Alright, now that the formation at the entrance has been broken, let's go in together. The skinny black-robed man said in a low voice. The 2 5th grade Great Master Realm elders looked at each other. Their eyes flashed and they nodded. Senior, please leave the ruins and return to the army of the East lacking city. One of the old men said. The skinny black-robed man seemed to be stunned for a moment, then he said, "What's the meaning of this?" "Senior, this is the ancestral land of the Dongi tribe. You are an outsider. It is not good for you to go in." Another old man said. "I understand, you guys are burning the bridge after crossing it." The skinny black-robed man's voice became even more hoarse and low. "That's wrong. How can you say that I'm burning the bridge after crossing it? We just need you to return first. Once we obtain the treasures left behind by our ancestors, you'll naturally be rewarded." An old man from the eastern wasteland sneered. "Huh, you're right. I've realized that you Dongi people are really despicable. This time, if I didn't provide you with the clues and the formation patterns to break the formation, how could you have known where the entrance to your ancestral remains was? How can you break this formation? Also, I left some men behind to help you block the geniuses of the mystical sword sect. I've done my best, but you're going back on your word just as I'm about to succeed. I must be blind." The skinny black-robed man laughed in a hoarse voice. "Enough." An Eastern barbarian old man shouted coldly. His face darkened. "You did make a contribution this time. I've already said that you'll get something out of it. Besides, the people you sent to stop the mystical sword sect disciples were useless. The mystical sword sect still caught up and caused great losses to the Dongi tribe. I haven't settled this with you yet. Also, don't think that I don't know your cultivation level. I'm just being polite by calling you senior. Don't be insensible. Otherwise, let's not talk about benefits. You might not even be able to leave." As soon as he finished speaking, the other Dongi masters stepped forward and surrounded the thin black-robed man. They looked at him with hostility. What an ungrateful bunch. No wonder the Dongi tribe declined. But do you think I didn't have a backup plan? The skinny black-robed man sneered. The next moment, he suddenly moved. He was as fast as lightning and pounced on a first-grade great martial master. This time, it was so fast that the man's throat was grabbed by the thin black-robed man before he could react. With the influx of genuine chi, the Dongi man's body became soft and powerless. The skinny black-robed man grabbed his throat. The skinny black-robed man dodged several times and broke out of the encirclement, retreating to the center of the stone pillar. "What are you doing? If you don't want to die, let him go." A fifth-grade Great Master Realm Eastern Wasteland Elder roared and pounced on the skinny black-robed man. But at this moment, the skinny black-robed man condensed a black long sword in his hand. He swung the long sword and the head of the Dongi man fell to the ground, blood splashing everywhere. "Open it." The skinny black-robed man's genuine chi gushed out. The blood was driven by his genuine chi and formed into strands of blood, falling on the stone pillars and the ground. Buzz! More than 100 stone pillars suddenly began to shake, emitting a bright light. Then, the light from the 100 stone pillars gathered together, forming a light pillar as large as a mountain that shot into the sky. The light beam was so bright that it could be seen from hundreds of miles away. At this moment, hundreds of miles away, Lu Ming was running through a mountain forest when he suddenly saw a light pillar soaring into the sky in the distance. What's that? Could it be that some rare treasure has appeared? Let's go and take a look. Lu Ming moved and dashed in the direction of the light pillar. At the same time, the other mystical sword sect disciples also saw the pillar of light from different places, and they also made their way toward it. In the light pillar area. If you want to leave me behind and take everything for yourself, then let the disciples of the mystical sword sect come as well. Let's see if you can kill all of them. The skinny black-robed man let out a hoarse laugh. Detestable. Damn it. The Dongi people were furious. I'll kill you first. A fifth-grade Great Martial Master Elder roared and continued to pounce on the skinny black-robed man. Suddenly, the ground began to shake. Then, beams of blood-red light shot out from the ground and headed toward the Dongi tribe. Ah! Someone from the Dongyi tribe screamed as he was pierced by the blood light. At this moment, everyone was shocked to find that the blood light was actually blood-colored vines. The vine was as thick as a finger. It rushed out of the ground and wriggled crazily, trying to wrap around the Dongyi experts. The burly man who was pierced by the vine let out a shrill scream. He used his genuine chi and tried to break free, but the blood-colored vine was so hard that he couldn't break free. It kept wriggling as if it was sucking the Dongyi man's blood. The Dongyi man's body shriveled up at a visible speed. The blood snake vines absorbed the blood and became even crazier. They kept twisting and attacking the others. There were a few hundred of them, a huge number. Haha, you guys enjoy it. The skinny black-robed man was extremely fast. His skinny figure flickered and dodged the blood-colored vines as he rushed toward the wolf-like mountain peak. Damn it, let's kill our way over. An Eastern barbarian old man roared. But then, a few more Dongyi men were wrapped by the blood-red vines. The vines pierced their skin and devoured their blood. Those below the third-grade Great Martial Master Realm, retreat. Those above the third-grade Great Martial Master Realm, charge with us. A fifth-grade Great Martial Master Elder shouted. Immediately, the Dongyi tribe split into two groups. The ones with lower cultivation levels left the stone pillar while the ones with higher cultivation levels charged in together. On the other side, Lu Ming was running at high speed. He covered a distance of hundreds of miles in just half an hour. What a strange mountain. As he neared, Lu Ming saw the wolf-shaped mountain peak at first glance. It was the first time he had seen such a strange mountain peak. Intense battle cries could be heard from the front. When Lu Ming arrived, he saw two groups of people fighting. One group was the mystical sword sect's disciples, such as Chen Quan, and the other disciples from the other halls. It seemed that they were closer to this place and had arrived earlier than Lu Ming. The other group was of course the Dongyi tribe, but they didn't have many masters. They were all below the third grade of the Great Martial Master Realm and were no match for the disciples of the mystical sword sect. The Dongyi people who were third grade Great Martial Master and above were nowhere to be seen. Let's retreat first. The Dongyi tribe saw that they were no match for the enemy and retreated, leaving behind a few corpses. Chapter 163, Inside the Cave. Buzz. And NBSP, whoosh. Blood-colored vines shot out from the ground and wrapped around the corpses, devouring their blood. Could this be a bloodthirsty vine? It seems that the Dongyi people have all rushed in. This must be an important place left behind by the ancestors of the Dongyi tribe. There must be some great treasures in there. Let's go in too. A few mystical sword sect disciples also rushed in. Of course, some of the weaker ones, such as the first and second grade Grandmaster Realm, didn't rush out rashly when they saw the crazily dancing vampiric vines. The ones who rushed out were all third grade Great Martial Masters and above, and there were more than a dozen of them. Lu Ming's eyes flashed and he rushed out as well. And NBSP, whoosh. At once, blood-colored vines shot toward Lu Ming like bolts of blood-colored lightning. Lu Ming's long spear swept out and struck the blood-colored vines away. Although these blood-colored vines posed a fatal threat to first and second grade Grandmaster Realm martial artists, they posed no threat to him at all. Lu Ming made it through very quickly and ran towards the mouth of the wolf-shaped mountain peak. However, he stopped not long after. In front of them, demonic beasts roared, and a fiendish aura filled the air. There were at least 50 demonic corpses and demonic puppets fighting against the Dongyi tribe. These Dongyi people were, of course, experts of the third grade Great Martial Master Realm and above. They had broken through the blood snake vines, but they had not expected to be besieged by a large number of demonic corpses and puppets. Moreover, these demonic corpses and demonic insects were unusually powerful. Lu Ming even found demonic corpses and demonic insects with combat strength equivalent to a fourth grade Great Martial Master among them. There were more than a dozen of them. On the ground, several Dongi masters had been torn apart. It was a terrible sight. Buzz! Buzz! Behind them, the sound of something breaking through the air could be heard. Chen Quan and the others had also rushed through the blood snake vines and were rushing over. However, when they saw the demonic beasts and demonic puppets in front of them, their faces turned green. There are so many demonic corpses and demonic puppets. How do we fight them? Chen Quan said with an ugly expression. In front of them, the Dongi people had clearly seen Lu Ming and the others. You guys can leave first. The two of us will be enough to barge in. Those little rascals from the mystical sword sect won't be able to. A 5th grade Great Master Realm Elder from the Dongi tribe called out. Then, the other Dongi people retreated as they fought, out of the encirclement of the demonic corpses. The strange thing was that the demonic corpse didn't chase after the Dongi people when they had retreated to a certain distance. It only pounced on the 2 5th grade Great Martial Master Elders as if it wanted to stop them from rushing in. However, the 2 5th grade Great Martial Master Realm Elders joined forces and slowly made their way in. What do we do? There are so many powerful demonic corpses and demonic puppets. We can't break in at all. A young man from the Azure Dragon Hall shouted. No matter what, let's give it a try. The remaining 4th grade Great Martial Master Realm young man from the White Tiger Hall was unwilling to give up, and he charged forward. But in an instant, 3 or 4 demonic corpses equivalent to 4th grade Great Martial Master Realm pounced at him. He had to use all his strength to escape and retreat. He was almost seriously injured, and his face was extremely gloomy. There were too many demonic corpses and demonic puppets that were equivalent to 4th grade Great Martial Master Realm, and it was impossible to break through them. Junior brother Lu Ming, do you want to try? Chen Quan looked at Lu Ming. Of course. Lu Ming smiled faintly. His figure suddenly dashed out and rushed into the demonic corpse and the demonic armor. Roar! Roar! Instantly, 4th grade Great Martial Master Realm demonic corpses and demonic puppets pounced at Lu Ming. Get lost! Lu Ming's eyes gleamed and he swept his long spear horizontally. Boom! With a loud bang, 3 or 4 demonic corpses and puppets were blown away. Why would I? Chen Quan and the other mystical sword sect disciples, including the Dongi tribe, were all shocked. He swept away 3 or 4 4th grade Great Martial Master Realm demonic corpses with a single spear strike. Isn't he too strong? Does he need to have the combat strength of a 5th grade Great Martial Master? Could it be that Lu Ming already had the combat strength of a 5th grade Grandmaster? This was too unbelievable, right? It had only been a few months since the great competition of the 4 courtyards. Lu Ming's improvement speed was too terrifying. Boom! Boom! Lu Ming held the long spear in his hand and was invincible. He swept away the demonic corpses and demonic puppets one by one and quickly pushed forward. At this moment, the 2 5th grade Great Martial Master Realm Elders had already broken through the encirclement of the demonic corpses and appeared 100 meters away. It seemed that the area was the forbidden area of the demonic corpses and demonic insects. Once they arrived there, not a single demonic corpse or demonic insect would chase them. They had planned to rush in directly. After all, the thin black-robed man had disappeared without a trace. He might have already rushed into the cave of the Dongi ancestors. However, they saw Lu Ming rushing over at high speed. Damn it, we can't let him pass. The two of us will stop him here. An old man who was a little cowardly said with a gloomy face. Good. They would kill him here and then go in to kill that guy. The things left by the Dongi ancestors could not fall into the hands of outsiders. A chubby old man nodded, his face filled with killing intent. The two of them stood side by side, staring at Lu Ming coldly. Lu Ming waved his long spear and the demonic corpses and demonic puppets were sent flying. He rushed over quickly. A few minutes later, he neared the two Eastern barbarian elders. At this moment, the demonic corpses and demonic puppets roared and stopped chasing Lu Ming. They returned to their original places and glared at Chen Quan and the rest. Die! At the same time, the two elders from the Dongyi tribe charged at Lu Ming. Lu Ming's eyes flickered. He did not take the attack head-on. Instead, he used the midair step and soared into the sky, avoiding the attacks of the two elders. Then, he stomped in the air as if he was walking in the void. He moved forward for dozens of meters and jumped over the two elders. I'll take my leave first. Lu Ming laughed heartily. He moved and dashed toward the wolf-shaped mountain peak. Stop right there. Damn it! The two elders from the Eastern barbarian tribe bellowed and chased after Lu Ming. In the blink of an eye, they had disappeared without a trace. Lu Ming actually rushed in. The other mystical sword sect disciples were envious, especially the White Tiger Hall disciples. Lu Ming sprinted at high speed, getting closer and closer to the black mouth of the wolf-shaped mountain. Lu Ming did not stop and rushed in directly. The two elders of the Dongyi tribe followed closely behind. We'll find an opportunity to break them one by one. There was a flash of killing intent in Lu Ming's eyes. His cultivation had just broken through to the second-grade Great Martial Master realm, so he was confident that he could deal with a fifth-grade Great Martial Master, but he wasn't sure if he could deal with two at the same time. The dark cave was extremely deep. Lu Ming ran for thousands of meters before he reached the end. In front of him, a huge stone room appeared. In the stone room, there were 6 stone pillars. Above each stone pillar, there was a secret manual floating. Above the secret manual, there was a layer of light. At this moment, 2 of the secret manuals on the stone pillars had disappeared. On the other stone pillar, a thin figure in a black robe was constantly bombarding the halo of a secret manual. At this moment, the skinny black-robed man seemed to have noticed Lu Ming and his gaze swept over him. Lu Ming was stunned. He did not expect that someone had already entered in advance. Chapter 164, The Mysterious Person. Who is this person? Lu Ming was very puzzled. The thin black-robed man merely glanced at Lu Ming indifferently and ignored him. He continued to bombard the halo that enveloped the secret manual. I don't care who he is. To think that these secret manuals are protected by inscriptions. Given that so many years have passed, the power of the inscriptions still hasn't dissipated yet. I'll think about it later. Zhang Xian said. Lu Ming's mind raced. In a flash, he flew to another stone pillar and thrust his long spear at lightning speed. Boom! When the long spear stabbed into the halos covering the secret manual, it caused a boom while the halos started to shake like water waves. However, it did not shatter. What a powerful inscription defense. I don't know how many years have passed, but it still has such a strong defense. Lu Ming was secretly shocked. The scroll, it's a scroll left by the ancestors of my Dongyi people. Stop! Damn it! How dare you touch the secret manual of the Dongyi tribe? You're looking for death. At this moment, 2 elders from the Dongyi tribe came in. They roared in anger when they saw what was happening. Then the 2 elders of the Dongyi tribe pounced on the skinny black-robed man. 2 snow-white blade lights cut through the air and slashed at the thin black-robed man. You guys are really ungrateful. I guided you guys here, and you guys actually attacked me first. The skinny black-robed man abandoned the manual and dodged the attack. Humph, if you didn't play tricks, how could the little bastard from the mystical sword sect have entered? Then all the treasures here will be ours. It won't be too late to kill him after I've dealt with you. The slimmer old man said coldly. Ridiculous, do you really think you can kill me? The skinny black-robed man said in a hoarse voice. At the same time, his aura grew stronger. A black sword appeared in his hand. He swung the sword, sending out sharp sword chi toward the two elders. Clang! Clang! The three of them exchanged a few blows. The skinny black-robed man was at a disadvantage and he quickly retreated. At this moment, Lu Ming was frantically attacking a light circle. After dozens of consecutive shots, the light circle finally exploded with a bang, like a ball of fireworks. Lu Ming stretched out his hand and grabbed the secret manual. The secret manual was very soft and was neither gold nor jade. He did not have time to look at it carefully. With a thought, he kept the secret manual in the supreme shrine. Then, he pounced on another stone pillar. Buzz! Buzz! At that moment, the sound of something breaking through the air could be heard. The thin black-robed man actually ran towards Lu Ming, with the two elders of the Dongyi tribe chasing after him. Nest! Lu Ming could not help but curse. The skinny black-robed man was obviously diverting the trouble to himself. Little brother, why don't we join forces and kill these two old men? We'll split the items here equally. What do you think? The skinny black-robed man called out. Lu Ming's eyes flickered. Sure. He said. We'll take one each. With that, Lu Ming rushed toward the old man. He would have to deal with the two elders sooner or later. Otherwise, the other party would not let him go. He might as well join hands with the skinny black-robed man and deal with the two elders first. All right. The skinny black-robed man was overjoyed. He turned around and charged at the fat old man. Damn it, do you think that joining hands will be of any use? The skinny elder roared and slashed his saber at Lu Ming. Lu Ming's long spear trembled. The spear's gleam pierced through the air and he was engaged in a great battle with his opponent. Boom! Boom! In the stone chamber, there were loud rumbles. In the blink of an eye, Lu Ming had exchanged more than 20 moves with his opponent. Lu Ming became stronger as he fought and gradually suppressed his opponent. On the other side, the skinny man with the black plate also displayed his powerful combat strength, suppressing the fat elder to the point where he could not fight back. Damn it, let's retreat. The two elders of the Dongyi tribe roared in their hearts, but they had already decided to retreat. It's too late to leave now. The skinny black-robed man shouted coldly and waved his hands. A black light flashed rapidly and the air was filled with a chi-chi sound. The fat old man's expression changed drastically, and he waved his saber rapidly, making a series of ding-ding-ding sounds. However, they did not know what the sound was. It was too dense and fast, and it was difficult to completely block it. In the end, the fat old man's body was hit by something, and a long wound was cut open. Chi-chi-chi, the skinny black-robed man continued to wave his hands, and the air-piercing sounds became more intense. The fat old man roared repeatedly, but it was useless. With a pft sound, blood splattered everywhere. The fat old man's throat was pierced through, and he fell down screaming. The thin elder was shocked and did not dare to continue fighting. He slashed a few times in an attempt to force Lu Ming to retreat and escape. You're underestimating me too much. I'll send you to accompany your companions. Lu Ming shouted coldly and thrust his long spear rapidly. Explode! Boom! And NBSP, a terrifying energy exploded from the tip of the spear and shot toward Elder Shi. The old man's body trembled violently and he coughed out a large mouthful of blood. He was almost blown apart. However, he was greeted by Lu Ming's long spear. Puchi! The fiery red spear pierced through the old man's chest. The old man was dead. The two Eastern barbarian elders were both killed. Amazing, amazing. Little brother is so young, but your strength is so terrifying. I really admire you. The skinny black-robed man laughed in a hoarse and low voice as he slowly approached Lu Ming. Lu Ming retracted his spear and controlled his blood vessels to silently devour the elder's blood essence. Instantly, the blood essence of a fifth-grade grandmaster martial artist began to be refined. It turned into waves of energy that surged into Lu Ming's body to replenish his true qi. Lu Ming pretended to be panting heavily and said, "You are the mysterious one. You actually led the Dongyi tribe to find their ancestral relic. It seems that you were the one who instigated the Dongyi tribe to attack the Burning Sun Empire." That's because we have no choice. We have to use the Dongyi tribe to open their ancestral relic. Now, we've so-levered everything. It's just you and me. We'll split the treasures equally. What do you think? The skinny black-robed man laughed in a hoarse voice. Of course you can. Lu Ming smiled. At this moment, the thin black-robed man suddenly launched an attack. He pounced at Lu Ming like a bolt of lightning and waved his hands, causing the air to crack. However, Lu Ming was very calm, as if he had expected the skinny black-robed man's sneak attack. The moment the skinny black-robed man attacked, Lu Ming's body floated backward. He waved his long spear, and the tip of the spear trembled, turning into rays of spear light. Ding ding! A series of concentrated clashing sounds rang out. The skinny black-robed man's attacks were all blocked by Lu Ming. "You knew I was going to ambush you?" The skinny black-robed man seemed to be surprised. "One must always be on guard against others," Lu Ming said coldly. "You're quite young, but you're quite vigilant. But do you think you can stop me just because you're on guard? You're so naive." In the next moment, the thin black-robed man disappeared and suddenly appeared behind Lu Ming, stabbing his sword at Lu Ming's back. "Lan Yu." Without thinking, Lu Ming swept his long spear to the back. Clang! The spear and the sword clashed. Lu Ming's body trembled, but he stomped on the ground and continued to attack the skinny black-robed man. "If you want to kill me, I'll kill you first." Lu Ming shouted coldly and launched a storm-like attack. Chapter 165, A Peerless Beauty. Lu Ming waved his spear like a dragon. The power of fire exploded. Combined with the fire-controlling spear art, the power was terrifying. As he waved his spear, it was like a volcano erupting. A scorching aura filled the air and enveloped the thin black-robed man. Boom! The skinny black-robed man tried his best to resist, but he was still swept by the scorching aura. His black bamboo hat suddenly burst open, revealing the face under the black robe. Lu Ming was shocked. It was a woman's face. She was about 15 or 16 years old and looked even younger than Lu Ming. She had an oval face, willow-shaped eyebrows, round, watery almond-shaped eyes, and skin that was whiter than snow. She was actually a woman of unparalleled beauty. Lu Ming initially thought that it would be a skinny old man. He did not expect it to be a stunning young lady. He could not help but be stunned. Humph. I didn't think that a small empire like the Burning Sun Empire would have a genius like you. A second-grade great martial master was actually able to shatter my bamboo hat. Since that's the case, I won't hide anymore. I'll show you my true strength. The beautiful woman's voice was clear and melodious, like beads falling onto a jade plate. It was very pleasant to the ear, but at this time, her voice was filled with cold killing intent. Whoosh! The beautiful woman pulled off her black robe. The black robe was torn apart, and it fluttered in the air like black butterflies, revealing the young girl's delicate figure. However, Lu Ming was not in the mood to appreciate it because the young girl had already launched a fierce attack on him. Heavenly demon power, chaotic dance of the demonic lotus. Die! The beautiful girl shouted. Black genuine qi surged around her body, forming black lotuses around her. Then, the young lady waved her hands and the black lotus flower spread out. The black petals pierced through the air and flew toward Lu Ming with an ear-piercing whistling sound. Lu Ming finally knew what technique the young girl had used to kill the elder of the Dongyi tribe. It was these petals. However, the speed of these petals was obviously faster and there were more of them. Fire dance. The long spear swayed and flames appeared around Lu Ming. Ding! 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 Rapid clashing sounds rang out, and in a few breaths, more than 100 strikes had been made. What powerful strength! Lu Ming felt that every time they clashed, the power from the black flower petals was shocking. After clashing for more than 100 times, even with Lu Ming's cultivation, he felt his arm go numb. Great demonic palm! The stunning young lady shouted. She kicked her legs slightly and her body soared into the sky, striking out a few palm strikes at Lu Ming. 3 black palm prints were lined up, one in front and one behind, tearing through the air and heading toward Lu Ming. Broken armor. Lu Ming thrust his long spear forward. The tip of the spear spun, bringing with it a powerful spinning cutting force. Bang! The first palm print was destroyed by Lu Ming, but his body swayed and he could not help but take 2 steps back. However, the second palm print had already arrived. Broken armor. He continued to cast the same move and destroyed the second palm print. However, Lu Ming retreated 8 steps in a row, his face pale. Immediately, the third palm print followed. Landslide. Break. Lu Ming roared and swept his long spear. The spear body shook and collided with the third hand seal. Boom! As if struck by lightning, Lu Ming's body trembled violently and he retreated more than a dozen steps. His qi and blood were in turmoil. He felt something sweet in his throat and spat out a mouthful of blood. He's too strong. Where did this genius come from? At this moment, Lu Ming was shocked beyond words. Before this, the girl's aura was hazy. Although she looked strong, no one could see her cultivation. However, when she used the demonic palm print, she finally revealed her cultivation. 2nd grade Great Master Realm. This stunning young lady's cultivation was the same as Lu Ming's, at the 2nd grade Grand Master Realm. However, her combat strength was terrifyingly strong, and she could actually suppress Lu Ming. Now that Lu Ming's true war dragon technique had been cultivated to the 3rd level and he had comprehended the force of fire, he was actually suppressed in a battle of the same level with such powerful combat strength. Force. This girl has also comprehended force, and her level of controlling force is definitely higher than mine. She's also very powerful in other aspects. No, from her tone, she shouldn't be from the Burning Sun Empire. Lu Ming's mind was racing. Not bad, kid. I didn't expect that there would be a 2nd grade Great Martial Master in the Blazing Sun Empire who could block my demonic palm. I'm starting to feel pity for you. How about this? If you leave now, I'll spare your life. The stunning young lady looked at Lu Ming in surprise. The victor hasn't been decided yet. I don't have the habit of admitting defeat easily. Lu Ming grinned, his eyes filled with fighting spirit. Humph. I just complimented you, and you're so arrogant. I'll show you the difference between us. The young girl snorted coldly. She moved and charged toward Lu Ming. So fast, this is the force of the wind. Lu Ming's pupils constricted and he suddenly swept his long spear horizontally. Boom! The two of them exchanged a blow and then started fighting again. It had to be said that the stunning young lady's combat strength was very terrifying. Other than not using his blood meridian, Lu Ming had already used all his strength. However, he was still completely suppressed by the young lady. After only 7 or 8 moves, Lu Ming was completely outmatched. Blood seeped out from the corner of his mouth. I'll send you on your way. The girl's voice was very cold as she sent out a few demonic palm imprints. Now. Lu Ming's eyes suddenly lit up. A blood-red light flashed on his body as his blood meridian burst out. After that, Lu Ming ignored the demonic palm print and dashed toward the young girl. Boom! 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 3 black palm prints landed on Lu Ming's body in a row. However, Lu Ming's body only trembled. He gritted his teeth and rushed toward the young lady. The young girl was stunned. She had never expected that Lu Ming could withstand her demonic palm imprint. By the time she came to her senses, Lu Ming was already in front of her. Whoosh! The long spear was thrust out as fast as lightning, but the young girl's reaction was also very fast. She waved her palm and smacked Lu Ming's long spear to the side. However, Lu Ming's momentum did not stop and he continued to crash into the young girl. At the same time, his palm glowed and the long spear disappeared. Lu Ming's claw was aimed at the young girl's throat. This time, the young girl could no longer dodge and was caught in Lu Ming's arms. At the same time, Lu Ming's fingers grabbed her throat. However, Lu Ming's fingers did not reach for it because a dagger had appeared in the young girl's hand out of nowhere and she was pressing it against Lu Ming's back. As long as Lu Ming exerted force in his claws, the young girl's dagger could instantly pierce through Lu Ming's heart. On the other hand, the young lady did not dare to stab him with her dagger. If she exerted any force, Lu Ming's claw would instantly break her throat. The two of them were in a stalemate. However, their posture was really strange. Lu Ming clasped the young lady's neck with one hand and hugged her slender waist with the other. The young lady's hands seemed to be hugging Lu Ming. She held a dagger in one hand and pointed it at Lu Ming's back. Chapter 166, Stop. Their faces were only a few centimeters apart, and their eyes met. They could smell each other's breath. A delicate fragrance wafted into Lu Ming's nose. He could not help but twitch his nose and take a few deep breaths. The girl's face turned red, and her eyes were filled with anger and killing intent. She said coldly, "If you don't want to die, quickly let go." How could Lu Ming agree? "Unless you put away your dagger, don't think I'll let you go." He pouted. "I'll keep the dagger first. Don't even think about it." The young girl shouted angrily. "Oh. Forget it then, it's pretty good like this anyway, soft jade and fragrant, not bad, it's also pretty good to stay like this." Lu Ming chuckled. "You're shameless." The young girl was embarrassed and furious. "You still dare to scold me? Do you believe that I will bite you?" "You." Lu Ming grimaced in pain. "No, wait. The young girl finally couldn't take it anymore and screamed. Lu Ming stopped. "How about this, we both let go. I will put away the dagger and he will let go of your hand. How about it?" The young girl said helplessly, her heart clenched. Lu Ming was really despicable. "All right." Lu Ming pondered for a moment and nodded in agreement. After all, it was not a solution to go on like this. "I'll count to 3, 2, 1, and we'll both let go." The young girl was overjoyed to see Lu Ming nodding. 3, 2, 1. When the young lady shouted 1, the dagger in her hand disappeared and Lu Ming released her throat. At this moment, a cold glint flashed in the young girl's eyes. The muscles all over her body trembled. Her seemingly petite body burst out with an unparalleled power. At the same time, she clasped her arms and grabbed Lu Ming's neck. "I knew you would be like this. Break!" Lu Ming shouted. The muscles in his body bulged, and at the same time, the essential qi in his body burst out. He grabbed the young girl's hands with both hands. At the same time, Lu Ming's legs clamped around the young girl's waist. Instantly, the two of them fell to the ground and wrestled with each other. They were competing in the burst of their physical strength and true qi. Lu Ming realized that the young lady's physical strength was extremely strong, far exceeding his. Moreover, the cultivation technique that the young lady cultivated was also extraordinary. The condensation and richness of her essential qi were far beyond that of an ordinary martial artist. However, there was still a gap between her and Lu Ming's essential qi. Therefore, the combination of physical strength and essential qi made Lu Ming and the young girl almost on par. It was difficult to tell who was superior. However, after a long time, Lu Ming still had the upper hand. In the end, the young girl finally admitted defeat. She was completely defeated as she shouted, "Let go of me. I swear I won't do anything to you. We'll each take half of the secret manuals here. If I go back on my words, I'll never improve my martial arts again. I'll die of qi deviation." Lu Ming's heart stirred. To a martial artist, this oath was heavy enough. Moreover, martial artists valued oaths very much. This was because if one did not abide by the oath they had made, it was very likely that it would leave a knot in one's heart, which would be very disadvantageous to their future cultivation. This is more like it. Lu Ming then let go of his hand. The young girl also let go of her hand and let go of Lu Ming. Lu Ming crawled a few meters away and lay on the ground, panting heavily. The battle just now was even more tiring than an intense battle of life and death. The young girl was the same. She panted heavily, but her beautiful eyes glared at Lu Ming fiercely, as if she wanted to bite him. Lu Ming's heart skipped a beat. He shouted, "Hey! You swore it yourself. Don't forget it." The young lady's combat strength was indeed above his. Furthermore, his bloodline had already erupted. If they were to fight again, he would not have the ability to create the situation he had just created. Humph. The young girl's eyes flickered. In the end, she gritted her teeth and let out a cold humph. She did not continue to attack. The two of them glared at each other while circulating their cultivation techniques to recover their true qi. 2 hours later, both of them had recovered their physical strength and true qi at the same time. Buzz! Buzz! The two of them flashed at the same time and rushed towards a stone pillar, beginning to bombard the light rings on the stone pillar. Great demonic palm! The young girl seemed to have released all her anger onto the light ring, erupting with a powerful attack. The light ring in her hand exploded in no time. The young girl collected the secret manual in the ring of light and threw it at the next ring of light. So fast. Lu Ming's heart ached terribly. There were 6 stone pillars in total. The young girl had already destroyed the halos on 2 of them, and Lu Ming had obtained a secret manual. There were only 3 books left. Now, there was 1 less book. Lu Ming could only get 2 books at most. Boom! Boom! Lu Ming bombarded the ring of light with his long spear. After dozens of shots, the ring of light shattered and Lu Ming kept the secret manual inside the supreme shrine. He looked over at the young lady and saw that she had just shattered another light ring and obtained the secret manual inside. There were 6 stone pillars and 6 secret manuals. The young girl took 4 of them and Lu Ming got 2. Chapter 167, The Flaming Passageway. Humph. At this moment, the young girl's mood seemed to have improved. She looked at Lu Ming smugly and snorted coldly. Immediately, the young girl rolled her eyes and suddenly said, "Brat, your combat strength is not bad. Why don't we join forces and break into the core of this cave?" "How is it? The core area? Isn't this the core?" Lu Ming was a little surprised. "Of course not. This is the cave abode left behind by a martial king realm master, an ancestor of the Dongyi tribe. How can it be given away with just a few manuals?" The young girl laughed in disdain. "He's a peerless expert of the martial king realm." Lu Ming gasped in his heart. At the same time, there was a burning desire in his eyes. A martial king realm martial artist, also known as a king, was incredibly powerful. There might not even be a martial king realm expert in the Burning Sun Empire. Kings had the power to destroy the heavens and earth, overturn rivers and seas, and were unimaginably powerful. This was the cave mansion of a martial king realm expert. What kind of treasures would there be? How is it? Let's join forces. The young lady said with a smile. Lu Ming's eyes flickered. He was a little puzzled. This young girl should be itching to bite him, right? Why would he be so kind to invite him to help? Who cares? Let's agree first. This is a king's ruin. Lu Ming made up his mind and said, all right, I agree to work with you. And NBSP. All right, let's go. The young lady smiled, her beauty capable of causing the downfall of cities and countries. Lu Ming could not help but be stunned. This young lady is really pretty. She's not inferior to Mulan and Xiao Yu at all. In fact, she's even better than them. Unfortunately, she's too evil. The girl touched one of the walls of the stone room. Not long after, the stone room's wall made a cracking sound, and a stone door appeared. Lu Ming was very surprised. He could not help but ask, who are you? Why are you so familiar with this place? Of course I've investigated it thoroughly. Why else would I come to this place so easily? As for who I am, why should I tell you? The young girl rolled her eyes at Lu Ming and snorted coldly. She was the first to enter the stone door. Lu Ming followed him in. Behind the stone door was a passage that twisted here and there. After exiting the passage, there was another stone room. However, there was nothing left in this stone room. Lu Ming followed the young girl and passed 3 stone rooms. Finally, they ran into trouble. In the 4th stone chamber, they encountered the demonic corpse and the demonic puppet. There were a total of 6 demonic corpses and demonic puppets. Each of them had the combat strength of a 5th grade great martial master. The 6 of them joined forces, and the 2 of them were caught in a difficult battle. However, the eyes of the demonic corpses and demonic puppets were their weak points. The 2 of them took more than 10 minutes to kill all 6 demonic corpses and puppets. Then, Lu Ming's gaze shifted to a stone door at the side of the stone room. This stone door was taller and wider than the previous one. It was more than 2 meters wide. When the stone door was opened, a dark passage was revealed. If I remember correctly, we will reach the final core area after passing through this passage, but there must be inscriptions on this passage. The young girl said. Lu Ming nodded and the 2 of them walked in. The deeper they went, the wider the cave became. In the end, it became a huge passage that was 7 to 8 meters high and more than 10 meters wide. Surprisingly, there was no movement for the first 1,000 meters. But after walking for about 1,000 meters, inscriptions began to flash around the cave and on the ground. Countless inscriptions glowed, and then, a scorching aura spread out. In the next moment, the entire passage turned red, as if it was in a fire domain and NBSP, hoo. A large patch of fiery red flames appeared and filled the tunnel. This was a real flame, not an illusion, but formed by inscriptions. Buzz! All of a sudden, a tall figure walked out of the flames. His entire body was condensed from flames, and he held a huge flame sword in his hand, slashing it at Lu Ming. A flame spirit condensed from runes. Lu Ming's heart trembled. He did not dare to underestimate her. The fire-tongue spear appeared and he thrust it forward. Boom! The powerful spear's gleam pierced through the flame spirit. However, after the flame spirit was dispersed, it instantly condensed again and charged toward Lu Ming. At the same time, a few other flame spirits condensed and charged at Lu Ming with flaming sabers, flaming spears, and other weapons in hand. On the other side, the beautiful young lady was in the same situation. She was surrounded and killed by the fire spirits. Boom! Boom! Booms rang out continuously as the 2 of them engaged in a great battle with the flame spirits. However, these fire spirits were very powerful and couldn't be destroyed. After being scattered, they would gather again, making them very difficult to deal with. Let's join forces and keep charging forward. As long as we can get past this place, we'll reach the final core area. The young girl called out. Lu Ming nodded and leaned against the young girl. The two of them attacked together and rushed forward. However, there were more and more flame spirits in front of them, and the temperature of the flames was getting higher and higher. The two of them seemed to be in a furnace. The flames are my battlefield. Lu Ming muttered. The power of the fire erupted and formed a wonderful domain around him. When he walked past, the flames automatically retreated. Who? Fire Ruthless waved his spear, and the flames were driven by the spear, forming a fire dragon that blasted toward the flame spirits. Bang! Bang! One by one, the fire spirits were blown away. The fire here is really magical. It's completely different from the fire of a volcano. The fire of a volcano is about erupting and destroying everything. However, the fire here has a spirit and can form a fire spirit. Lu Ming's heart stirred and he seemed to have understood something. His eyes were bright as he observed his surroundings while fighting. Fire is not only explosive and destructive. It also contains spirituality and vitality. Fire is the origin of human civilization. Lu Ming kept thinking in his mind. Unknowingly, the force of fire in his body became more condensed. My fire force is about to reach the small success stage. Lu Ming was overjoyed. He didn't expect that a moment of comprehension would allow his fire force to improve by such a large margin. Originally, his force of fire was only at the beginner level and could be considered as scratching the surface. Now, he had finally taken a big step forward and was approaching the small success stage. The improvement in the force of fire made Lu Ming's attack stronger. With one sweep of his spear, a large number of flame spirits were swept away. At the side, the stunning young lady was secretly shocked. Lu Ming's comprehension ability surprised her. It was only an inscription formation, but Lu Ming had actually comprehended something in such a short time. Boom! Boom! The two of them joined forces and advanced forward. However, there were too many flame spirits, and the battle between them was extremely difficult. Half an hour. The two of them had been charging forward for half an hour, crossing thousands of meters. Even with their combat strength, there were still many wounds on their bodies. It could be said to be a tough battle. We're almost there. The stunning young lady suddenly cried out in surprise. Lu Ming's spirits were lifted. They had finally reached the end of the cave. In front of them, there was a huge underground cave. Chapter 168, The Jade Sword and Ring. He could vaguely see the situation in the cave. Charge! The two of them used all their strength to blast away some of the fire spirits in front of them, and they rushed forward. Buzz! Buzz! After a few runs, he crossed the last few dozen meters and rushed into the cave. After the two of them entered the cave, the flame spirit and the flames behind them slowly disappeared. Who? The two of them let out a long breath and then looked around. This was an underground cave. It was very large, with a height of more than 100 meters and a radius of more than 100 meters. The two of them glanced around and fixed their eyes on the center of the underground cave. There was a human skeleton sitting cross-legged on the ground. The bones were as clear as jade. There was an altar behind the skeleton. It was made of stone and carved with patterns. It was filled with an ancient charm. However, Lu Ming and the beautiful young lady only took a casual glance at these and ignored them. Their eyes were fixed on the two arms of the skeleton. The skeleton's right hand was holding a green jade sword. The jade sword was very small, not much bigger than a finger. On the left finger of the skeleton, there was a ring. A storage ring. Lu Ming could tell at a glance that it was a storage ring. This skeleton must have been an expert when it was alive, so its storage ring must be worth a lot. Lu Ming's eyes were burning. Buzz! Buzz. Suddenly, Lu Ming and the girl in his character moved at the same time. The two of them turned into two rays of light and dashed toward the skeleton. In an instant, the two of them arrived in front of the skeleton. Lu Ming clawed at the storage ring on the skeleton's finger, while the stunning young lady went for the jade sword in the skeleton's right hand. Gathering his jinchi, he formed a claw and grabbed the storage ring off the skeleton's hand. "It's in my hands." Lu Ming was overjoyed. At this moment, the beautiful young lady was also holding the jade sword in her hand. The joy on her face was difficult to suppress. Then, the beautiful young lady moved her hand and kept the jade sword. She looked at Lu Ming and said, "Hey, kid, hand over your storage ring. We'll split the things inside. Half each? Are you kidding me? You take that jade sword and I take the storage ring, so we each have one. What right do you have to split my storage ring?" Lu Ming sneered. Naturally, he would not give it up. "Your appetite is too big. This is an interspatial ring left behind by a king. Its value is shocking, but I only took a jade sword. It's not fair. I don't care, I want to split the things in the interspatial ring equally." The stunning young lady glared at him and said arrogantly. Lu Ming was speechless. He rolled his eyes and said, "How about this? How about we exchange? I'll use my storage ring to exchange for that jade sword so that you won't say that I've taken advantage of you." "Why should I exchange with you? I won't." The stunning young lady didn't even think about it and directly rejected him. Lu Ming was so angry that he laughed. He could tell that the value of the jade sword was higher than that of the storage ring. This young girl had gotten a bargain, but she was still thinking about the storage ring. "Then let's have one each." Lu Ming could not be bothered with her and kept the storage ring. What was there to say to this unreasonable woman? "Humph, if you don't give it to me, then I'll take it myself." The stunning young lady rolled her eyes and suddenly rushed toward Lu Ming. "Hey, you swore before that you wouldn't fight me. You're going against your oath now." Lu Ming shouted as he retreated quickly with his spear in hand. "Humph, I said before that I wouldn't do anything when I get those secret manuals, but I didn't say that I wouldn't do anything here." The young girl coldly snorted as she quibbled. Boom! The young lady waved her hand and unleashed the demonic palm imprint. 3 huge palm prints as black as ink struck toward Lu Ming. Lu Ming waved his long spear to block it. Although Lu Ming's power of fire had increased, he was still not a match for the young lady. He was forced to retreat by the strong palm force. "Let's go to the fire formation." Lu Ming's figure flashed and he sprinted towards the passage from before. When Lu Ming dashed into the passage, the surroundings shone with bright runes again. Then, flames and flame spirits appeared and charged at Lu Ming. When the beautiful girl rushed in, many other flame spirits also rushed toward her. "Get lost!" The young girl shouted and struck out a few times in a row. She defeated 5 to 6 flame spirits and charged toward Lu Ming. "Don't think I'm afraid of you." Lu Ming was really angry. He roared and waved his long spear. The surrounding flames were driven by him and followed the momentum of the spear. They condensed into a fire dragon and blasted toward the young girl. Boom! The fire dragon and the girl's demonic palm collided. The black genuine chi in the fiery red flames exploded, sweeping in all directions. A few fire spirits nearby were directly blown away. Lu Ming and the young girl swayed at the same time and they were equally matched. In the fire formation, Lu Ming's combat strength was stronger while the young lady was suppressed. Lu Ming was completely able to fight her. "Let's see how you're going to take my storage ring. Now, I'm going to hit you." Lu Ming shouted loudly, waving his long spear and lashing it at the young girl. "You!" The young girl gritted her teeth, and her pair of beautiful palms continuously struck out with dense palm energy. Boom! Boom! The rumbling sounds continued as Lu Ming and the young girl exchanged dozens of moves. However, Lu Ming became more and more courageous as the battle progressed, while the young girl's essential qi was slowly depleting. Previously, he had already expended a lot of energy to clear this passage. Now that he was fighting with Lu Ming, he naturally expended even more energy. On the other hand, Lu Ming had the advantage of the environment. He did not consume much energy in the fire array. Bang! After exchanging another blow with Lu Ming, the young girl retreated and left the passage. Humph, you win. I'm not going to fight with you anymore. I'm so tired. The young girl retreated a distance and sat on the ground. She was drenched in sweat and panting. Lu Ming walked forward cautiously and finally left the range of the large array in the passage. As soon as he left, the flames in the passage disappeared. Lu Ming did not go too far away from the passageway. He sat cross-legged at the entrance so that if the young lady attacked, he could escape into the passageway at once. Alright, I won't fight with you anymore. You're lucky to have obtained such a great opportunity this time. The young girl gritted her teeth and said, as if she was very unwilling to accept this. You should have gained more than me, right? We're the same. Lu Ming said with a smile. I spent a lot of effort to get in here. You've gained a lot. Humph, that's it. I see you're tired. Let's adjust our breathing together. Don't sneak an attack. The young girl said unhappily. I'm afraid you'll sneak attack me. Lu Ming pursed his lips. After that, the two of them began to regulate their breathing. Of course, they both kept a part of their attention on each other, afraid that the other would suddenly attack. 3 hours later, the two of them stood up at the same time. You've taken advantage of me before. Let's see how you're going to take advantage of me later. The girl snorted coldly and walked toward the altar behind the skeleton. Chapter 169, Beast King Soul. Lu Ming was a little surprised. He did not know why the young lady was walking toward the altar. The young girl walked to the side of the altar and circled around it, carefully sizing it up. Sometimes he observed carefully, sometimes he frowned in thought, and then he smiled. Just like that, after half an hour, the girl began to inscribe the inscription. The young lady's slender fingers began to move in the air. Her fingertips contained true qi, and as she moved them in the air, a strange pattern appeared. This was an inscription, and the girl was inscribing an inscription. Carving runes in the air, what a brilliant technique. Lu Ming sighed secretly. Even though he didn't know much about the Tao of inscription, he still had some basic knowledge. Generally speaking, it was not possible for a martial grandmaster to carve an inscription in the air. Inscriptions appeared in the air and flew toward the altar. On the stone altar, the ancient patterns seemed to come to life, emitting a faint halo. Open it. A moment later, the young girl shouted and waved her hands, sending inscriptions into the altar. Soon after, the sacrificial altar buzzed and emitted rays of light that were extremely bright. Roar! Suddenly, the roar of a beast came from the altar. A fierce tiger rushed out of the altar and leaped into the air. The tiger was 3 meters tall and 6 meters long. It stood in the air and roared into the sky. It was majestic and a powerful aura spread out. A beast soul, what a complete beast soul. Lu Ming was shocked to see this. This fierce tiger didn't have a physical body, but it looked like it had a physical body. This was definitely a beast soul left behind by an extremely powerful demonic beast, and it was very complete. Heavenly demonic soul condensing technique, take it. The girl shouted, and her whole body emitted a black light. Her hands formed a series of strange seals, and then, a black light shrouded the tiger beast soul. The tiger beast soul roared continuously. A strong pressure filled the cave, pressing down on Lu Ming's heart like a mountain. What a powerful beast soul. This beast soul was extremely powerful when it was alive. It must be a rank 4 demonic beast, and not an ordinary one at that. Lu Ming was shocked. The tiger beast soul roared, but it was useless. It turned into a ray of light and was put away by the girl. Ow! After the tiger beast soul was put away, the altar roared again, and a giant black wolf appeared in the air. Just like the tiger beast soul from before, this giant wolf was also a beast soul. Judging from its aura, it was not any weaker than the tiger beast soul from before. CSI. As soon as the beast soul of the giant wolf appeared, another cry was heard, and a giant snake more than 30 meters long appeared in the air. Another beast soul. There were so many powerful beast souls sealed in this stone altar. The real treasures are here. These are all beast souls of half-step king realm. They were refined by the ancestors of the Dongyi tribe with a secret technique. They are complete. If you merge them with your body, you can burst out with great power. It's a pity that you can't take them. Only I can. The young girl glanced at Lu Ming and laughed heartily. She was extremely pleased with herself. Then, the girl formed a seal and began to collect the beast souls. Soon, the girl put away the beast soul of the giant snake. At this moment, a bird-type beast soul with flames all over its body appeared. It screeched continuously and danced in the air. However, the altar seemed to have a force that restrained them, making it difficult for them to escape. At this moment, Lu Ming's expression changed. This was because he felt that the demon-subduing spear in the Supreme Shrine was buzzing and vibrating, as if it was particularly excited. Don't tell me. Lu Ming's eyes lit up. With a thought, the demon-subduing spear appeared in his hands. The moment the demon-subduing spear appeared, it trembled violently and flew out with a whoosh. The spear emitted a bright light that enveloped the two beast souls. Ow! Gah! With two roars, the two beast souls turned into two beams of light and were absorbed by the demon-subduing spear. Then, the demon-subduing spear flew back to Lu Ming's hand. Not far away, the beautiful girl was dumbfounded. She opened her cherry-like mouth and stared at the altar with her big, watery eyes. Then, she stared at Lu Ming. To be more precise, she stared at the demon-subduing spear in Lu Ming's hand. After a long while, she let out an earth-shattering scream. Demon-subduing spear, how did you get a demon-subduing spear? The young girl shouted in disbelief. Buzz! At this moment, the altar trembled violently. It was 10 times, dozens of times stronger than before. Thump thump. A rumbling sound came from the altar, as if some great demon was about to step out. Boom! With a violent vibration, a giant Silavira wolf rushed out of the altar. The giant wolf was covered in a Silavira white fur that flickered with a crystal-like luster. It stood in the air, and its height was 5 meters and its length was more than 10 meters. Ow! And NBSP, the giant Silavira wolf appeared and howled at the sky, releasing an unbelievably powerful pressure. Lu Ming's expression changed drastically. It was as if he had been hit by a huge mountain. He retreated a few steps and spat out a mouthful of blood. The young girl was not much better off. She was also retreating, her face pale. Terrifying, it's too terrifying. What level is this beast soul of? It's only a beast soul, but it can emit such a terrifying pressure. How powerful must it have been when it was alive? Lu Ming looked at the Silavira wolf beast soul in the air, shocked beyond words. Beast King, this is the soul of the Beast King, haha. The girl laughed and quickly formed a seal with her hands. A black light enveloped the Silavira wolf. Buzz! At this moment, the demon-subduing spear trembled violently and also emitted a ray of light that shot toward the giant Silavira wolf. Ow! The giant Silavira wolf howled at the sky. However, he was only a beast soul, not a physical body. His aura was powerful, but he did not have much combat power. Kid, what are you doing? Why aren't you putting away your demon-subduing spear? The young girl shrieked. Put it away. Why should I keep it? Didn't you say I can't accept it? Lu Ming sneered. You. Detestable. The young girl was helpless. She could only frantically form hand seals and snatch the beast soul from the demon-subduing spear. The two rays of light covered the giant Silavira wolf soul and started to tear it apart. Buzz. In the end, the soul of the giant Silavira wolf actually split into two. Half was taken away by the girl, and the other half was taken away by the demon-subduing spear. Buzz. The demon-subduing spear flew back into Lu Ming's hands. You actually stole half of my Beast King soul. Return it to me. The young girl glared at Lu Ming fiercely. I won't. Lu Ming refused decisively and kept the demon-subduing spear. Beast King soul, this is a Beast King soul. With your current cultivation and physical strength, you can't use it at all. You should return it to me. The young girl glared at Lu Ming resentfully. Her large eyes were misty as if she was about to cry. She looked very pitiful. I won't. Lu Ming was unmoved and firmly refused. What a joke. This was the soul of a Beast King, and it had been preserved by the Dongyi tribe with a secret technique. Even the outside world couldn't buy it. It was so precious that it was impossible to return it. Chapter 170, Lu Ming is dead. Bang! Right at this moment, the stone altar suddenly exploded, turning into rubble that scattered in all directions. The moment the altar exploded, the entire world shook violently. Outside the cave, the disciples of the mystical sword sect and the Dongyi tribe stood opposite each other, waiting for the people inside to come out. Suddenly, the world shook and the earth rumbled. Boom! 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 In some places, there were even huge cracks on the ground. What's going on? I don't know. Something's not right. The disciples of the mystical sword sect and the Dongyi people were all shocked. Ho-ho! In the sky, wind and clouds gathered, lightning flashed, and thunder rumbled. It was a scene of doomsday. Kachachi! Bolts of lightning that were thicker than one's thigh lit up the sky. Then, everyone saw a shocking scene. The space actually cracked open, and a hole appeared. It was pitch black inside, as if it led to the abyss of hell. Not good. This dimension is about to collapse. Go quickly, get out of this dimension. Otherwise, we'll all die. Let's go. Everyone let out a cry of shock and rushed towards the door of light. Junior brother Lu Ming has yet to come out. What should we do? Chen Quan shouted. If he doesn't come out in time, he's dead. Who cares about him? Go! The leader of the White Tiger Hall's young men shouted. Everyone used all their strength and ran at high speed, wishing they had 2 more legs. As they ran, the world trembled even more violently. The earth cracked and the space crumbled. In the cave, Lu Ming's expression changed drastically. What's going on? Lu Ming said. This altar is the core of this plane. Now that the altar has collapsed, this small plane will also collapse. The young girl said indifferently. What? Then let's go. Lu Ming's expression changed drastically and he was about to rush out. It's too late to leave now. This cave mansion was built by a martial king realm expert. It's covered with a large number of profound inscriptions. When the realm collapses, the inscription formation will automatically activate to protect it. People from the outside can't enter, and people from inside can't leave either. The young girl said. Can't get out. Then aren't we going to be trapped here until we die? Lu Ming's expression was a little ugly. The young girl smiled and squinted her eyes. Yeah, I'm going to be trapped here for the rest of my life. Humph, I can't get out now. It's useless for you to take the beast soul. Give it back to me. Lu Ming's heart skipped a beat and he fell into deep thought. After a long while, a faint smile appeared at the corner of his mouth. It seemed that the girl had known in advance that the plane would collapse. Since she knew, she still dared to collect the beast soul in the altar and was so calm, she must have a way to get out. At this thought, Lu Ming's heart was set. He smiled and heaved a long sigh. AI. There's nothing I can do. If I'm really trapped here, it's destined that I'll have to face this calamity. I can only accept it. As he said that, Lu Ming's gaze swept across the young girl's body and he praised, besides, it's not bad to have such a beauty as a companion. If you feel bored, we can have a bunch of children to keep us company. What do you think? Have a child? A pile? The veins on the young girl's forehead were already throbbing. You're despicable and shameless. In your dreams. Let me tell you, this plane won't collapse completely. There's a teleportation formation under the altar. 3 months later, when the plane stabilizes, we can teleport out. You still want to have a child with me? Bah! Bah! You're dreaming. The young girl shrieked as she pointed at Lu Ming with a trembling finger. Oh! I can go out. Lu Ming touched his nose and smiled. Humph! The young girl realized that she had fallen into Lu Ming's trap. She snorted coldly and glared at Lu Ming. AI. It's a pity, a pity. Actually, if we really can't get out, it's not bad according to my idea. Lu Ming sighed. Not bad, your head. The young girl gritted her teeth. If not for the fact that Lu Ming could make use of the flame array in the passageway to greatly increase his combat strength, she would have taken him down and let him know the consequences of offending her. However, she was not confident now. She could only tell herself that if there was a chance, she would teach Lu Ming a lesson in the future. Boom! 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 Heaven and earth continued to shake, and it was becoming more and more intense. Outside the cave, the disciples of the mystical sword sect and the Dongyi tribe were running for their lives. An hour later, everyone finally returned to the door of light that they had come in from. Without any hesitation, everyone rushed into the light door. When they reappeared, they had already returned to the Nine-Demon Mountain. After returning to the Nine Demons Mountain, everyone let out a long breath. I'm finally safe. A Dongyi man laughed. The 2 patriarchs haven't come out yet. Another person said. The Dongyi people fell silent and waited. The disciples of the mystical sword sect did not leave either. They stood nearby, waiting to know the result. Half an hour later, the door of light exploded with a bang. Forefather! Someone from the Dongyi tribe shouted sorrowfully. The light door had exploded, and the plane had collapsed. Under such circumstances, only a martial king could survive. Even a martial grandmaster would die, let alone a grandmaster realm warrior. Those who didn't come out were dead. The atmosphere among the Dongyi people was heavy. Junior brother Lu Ming. Chen Quan sighed. The other disciples of the mystical sword sect sighed as well. Lu Ming, a genius who had created miracles time and time again ever since he entered the mystical sword sect, had fallen in this plane just like that. What a pity. However, this was how the path of martial arts was. No matter how talented one was, if they didn't grow up, they could fall in the future. On the continent, there were countless peerless geniuses who died every year. Huh, Lu Ming is dead. The disciples of the White Tiger Hall laughed in their hearts, especially those from the Duanmu family. Let's go. In the end, the mystical sword sect disciples and the Dongyi tribe didn't continue their battle. Instead, they all rushed towards Dongke City. The news of Lu Ming's death also spread like wildfire. In the underground cave of the Dongyi ruins, Lu Ming and the young lady waited quietly for an hour and a half. The tremors outside finally died down. Hey, how about this? You name a price, and I'll buy those beast souls. What do you think? The young girl looked at Lu Ming again, still thinking about the beast souls. I'm not selling. Lu Ming still refused very straightforwardly. These beast souls had been refined by a secret skill. At a critical moment, they could be fused with him and burst out with a powerful force. This was a life-saving item. How could Lu Ming be willing to sell it? Let me tell you, although this beast soul can increase your combat strength for a short time, you can't use it with your current cultivation physical body. If you fuse it with your body, you'll definitely explode and die. The young girl said. You don't have to worry about this. Lu Ming was stubborn. You fuck. The young girl gritted her teeth. In the end, he snorted coldly and turned around to leave. Hey, we're going to spend so much time together. I can't keep calling you, hey, right? My name is Lu Ming. What's your name? Lu Ming said. The young girl stopped and turned around. Remember, my name is Xian Yanqing. This name will be your nightmare from now on. With that, he turned around and left in a huff. Chapter 171, Xian Yanqing, Earth Rank Martial Skill. Lu Ming smiled and walked to the side of the cave. This underground cave was very large, and there were 5 to 6 holes on the walls, scattered around the walls. There might be some treasures in these caves that were worth exploring. The entrance wasn't big. After walking in, they found that it was a small cave, which should have been excavated by someone. Inside, there was a stone bed, a stone table, and a few stone stools. Other than that, there was nothing else. Lu Ming looked around and was a little disappointed. He walked out of the cave and went to another cave. There was still nothing to be found in the cave. Lu Ming shook his head and walked out. He saw Xian Yanqing walking out from another cave. Lu Ming, I'm telling you. From today onwards, half of it belongs to me and the other half belongs to you. You're not allowed to step into the caves I'm in. Otherwise, don't blame me for being impolite. Humph. Xian Yanqing waved his hand and drew a line in the middle. Fine, I won't go. Lu Ming pursed his lips. Xian Yanqing's eccentric temper was something he had learned from experience. Seeing that Lu Ming had agreed, Xian Yanqing turned around and walked into a cave in a huff. Take a look at that storage ring and those 2 secret manuals. At the thought of this, Lu Ming's heart burned with passion. He could not be bothered with Xian Yanqing. He turned around and walked into a cave. He sat cross-legged on a stone bed. With a single thought, he appeared in the supreme shrine. He moved his hand and a storage ring appeared in his hand. This is a storage ring left behind by a martial king. What's inside? Lu Ming was filled with anticipation. He had an idea to enter the storage ring to take a look. However, the next moment, Lu Ming was stunned. His mind couldn't enter because it was blocked by a layer of inscriptions. There were inscriptions on the storage ring that were extremely powerful and prevented others from peeking. Lu Ming was dumbfounded. Then, he wailed in his heart, this can't be played like this, right? It was not easy to get a martial king realm storage ring, but he could not open it. I don't believe it. Lu Ming gritted his teeth and held the storage ring in his hand. He circulated his essential chi and wisps of essential chi gushed toward the inscription on the storage ring like a dragon. With a swish, the genuine chi dissipated, but the inscriptions did not move at all. It's been so many years, but the inscriptions are still so strong. Lu Ming was speechless. Then, he continued to channel his true chi. Similarly, the genuine chi dissipated, but the inscriptions remained. My cultivation is too weak, I can't open it at all. No, the inscription is slightly weakened. Suddenly, Lu Ming's eyes lit up. He sensed it carefully and found that the inscriptions on the storage ring had weakened a little. Although it was only a trace and could be ignored, it showed that Lu Ming's essential qi had some effect on the storage ring. As long as there was an effect and he persevered, he would be able to open it sooner or later. Continue. Lu Ming roused his spirits and continued to channel essential qi. 3 hours later, Lu Ming was sweating profusely and panting heavily. However, the inscriptions on the storage ring had only been weakened by a tiny bit, probably only 1/10,000th. Sigh, it seems like I can only grind it slowly in the future. As my cultivation improves, I will weaken the inscription and speed up the process. This is the storage ring of a martial king. It is worth the effort. Lu Ming thought to himself. Now, let's take a look at the 2 secret manuals. He took out 2 secret manuals and started reading. Lu Ming was overjoyed when he opened it. The first book was called Ancient Shield Technique, and it was a low-level Earth-grade defensive martial skill. It was actually an Earth-level martial arts technique, and it was a rare defensive martial arts technique. Lu Ming could not help but be delighted. One had to know that in the mystical sword sect, an Earth-grade high-level martial skill was the most top-notch martial skill. It was the sect's most important martial skill, and ordinary people had no right to cultivate it. And Ancient Shield Technique, Earth-grade low-level. After successfully cultivating it, one would be able to form an ancient shield to protect themselves. At the first stage, one could form an ancient shield. At the second level, one could form 2 ancient shields. And so on, when one cultivated to the 6th level, they would be able to condense 6 ancient shields. Moreover, the ancient shield could be controlled and stacked on defense at will. Even though it was similar to the defensive martial skill that Duan Gang cultivated, its might and profoundness were many times stronger. If I can cultivate this martial technique, how strong will my defense be? Lu Ming's heart was burning. This was an Earth-grade martial skill, and its power was much greater than a profound-grade martial skill. As long as one cultivated the first stage of an Earth-grade low-level martial arts technique, its power would be comparable to the 6th stage of a black-grade high-level martial arts technique. Its power was simply unimaginable. Lu Ming's current black-level low-grade martial arts technique had not even been cultivated to the 6th stage of the fire gun technique, let alone the 6th stage of the black-level high-grade martial arts technique. After finishing the Ancient Shield Technique, Lu Ming started to read another book. 3 Palms, a low Earth-grade martial skill. It was another low-level Earth-level martial arts technique. Lu Ming's heart was beating wildly. Lu Ming took a closer look and was envious of the power of the 3 Palms. Which one should he cultivate? Although the power of a low Earth-level martial skill was extremely strong, the difficulty of cultivating it was equally terrifying. Now that there was no chanting, Lu Ming's speed of understanding the martial arts technique would definitely slow down. It was impossible for him to cultivate 2 books at the same time. He could only choose one to try. Let's train the Ancient Shield Technique first. In terms of attack, I have the fire gun technique, and I haven't trained it to the highest level yet, so there's no rush. Lu Ming made up his mind to cultivate the Ancient Shield Technique first. After that, he put away the manual and started to study it in detail. The Earth-level martial arts technique was extremely mysterious. Lu Ming had spent a few hours but still could not figure out the way. No rush, no rush. An Earth-rank martial skill is definitely not that easy to cultivate. I just need to spend some time every day to slowly comprehend it. Lu Ming secretly warned himself. At this moment, Lu Ming's essential qi had almost fully recovered. Lu Ming stood up and walked to the 3rd platform. He placed 9 spiritual crystals on the stone platform. Soon, a figure was formed. Let the training begin. Lu Ming muttered and rushed toward the figure. Boom! 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 The 2 figures continued to bombard each other. In the process of the battle, Lu Ming constantly looked for the shortcomings in his martial arts techniques and made up for his weaknesses. Such a battle made rapid progress. When his essential qi was exhausted, Lu Ming stopped. He pondered on the ancient shield technique while he recovered his essential qi. A few days passed by in a flash. Lu Ming realized that every time he put in 9 spiritual crystals, the figure could only last for 6 hours before it disappeared. Lu Ming had made great progress in the continuous fierce battles. His martial arts technique had improved significantly. A few days later, Lu Ming left the Supreme Shrine and came to the passage. He fought with the flame spirit and comprehended the force of fire. Every day, Lu Ming had a full schedule and strived to improve his ability as soon as possible. Xian Yanqing was also hiding in the opposite cave, probably cultivating. Just like that, a month passed. Lan Yu. In that passage, Lu Ming's long spear swept across and more than 10 flame spirits were swept away and exploded in the air. The fire gun controlling art has finally reached perfection. I've reached the 6th level, human and martial arts as one. Lu Ming's eyes brightened and his lips curled into a smile. Chapter 172, Chapter 172 Bitter Cultivation. After a month of hard work, he finally made a breakthrough in the fire gun controlling art. He had reached the 6th level, human and martial arts as one. Lu Ming's combat strength had increased by another level. As for his fire force, it had also improved a lot, and he was getting closer and closer to small success. Unfortunately, the progress of the ancient shield technique was still quite slow. There was still a big gap to the 1st level. However, he was still improving in all aspects. Lu Ming roused his spirits and continued cultivating. The fire gun control technique had been perfected. Next, Lu Ming put more energy into the ancient shield technique and the force of fire. He spent most of the day fighting the flame spirit in this tunnel. His comprehension of the force of fire was advancing by leaps and bounds. Time flew by, and in the blink of an eye, another month had passed. On the 3rd platform of the Supreme Shrine, Lu Ming was engaged in a fierce battle with a blurry figure. That figure had completely replicated Lu Ming's combat strength. No matter how much Lu Ming improved, the other party would improve as well. Boom! Boom! In Lu Ming's hands, the fiery tongue spear was like a fire dragon. It danced in the air and exploded with great power. The space kept exploding. There's a flaw. Lu Ming's eyes suddenly lit up. His long spear was as fast as lightning, piercing towards the other party's right shoulder. Just as the tip of the spear was about to pierce into the man's shoulder, a light suddenly flashed on the man's body. A 1.5 meter long and 1 meter wide shield was formed. The shield looked very ancient and was bronze in color. It looked like the shield used by the ancient ancestors in the war. Clang! The spear struck the shield, creating a loud boom. Lu Ming shot with all his might, but the shield did not move at all. The huge force caused Lu Ming's long spear to bend. Whoosh! At this moment, the other party also thrust his spear at Lu Ming. It was as fast as lightning and it was too late to dodge. Ancient shield. With a single thought, an ancient shield that looked exactly the same as the other party appeared in front of Lu Ming. The other party's spear stabbed into the shield but it did not move at all. This was the ancient shield technique. After 2 months of hard work, Lu Ming had finally succeeded in cultivating it 2 days ago. He had reached the 1st level and could condense an ancient shield to protect himself. The Earth-level martial arts technique was indeed an Earth-level martial arts technique. Its power was beyond Lu Ming's expectations. Even if he used all his strength, he could not break through it at all. With the ancient shield technique, as long as there was someone with similar battle strength to him, he could simply stand in an undefeatable position. Boom! Lu Ming and the figure both cast the ancient shield technique. They completely ignored each other's attacks and attacked each other wildly. Even if it's an Earth-rank martial skill, it should have its weakness, it's impossible for it to be without any flaws. What I need to do is to find the flaws of the ancient shield technique in the battle with myself. This way, my comprehension of the ancient shield technique will be greatly accelerated. Lu Ming was very clear that the figure condensed on the third platform had the same combat strength as him. As long as he kept trying to defeat him, his martial arts technique would continue to improve. The force of fire is just a little bit away from the initial success. I feel that it won't be long. Lu Ming's eyes were extremely bright. Lu Ming felt extremely refreshed as he was improving in all aspects. What could be more satisfying than watching yourself get stronger and stronger? The battle continued. Lu Ming only stopped when the 6 hours were up and the spiritual energy of the spirit crystal was almost exhausted. Holding a piece of spiritual crystal in both hands, Lu Ming started to recover. With the appearance of the spirit-devouring bloodline, the spirit energy in the spirit crystal was devoured and refined by the bloodline in the blink of an eye, turning into Lu Ming's essential qi. Not long after, Lu Ming's essential qi was restored and even improved. A few days ago, Lu Ming's cultivation had improved and he had reached the middle of the second-grade Grandmaster realm. After his essential qi had recovered, Lu Ming left the Supreme Shrine. He planned to take a stroll in the cave and relax. When they arrived at the cave, Lu Ming could not help but look at the cave where Xian Yinqing was. It had been 2 months. Xian Yinqing had been hiding in the cave and had not come out. Moreover, Lu Ming could vaguely hear the sound of running water. What's in that cave? Lu Ming's curiosity was overflowing and he decided to take a look. He retracted his aura and approached carefully. When they arrived at the entrance of the cave, the sound of running water became even clearer. Great, so there really is water. I haven't had a drop of water for a month. Lu Ming's eyes emitted a burning glow. Even though he had brought some water with him in his storage ring, he had already used it up a month ago. In this 1 month, he hadn't had enough water. With his cultivation, it would be fine even if he didn't drink water for half a year because he could absorb the spiritual qi of heaven and earth to replenish his energy. However, it was still very uncomfortable. He tiptoed in and a river came into view. Yes, a river. There was actually an underground river here. It was 5 to 6 meters wide, and the river water was trickling. No one knew where it flowed to. How was this a cave? It was clearly another huge underground cave. However, Xian Yinqing was nowhere to be seen. Strange, where did Xian Yinqing go? Lu Ming walked to the underground river and looked around curiously. However, Xian Yinqing was nowhere to be seen. Who cares? She might be cultivating in another cave. I'll take a shower first. Lu Ming had not taken a bath for 2 months and he felt that his body was going to stink. At this time, he saw an underground river and suddenly felt itchy all over. Lu Ming took off his clothes in no time. Voila! At this moment, the water in the river in front of Lu Ming splashed and a figure emerged from the water. Wasn't that Xian Yinqing? As soon as Xian Yinqing came out of the water, she saw a man standing in front of her. She was stunned as well. Her eyes widened and she stared at Lu Ming with a dumbfounded expression. Ah! A moment later, a deafening scream came from the cave. Nest! Lu Ming also came to his senses. He picked up his clothes and put them on in no time. Xian Yinqing, on the other hand, sank to the bottom of the river. After a few breaths, she came back up again. The difference was that she was wearing a long dress. Lu Ming, I'm going to kill you. Xian Yinqing shrieked and charged at Lu Ming like lightning. While in the air, he struck out a few palm strikes in succession. A few strong palm prints blasted towards Lu Ming. Third grade Great Master Realm. Lu Ming's eyes narrowed. Obviously, Xian Yinqing had made a breakthrough in his cultivation in the past 2 months. Lu Ming did not take it head-on. Instead, he used his midair step and dodged Xian Yinqing's palm. After 2 months of cultivation, his midair steps had also improved to the 4th level. Don't even think about dodging. Xian Yinqing shouted and struck out 6 palm strikes in a row. All at once, 6 demonic palm prints flew towards Lu Ming. So strong, he's become stronger again. Lu Ming was secretly surprised. In the past 2 months, he had been improving, and so had Xian Yinqing. Chapter 173, Chapter 173 100-Year-Old Shrimp. Hey! Are you crazy? I didn't do it on purpose. Lu Ming shouted loudly and used his midair step to dodge with all his might. I don't care if it's intentional or not. In any case, you've seen it. I'm going to dig your eyes out. Xian Yinqing's eyes were cold. Fuck, so what if I saw it? I was even seen by you. How should we settle this? Lu Ming shouted angrily. You. Shameless pervert, despicable scum. Xian Yinqing's face was red with anger as he cursed incoherently. Lu Ming was speechless. Boom. Boom. Xian Yinqing's palm was even more powerful, sealing Lu Ming from all directions. Even if Lu Ming used the midair step, it was difficult for him to dodge. Ancient Shield. Without any hesitation, Lu Ming cast the Ancient Shield technique. An ancient shield condensed and floated in front of him. Boom. Boom. Xian Yinqing's demonic palm continued to hit the ancient shield. There was a series of violent explosions. The ancient shield in front of Lu Ming shook violently, but it was not broken. It had completely blocked Xian Yinqing's demonic palm. An Earth-rank martial skill, you've actually cultivated an Earth-rank martial skill? Xian Yinqing exclaimed in disbelief. Usually, only martial arts grandmasters were qualified to cultivate Earth-level martial arts techniques. Now, Lu Ming had successfully cultivated it with his 2nd-grade grandmaster realm cultivation. It was no wonder that Xian Yinqing was shocked. Huh, now you know how powerful I am. It's already like this, why don't you just follow me in the future? Don't fight anymore, I won't lower myself to your level. Lu Ming laughed out loud, very cocky. I'll dig out your eyes from your big head. Xian Yinqing shouted and launched a storm of attacks on Lu Ming. One had to admit that Xian Yinqing was too powerful. In terms of combat strength, Lu Ming was definitely not his match. However, Lu Ming had cultivated the ancient shield technique and all of Xian Yinqing's attacks were blocked by the ancient shield. Xian Yinqing struck dozens of times but did not manage to break Lu Ming's defense. Instead, he was so tired that he was panting. Xian Yinqing, you're the one who was unkind first. You monopolize such a good place and you still have the cheek to hit me. Don't think I'm afraid of you. Lu Ming shouted coldly. While defending, Lu Ming did not forget to attack. His long spear pierced through the air and continuously attacked Xian Yinqing's vital points, but they were all dispersed by Xian Yinqing's palm force. The two of them exchanged hundreds of moves, and neither of them was able to defeat the other. After the last exchange, both of them retreated a dozen steps and stood facing each other. Xian Yinqing was panting heavily. His face turned red at the thought of the scene just now. He glared at Lu Ming fiercely. If looks could kill, Lu Ming would have been pierced through like a hornet's nest. Lu Ming was also sweating and panting like a bull. He held a few spirit crystals in his hand and controlled his blood meridian to recover with all his might. Although the power of an Earth-rank martial skill was great, the consumption of true qi was also extremely terrifying. Hey, why are you staring at me so hard? Do you still want to see it? Lu Ming could not help but say. As soon as the words left his mouth, Lu Ming wished he could give himself a slap and secretly curse himself for having a cheap mouth. As expected, Xian Yinqing's eyes widened even more. A sharp murderous intent emerged from his eyes. He gritted his teeth so hard that they made cracking sounds. He wished he could bite Lu Ming. However, this time, Xian Yanqing did not make a move. Instead, he glared at Lu Ming and said coldly, "I'll let it go this time. Now, please leave this place. I've already said it before, this place belongs to me." "Belong to you? Why? Can you finish using this underground river? I'm going to take a shower now." After a huge battle, Lu Ming felt itchy all over. He could not wait to jump into the underground river and take a bath. "No." Xian Yanqing said coldly. "No. I'm a man, and a man can't say that he can't do it. Even if he can't, he has to do it today. Look, I'm undressing. If you like to look, you can look more." Having said that, Lu Ming began to undress. He realized that he couldn't use normal methods to deal with Xian Yanqing. It was easier to deal with him by being a little more shameless. As expected, Xian Yanqing's eyes burned with rage when he saw Lu Ming undressing. However, in the end, he had no choice but to grit his teeth and leave. "Ha ha ha." Lu Ming laughed heartily. He took off all his clothes and jumped into the underground river. The river water was extremely cold. Lu Ming felt every pore on his body open up and a wave of comfort spread throughout his body. "Cool, this is too cool." Lu Ming could not help but sigh. After that, Lu Ming soaked in the water leisurely. There are fish in the water. Lu Ming suddenly felt that there was something swimming around in the water. Lu Ming dived into the water. The underground river was quite deep, at least more than 10 meters deep. When Lu Ming dived in, he saw many Asilavira white shrimp the size of a palm swimming around. "So it's a shrimp. Wait, is this a 100-year-old shrimp?" Lu Ming's eyes widened in surprise. The 100-year shrimp was a strange species that could live for at least 100 years. It was extremely rare, and it usually lived in some unpopulated places. The most famous thing about the centenarian shrimp was that its meat was extremely delicious and contained a large amount of essence. If a warrior ate it, it could continuously improve his body and increase the strength of his body. In the outside world, each of them could be sold for a sky-high price. However, Lu Ming could see a group of them at a glance. No wonder Xian Yanqing didn't want to leave. "There are 100-year prawns here. How cunning." Lu Ming initially felt sorry for Xian Yanqing, but now, he felt indignant. "I'll catch it." Lu Ming's claws reached out, and essential qi gushed out, forming a net of essential qi that enveloped the centenarian shrimp. Voila! There were at least 20-odd century prawns caught by Lu Ming. He took out a jade box, filled it with water, and placed the prawns into the jade box before storing it in the supreme shrine. Then, he twisted his body and swam forward like a fish, catching a group of 100-year prawns. In less than half an hour, Lu Ming had caught hundreds of century prawns. There are so many century prawns in this underground river. There should be more in other places. I'll come back in a few days. Lu Ming rushed out of the water, satisfied. He put on his clothes. When they walked out of the cave, they didn't see Xian Yanqing's figure. He should be in another cave. Lu Ming could not be bothered with them. He returned to the cave and sat on the stone bench. With a wave of his hand, a box of 100-year prawns was placed on the stone table. The centenarian shrimp was the size of a palm and was asilaviri white in color. Lu Ming picked one up and shook it to death with his essential qi. Then, he peeled off the shell. It revealed the crystal clear and incomparably fat prawn meat. Lu Ming took a bite. It was extremely fresh and tender in his mouth. There was no fishy taste. Instead, there was a faint fragrance. It was indeed very delicious. Lu Ming finished a century shrimp in a few moves. Soon after, he felt a cool energy spread throughout his body, seeping into his muscles and bones. A numbing itch spread out, and it was very comfortable. Immediately, Lu Ming circulated the flaming Vajra arts to refine this energy and increase the strength of his body. The effects of the 100-year prawns are indeed astonishing. It's just as the rumors say. A moment later, Lu Ming felt that his physical body had improved. It was more effective than 10 days of bitter cultivation. Chapter 174, Chapter 174 Return. Following that, Lu Ming ate more than 10 prawns in a row. After refining the essence of more than 10 100-year prawns, Lu Ming's physical body was getting closer and closer to the upper tier of the second stage. It tastes really good, but it should be better if I change the taste. Lu Ming clicked his tongue. Then, his eyes lit up. He got up and walked out, coming to the flaming passageway. As soon as he entered the passage, flames and flame spirits emerged from the passage. Roast it for me. Lu Ming waved his hand and more than 10 centuries-old prawns appeared. They were controlled by Lu Ming's essential qi and floated in the air. Lu Ming had actually used the flames here to roast the prawns. If the Dongyi ancestors who had set up the inscriptions were to see this, they would be so angry that they would climb out of their coffins. The centuries-old prawns emitted a sizzling sound, and soon, the fragrance assailed his nose. As for the flame spirits, they were all blasted away by Lu Ming's long spear. As time passed, the fragrance became stronger and stronger. In the end, the fragrance filled the entire underground cave. Xian Yanqing's figure appeared at the entrance of a cave and looked over curiously. When she saw Lu Ming looking at her, she could not help but let out a cold snort and returned to the cave. Lu Ming could not be bothered with her. At that moment, the century shrimp had been roasted and its entire body had turned red. He moved his index finger and went out of the passage. He picked up one and peeled it. The aroma was several times stronger after he peeled the shell. He couldn't wait to take a bite. It was soft and tender, and the fragrance was incomparably rich. It was several times more delicious than when it wasn't roasted. Cool, this is too cool. After that, Lu Ming finished the dozen or so roasted prawns like a tornado. He then returned to the cave in satisfaction to refine the essence of the roasted prawns. His physical body was constantly improving. Not long after, the essence of the dozen or so roasted prawns was refined. At this time, a strong fragrance came from outside. Lu Ming walked out of the cave and saw Xian Yanqing copying him. He was roasting prawns in the passageway. Xian Yanqing's face turned red when he saw Lu Ming. He glared at Lu Ming and snorted coldly before continuing to roast the prawns. Ha ha ha. Lu Ming laughed heartily. He returned to the cave and continued cultivating. 5 days later, Lu Ming finished his 100-year prawns and went to the underground river to catch more. Xian Yanqing was helpless. Lu Ming had cultivated the ancient shield technique and she could not break it for the time being. She could only let Lu Ming catch more. To break through an Earth-rank defensive martial skill, only a similar Earth-rank offensive martial skill could have a possibility. Or perhaps his cultivation was too much stronger. Xian Yanqing's cultivation technique was special. She hadn't started to cultivate Earth-level martial skills yet. Humph, just wait until I cultivate an Earth-grade martial skill, I'll make you suffer. Xian Yanqing could only comfort himself in this way. In this way, Lu Ming would go to catch the century shrimp every few days. Time flew by, and 3 months had passed since the collapse of the small plane. In the last period of time, with the help of the centenarian shrimp, Lu Ming's physical body directly rushed to complete second grade. The progress was so fast that Lu Ming was speechless. Therefore, in the last few days, Lu Ming was hunting for century prawns crazily and storing them. Of course, Xian Yanqing was the same. Almost all the 100-year prawns in that section of the river were caught. Once the 3 months were up, the place where the stone altar had exploded began to emit rays of light. On the ground, inscriptions glowed and covered the ground like a net. Lu Ming and Xian Yanqing stood at the side and waited. A few hours later, the inscriptions glowed and finally condensed into a door of light. Spatial path, teleportation gate. Lu Ming was overjoyed. He could finally get out after being trapped here for 3 months. He had gained a lot in the past 3 months. Although the cultivation environment here was much better than the outside world, if he stayed here all the time, his family and friends outside would definitely be worried. Moreover, cultivating arduously might not necessarily be more effective. A martial artist needed to train in the world of mortals, go through all kinds of things, and temper their mental state in order to keep improving. Buzz. Buzz. When the portal appeared, Lu Ming and Xian Yanqing moved at the same time and rushed into the door of light. After a moment of dizziness, Lu Ming realized that he was back on the Nine Demons Mountain when he calmed down. He and Xian Yanqing were standing on a huge stone statue of a demonic beast. Under their feet, there was a bright light. Then, the light dimmed and everything returned to normal. One-way teleportation. It seems like it's impossible to enter in the future. Lu Ming thought to himself. Lu Ming, I'll settle the score with you sooner or later. Humph. Xian Yanqing glared at Lu Ming. I'll play with you anytime, but don't get beaten up by me the next time you see me. Lu Ming smiled faintly. You beat me up? How was that possible? Next time, I'll definitely break your turtle shell and trample you under my feet. Xian Yanqing gritted his teeth and disappeared from the Nine Demon Mountain like a black butterfly. Lu Ming smiled and did not mind. I wonder how the war in East Lacking City is going. Lu Ming's thoughts returned to the war in East Lacking City. After that, Lu Ming's figure moved. He stepped on the tip of a tree and rushed toward Dongke City. After half a day, Dongke City was already in sight. But now, the situation in Dongke City was completely different from 3 months ago. 3 months ago, Dongke City was on high alert. But now, the city gates were open, and people were coming in and out. It seemed that the war in Dongke City had ended. After Lu Ming entered the city, he went straight to the city lord's residence. He wanted to find Fu Yang to find out more about the situation. When he revealed his identity as a mystical sword sect disciple, he naturally met Fu Yang without any obstructions. Lu Ming, you're not dead. Fu Yang was shocked to see Lu Ming. City Lord Fu, I'm fine. Lu Ming smiled bitterly. Young hero Lu Ming, it's great that you're not dead. The disciples of the mystical sword sect came back that day and said that you died in the ruins of the Dongyi tribe. Fu Yang explained the situation during this period. 3 months ago, the mystical sword sect disciples had returned. There were only about 50 of them left, and they said that the rest had died in the Dongyi tribe's ruins. The Dongyi tribe also retreated to the mountains by the sea a day later. This incident shook the mystical sword sect. Many people came to look for Lu Ming, but they all returned empty-handed. Lu Ming guessed that those people should be Pang Shi, Feng Wu, Mulan, and the others. I heard that the mystical sword sect has confirmed your death in battle and has even informed your family. Fu Yang said. What? I've already informed my family. Lu Ming's heart tightened. How sad would Li Ping be if she knew that he was already dead? In Li Ping's heart, Lu Yuntian was already dead. Lu Ming was her only hope. If she knew that Lu Ming was dead, how desperate would she be? At this moment, Lu Ming's heart was set on returning home. City Lord Fu, thank you very much. I have to make a trip home now. Goodbye. Lu Ming cupped his fists and left the Castellan's residence without a moment's delay. He rushed towards Fiery Wind City. Fortunately, Dongke City was not too far away from Fiery Wind City. Lu Ming used his midair steps and rushed at full speed. He was like a gust of wind, rushing towards Fiery Wind City. When his genuine chi was exhausted, he would use spiritual crystals to recover it. Lu Ming finally returned to Fiery Wind City 3 days later. Chapter 175, A Shocking Change in the Lu Clan. Ah! Look, who's that? Lu Ming, that's the Lu family's young master, Lu Ming. I heard that he's already dead, right? So he didn't die. Something big is going to happen. As soon as Lu Ming walked into Fiery Wind City, the crowd around him looked at him and started to discuss. Lu Ming frowned. He felt that the people around him were looking at him strangely. Other than surprise, there was also a trace of pity. Lu Ming was puzzled, but he did not stop. He went straight to the Lu family. Soon, he arrived at the Lu family's gate. Who's there? Stop right there, huh? You. Young master. Lu Ming. A burly man guarding the door shouted. Then, he saw that it was Lu Ming and let out a surprised cry. The other guards were also shocked. It's me. I'm not dead. Move. Lu Ming said. He was about to walk inside. However, a few burly men guarding the door pulled out their sabers and stood in front of Lu Ming. Lu Ming, you can't go in. Impudent. Lu Ming shouted, and his brows furrowed even more. The guards of the Lu family had actually called him by his name and even pulled out their knives to stop him. Something was wrong. Seeing that Lu Ming was angry, the few burly guards turned pale. Clearly, they were afraid. Lu Ming, we're just following orders. No one is allowed to enter. One of them gritted his teeth. Orders? Whose orders? Lu Ming berated him, but the bad premonition in his heart grew stronger. Young master, leave quickly, don't come back. Suddenly, a white-haired old man rushed out and shouted. Uncle Chong, what's going on? Lu Ming shouted. This old man was an old servant of the Lu clan. He did not have much cultivation, but he had always been loyal to the Lu clan. Young master, it's the first patriarch. He's back with many powerful warriors. He wants to take over the Lu family. Several core patriarchs have been killed. The other branches of the Lu family have all turned to the first patriarch. You'd better leave. Uncle Chong shouted. What? Lu Yunxiong. Lu Ming's heart trembled. Where's my mother? How's my mother? The first person that Lu Ming thought of was Li Ping. Madam has been locked up in the courtyard of the main hall and interrogated by them for 2 days. This old servant also does not know what the situation is like. Young master, the great elder has brought many experts with him this time. You're not his match, so you'd better leave first. As long as you're alive, you'll have hope. Uncle Chong tried to persuade him, his old face full of worry. Boom. 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 Uncle Chong's words were like bolts of lightning that exploded in Lu Ming's heart. In an instant, an indescribable cold killing intent emanated from Lu Ming's body. Lu Yunxiong. Lu Ming muttered, his eyes extremely cold. At the same time, he was extremely afraid that something had happened to Li Ping. The few burly guards and Uncle Chong shivered and a chill ran up to their heads. Whoosh! Suddenly, a cold beam of light shot out from behind the door. It was too sudden. Lu Ming was shocked and wanted to save her, but it was too late. A sword light pierced through Chong Bo's back. Blood splattered everywhere as Chong Bo fell to the ground. Young master, run, run! Uncle Chong shouted and gradually lost his breath. A young man in his 20s walked out from behind the gate and said coldly, Old man, you actually dared to disclose information. You're courting death. Then, he looked at Lu Ming with a slightly surprised expression. Lu Ming, you're really lucky. You landed in the ruins of the Dongyi tribe and you're still alive. But you shouldn't have come back. Since you're back, I'll send you on your way. Die. At this moment, Lu Ming's expression was calm, but the killing intent in his eyes was colder than 10,000-year-old profound ice. This young man had a green wood embroidered on his sleeve. He was obviously a young expert from the Duanmu family. What? You want to kill me? I know that your combat strength is comparable to an ordinary 5th grade Great Martial Master, but I'm also a 5th grade Great Martial Master. Do you think that I'm just an ordinary 5th grade Great Martial Master? The young man from the Duanmu family sneered. Nonsense, die. Boom. At this moment, Lu Ming erupted with all his might. The powerful genuine qi, coupled with the power of fire, was like a volcanic eruption. Boom. The long spear swept towards the youth from the Duanmu family. The youth from the Duanmu family's expression changed drastically as he raised his sword to block. But dash. Boom. Lu Ming's long spear collided with his long sword. It was as if he had been hit by a volcano. His body was like a cannonball, flying backward. He crashed into 2 walls in a row and was finally embedded in the 3rd wall. What? How is that possible? His eyes were filled with disbelief and fear. With just one move, all the bones in his body were broken, and he was embedded in the wall like a pool of mud. How could Lu Ming be so powerful? He was a genius, and his combat strength was not comparable to an average 5th grade grandmaster. Yet, he could not even withstand one move from Lu Ming. Lu Ming held the spear in his hand and walked towards the youth from the Duanmu family. The few burly men guarding the door were so scared that their souls almost left their bodies and they were trembling all over. Lu Ming, don't kill me. The Duanmu family has a 9th grade grandmaster here. If you kill me, your entire family will die, and your mother will be in a miserable state. The youth from the Duanmu family cried out in shock. Whoosh! The long spear in Lu Ming's hands turned into a ray of light and shot out, piercing through the young man's heart and nailing him to the wall. Lu Ming leaped over 2 walls, pulled out his long spear, and headed toward the Lu family's courtyard. The Lu clan's courtyard was outside the Lu clan's conference hall. It occupied a large area. At this moment, an old man was sitting on an armchair at the entrance of the conference hall, resting with his eyes closed. There were more than 10 people standing around the old man. One of them was Lu Yunxiong, who was staring at the courtyard with a cold expression. In the courtyard, Li Ping and the 4 core elders of the Lu clan stood together. They were surrounded by more than 30 burly men. These people were basically from the Duanmu family. However, there was an exception, and that was Ning Kong. Yes, it was Ning Feng's father, one of the chief elders of the Vermilion Bird, Ning Kong. Li Ping, have you thought it through? Announce to the entire Lu family that you'll pass the position of the Lu family's patriarch to me. Then, kneel down in front of everyone and apologize to me. Admit that you've let me down. Lu Yunxiong coldly looked at Li Ping and said. You wish. You're dreaming. Li Ping rejected him directly. Don't even think. I've starved you for 2 days, but it seems that it's not enough. Then continue to starve and stand here. I'll see how long you can hold on. Lu Yunxiong said gloomily. Li Ping's face was pale, and her body was trembling. She looked extremely weak. It had been 2 days. It had already been 2 days. She had been forced to stand in the courtyard by Lu Yunxiong. She had no food, no water, and had to endure the scorching sun. Li Ping was only an ordinary person and did not practice martial arts, so she could not protect herself with true qi. At this time, she was extremely weak and could collapse at any time. Chapter 176, Lu Ming did not die. Lu Yunxiong, just give up. Even if I die, I won't let you have your way. Li Ping berated. Bitch, what's the use of you hanging on? Your husband is dead. Now, that little bastard Lu Ming is dead too. I want all of you to die for opposing me. Lu Yunxiong berated. You're talking nonsense. My son, Lu Ming, will never die. Li Ping shouted. Won't die. Don't lie to yourself, he's already dead, you have no one to rely on. Lu Yunxiong laughed coldly as he attacked Li Ping. Ming, her. Li Ping's body trembled, and tears welled up in her eyes. Although she did not admit it, she knew very well that Lu Ming had really met with an accident. The mystical sword sect had specially sent someone to announce it, so how could it be wrong? She was in despair. Lu Yunxiong, aren't you afraid of being punished by the higher-ups of the mystical sword sect for what you've done? One of the core elders shouted. Huh, punishment. When Lu Ming was alive, he was indeed a peerless genius and was valued by the mystical sword sect. But now that he's dead, who would punish me for a dead person? Besides, you should have seen that everyone here is from the Duanmu family. Why would the higher-ups of the mystical sword sect punish the Duanmu family? What a joke. Lu Yunxiong laughed maniacally. The other men from the Duanmu family also laughed out loud. What a pity, what a pity. It's a pity that Lu Ming the little bastard is dead. Otherwise, I'll kill his mother in front of him and let him have a taste of losing a loved one. Ning Kong said coldly. Bah, shameless man. Like father like son. Look at you. No wonder your son died at Ming Er's hands. Li Ping glared at Ning Kong and said in disdain. You're looking for death. Ning Kong was furious. He said to Lu Yunxiong, Brother Lu, I don't think we should wait any longer. Let me do it now and torture this bitch. I want her to suffer a fate worse than death. At that time, she will agree to whatever conditions you have. Lu Yunxiong, let's do this. We don't have that much time to waste here. The elder from the Duanmu family who was sitting on the armchair opened his eyes. Good. I'll leave this person to you, Brother Ning. You can do whatever you want with him, and use whatever methods you have. Lu Yunxiong sneered. Lu Yunxiong, what are you guys doing? Are you even human to treat the Lu family like this? A core elder of the Lu family bellowed. Bang! Suddenly, Ning Kong moved and struck the core elder with his palm. Ning Kong was a 9th-grade Grandmaster Realm expert and a core elder of the Lu family. How could he withstand the attack? His body was pierced through by the powerful palm force and he flew out. He stopped breathing. You old fogies, you're looking for death by chirping here. Ning Kong said coldly. You guys. You'll all die a horrible death. Lu Yunxiong, you'll receive your retribution. The other 3 core elders shouted. Now, only 3 of the 7 core elders of the Lu family were left. The rest had been killed by the Duanmu family 2 days ago. Shut up, you old fogies. I wanted to spare your lives, but it seems like there's no need for that now. Attack and kill them all. Lu Yunxiong waved his hand. Buzz. And NBSP, whoosh. Around them, a few of the Duanmu family's men unsheathed their sabers and were about to attack. At this moment, a bloodied man ran in. It's bad, it's bad. The burly man shouted. What's going on? Lu Yunxiong's expression changed. Lu Ming, it's Lu Ming. The burly man exclaimed. Everyone was shocked by his words. What Lu Ming? Lu Ming is already dead. Lu Yunxiong said, no, he's not dead. He's not dead. He's entered the place. The burly man shouted, his eyes flashing with fear. What? Lu Yunxiong and the others were shocked. As for Li Ping, the 3 core elders were stunned for a moment before they were overjoyed. Ming didn't die. Ming didn't die. Li Ping mumbled to herself and cried tears of joy. Her tears kept falling and she was so excited that her entire body was trembling. Huh, the young master didn't die. I knew it. The young master is a genius. How could he die? The core elder of the Lu clan laughed. Impossible, how is that possible? Lu Yunxiong roared. Nothing is impossible. A cold shout came from the sky, and a young figure stepped on the void. His body was as light as nothing, and he actually floated in just like that. Lu Ming, it's Lu Ming. It's really him. He really didn't die. Exclamations of shock came from the crowd. Huh, it's really the young master. The three core elders laughed. Ming, Li Ping was extremely excited. Lu Ming, it's really him. Lu Yunxiong and Ning Kong growled in shock. Lu Ming did not look at the others. He took a few steps forward and landed in front of Li Ping like the wind. Looking at Li Ping's pale and weak face, Lu Ming's heart throbbed with pain. His eyes reddened as he said, "Mother, your son has come late, and has made you suffer." Ming, is that really you? Mother thought that she would never see you again. Li Ping touched Lu Ming's face, tears streaming down her face. Initially, she really thought that Lu Ming had died and her heart was filled with despair. Now, Lu Ming was standing in front of her alive and well. This kind of joy was indescribable. She seemed to have recovered a lot of energy. "Mother, take this pill." Lu Ming took out a pill that could replenish blood and qi and let Li Ping consume it. Li Ping took the medicinal pill, but her expression changed drastically as if she had recalled something. She said, "Ming, leave quickly. Don't worry about mother, leave quickly." "Leave? Since you're already here, you still want to leave? What a joke." Lu Yunxiong's voice was cold. Lu Ming turned around slowly. His expression was cold and his eyes were icy. His gaze swept across Lu Yunxiong, Ning Kong, and the other members of the Duanmu family. He said coldly, "All of you will die." Lu Ming's killing intent was extremely strong. He had never felt such strong killing intent towards a person. A dragon had a reverse scale, and anyone who touched it would be killed. To Lu Ming, his family was his weak spot. "Huh, Lu Ming, you still want to kill us? What a joke." Lu Yunxiong laughed. "Kill him. Lu Ming must be killed. Kill him and we'll pretend that he didn't appear today and died in the Dongyi ruins." The old man sitting on the armchair stood up and coldly said. If Lu Ming were to return to the mystical sword sect, it would be difficult for them to take action. He might as well kill Lu Ming today and pretend that he had not appeared and died in the Dongyi ruins. This way, the higher-ups of the mystical sword sect would not find out as long as they did not send anyone to investigate. "Lu Ming, it's good that you're not dead. Today, I'll kill the person closest to you in front of you and let you have a taste of the pain of losing a loved one." "Ha!" Ning Kong laughed. "Lu Ming, you're really stupid. If I were you, I'd run back to the mystical sword sect. How dare you show up here so openly? You're the one who's looking for death." Lu Yunxiong laughed. Chapter 177, Chapter 177 The Outbreak of a War. "Young master, leave quickly, don't worry about us." One of the core elders shouted. "Kill! Kill!" However, Lu Ming's killing intent soared to the heavens. His aura exploded as he swept his spear at the Duanmu family members. "Kill him!" Lu Yunxiong shouted. Buzz! Buzz! One after another, sabers were unsheathed. The Duanmu family's burly men roared in anger and slashed at Lu Ming. Dozens of people attacked together. However, Lu Ming's long spear swept past and the saber light collapsed. 5 to 6 burly men were swept away by Lu Ming like cannonballs. They crashed into the walls of the courtyard and slid down like mud, not breathing at all. "Kill!" Lu Ming shouted angrily and swept his spear again, killing another 7 to 8 burly men. These were all martial artists at the Master Realm. They were far inferior to Lu Ming. "Attack! Great Martial Master, attack! Lu Yunxiong was furious. On the stairs, more than a dozen Grandmaster realm martial artists dashed out and pounced on Lu Ming. The weakest of the dozen or so Great Martial Masters was at the first grade Great Martial Master realm, and the strongest was at the fifth grade Great Martial Master realm. More than a dozen people joined forces, and their power was astonishing. Landslide. In an instant, Lu Ming burst out with all his strength without holding back. Bloodline, power of fire, all of them were unleashed, and his combat strength was fully unleashed. During this period of time, Lu Ming had made great progress. Before he came out, he had finally achieved small success in the Force of Fire. The Force of Fire was at the initial success stage and its power was extremely terrifying. It made Lu Ming look like he was filled with scorching heat, as if he was a volcano with raging flames. Boom! Lu Ming did not care about the attacks. He swept his long spear with the force of a landslide. Bang! Bang! The result was the same as before. Lu Ming crushed them like rotten wood. 4 to 5 Grandmaster realm powerhouses were sent flying. Their bones were broken and their internal organs were shattered. They died before they even landed on the ground. Strong, unbelievably strong. Lu Yunxiong and the others gasped in shock and anger. Li Ping and the 3 core elders were shocked and overjoyed. Kill. Lu Ming's killing intent was like the tide, his aura was like a rainbow, and his eyes were bloodshot. Boom! He swept his spear again and killed a few more Great Master Realm experts. Lu Ming held the spear in his hand and was like an undefeatable god of war. He killed his way through as if no one was there. The Duanmu family members were shocked and couldn't help but retreat. This kid can't be left alive. He's too terrifying. Ning Kong, Lu Yunxiong, and the others roared in their hearts. They were extremely shocked. Every time he saw Lu Ming, he would realize that Lu Ming's abilities would increase by a huge margin as if it would never stop. I'll kill him. Ning Kong bellowed and pounced at Lu Ming like an eagle. In the air, he struck out with his palm. Ning Kong, a 9th grade Great Martial Master, struck out with an earth-shattering palm. The space rumbled and the air exploded. A terrifying pressure surged toward Lu Ming. Ancient Shield. An ancient shield appeared in front of Lu Ming. Explode. At the same time, Lu Ming unleashed his most powerful move, blasting it at Ning Kong's palm force. Boom! A terrifying blast of air rolled in all directions and Lu Ming's attack was crushed. The powerful palm force continued to blast toward Lu Ming. Li Ping turned pale with fright. At this moment, Li Ping was being led by 3 core elders and retreated to a corner of the courtyard. Clang! The powerful palm force slammed into the shield in front of Lu Ming, causing a violent explosion. The ancient shield trembled continuously and then exploded with a loud bang. Lu Ming's body was thrown backward more than 20 meters and he crashed heavily into a wall before he stopped. He spat out a mouthful of blood. A 9th grade Great Martial Master is indeed powerful. Lu Ming was secretly shocked. Just now, he had already resisted with all his strength. First, he used the move of explosion to cut off a part of the palm power of the other party, and then he used the ancient shield spell to block it. Even with his complete 2nd grade physical body, he was still injured by the palm. My bloodline is indeed useless against an existence 5 levels higher than me. Lu Ming sighed secretly. Just now, the time for his bloodline to burst out hadn't ended yet. He could have devoured half of the attack, but it had failed. Ning Kong's cultivation was 7 levels higher than his. The difference was too great. Lu Ming was shocked. He did not know that Ning Kong and the others were even more shocked. Lu Ming had managed to block Ning Kong's palm. Although he was injured, he was not killed. This was unbelievable. Especially Ning Kong himself, who was even more shocked. One should know that he was a ninth-grade great martial master. Although he did not use his full strength, he was confident that even an eighth-grade great martial master would be injured by his palm. What cultivation level was Lu Ming at? Second-grade great martial master realm. How was this possible? An earth-rank martial skill, you actually cultivated an earth-rank martial skill? The old man from the Duanmu family who had been sitting on the wooden armchair shouted madly. What? An earth-rank martial skill? The others were even more shocked. Earth-rank martial arts skills were extremely rare, and the difficulty of practicing them was even more shocking. Weren't they usually only practiced by martial arts grandmasters? Lu Ming was only a second-grade great martial master and he had successfully cultivated it. Kill, we must kill him. At this moment, Lu Yunxiong, Ning Kong, and the elder from the Duanmu family were all screaming in their hearts. They were afraid. Lu Ming's talent was too terrifying. If he was allowed to grow, only God knew what he would become. That would be their disaster. Only by killing them in the cradle could they avoid this disaster. Boom! The aura on Ning Kong's body grew. The old man from the Duanmu family also released his aura. He was at the peak of the ninth-grade great martial master realm, and he was even stronger than Ning Kong. Lu Ming, you're going to die today. Lu Yunxiong roared. Oh, really? You're the one who will die today. Lu Ming's voice was very indifferent. Ming, hurry up and leave. You're not their match yet. As long as you leave, they won't dare to do anything to me. Li Ping shouted, extremely worried. The few of them were too powerful. Lu Ming was obviously not their match. Mother, don't worry. I'll kill whoever hurts you, even if he's at the end of the world. Lu Ming smiled faintly. At this moment, his hand glowed, and the blazing tongue spear disappeared. In its place was the demon-subduing spear. Beast soul, I didn't expect to use it so soon. Lu Ming muttered. That's right, he planned to merge with the beast soul and fight with Ning Kong and the others. The demon-subduing spear had 2.5 beast souls. 2 of them were at the peak of martial ancestor realm, and were known as half-step king warrior beast souls. The other half was a king-level beast soul. Lu Ming intended to fuse the beast soul of a peak martial arts grandmaster. However, there was a huge risk involved. With Lu Ming's current cultivation and physical strength, he was not confident that he could withstand the backlash. However, this was the only way. Beast soul, come out. The demon-subduing spear shook and a beast's roar was heard. A giant black wolf flew into Lu Ming's body. Boom! At this moment, Lu Ming's body exploded with an extremely powerful aura. This aura was powerful, evil, brutal, and filled with bloodlust. Roar! Lu Ming could not help but roar. His voice did not sound like that of a human but like that of a wolf. Not good. He is fusing with a beast soul. It is a powerful beast soul. Stop him. The elder from the Duanmu family roared in shock and anger. Chapter 178, Chapter 178 Killing Ning Kong. Boom! Boom! The elder from the Duanmu family and Ning Kong made their moves. 2 terrifying attacks were directed at Lu Ming. Roar! Lu Ming roared and leaped forward, sweeping his long spear horizontally. The air exploded, the space trembled, and water-like ripples appeared. With 2 loud bangs, the elder from the Duanmu family and Ning Kong trembled and were sent flying backward. Ning Kong was even worse off. He spat out a mouthful of blood. How can he be so strong? What level is that demonic beast? Ning Kong cried out in disbelief. With such a powerful beast soul, he won't be able to hold on for long. He'll explode from the power of the beast soul. Let's attack together and make him explode faster. The elder from the Duanmu family roared. At this moment, Lu Ming was indeed under great pressure. The violent energy of the beast's soul was rampaging in his body. It was extremely violent. His muscles and bones were groaning as if they were about to burst at any moment. Even his complete Grade 2 body could not withstand it. At this moment, a blood-red light flashed from his spine, and a powerful devouring force came out. The devouring power had offset most of the violent tearing force. This greatly reduced the pressure on Lu Ming. Kill! Lu Ming let out a long howl and strode forward. His target was Lu Yunxiong. He had to kill Lu Yunxiong. Save me! Lu Yunxiong's face turned pale with fright. His legs trembled as he retreated. At that moment, the elder from the Duanmu family and Ning Kong arrived again. The other members of the Duanmu family also joined in the attack. Beams of sword chi, saber radiance, and palm force tore through the air and attacked Lu Ming. Sky-ripping wolf. Lu Ming roared, his long hair dancing in the wind and his aura demonic. As the spear stabbed out, wolf howls were heard. From the spear, huge black wallivers flew out. This was the combat skill of the beast soul of the giant black wolf. As it had been integrated with the beast soul, Lu Ming could use it for a short period of time. The black wallivers pounced at the Duanmu family's experts with their claws. Ah! Ah! Miserable shrieks rose and fell as more than a dozen Duanmu family men were torn apart. The elder of the Duanmu family and Ning Kong were forced back by 7 or 8 black wallivers. Kill! 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 Lu Ming wielded his spear and charged at the remaining Duanmu family members like a tiger charging into a flock of sheep. Blood splattered everywhere, and the air was filled with blood. At this moment, Lu Ming had turned into a god of death, slaughtering to his heart's content. Every time a spear's shadow flashed, a person would be killed. In just a few breaths, more than 20 people had been killed. Yama, Yama, go! The remaining 10 Duanmu family members were scared out of their wits and ran for their lives. Lu Ming's figure flashed and he killed a few more people. Retreat! Lu Ming is no match for us now. Let's retreat first. The old man from the Duanmu family was so frightened that his face was trembling. He roared repeatedly and then let out a long howl. Ga ga. Then, a bird cry came from the sky. The 2 eagles flew down. You want to retreat? Stay here. Die. Lu Ming shouted and swept his long spear. Boom! Boom! The elder from the Duanmu family and Ning Kong joined forces and exchanged a blow with Lu Ming. However, the result was that the 2 of them were forced to retreat. Ning Kong's face turned pale and he spat out another mouthful of blood. Let's go. The old man from the Duanmu family used the force to retreat to Lu Yunxiong's side. He grabbed Lu Yunxiong and shot up 100 meters into the sky. Even though a 9th grade great martial master couldn't fly, he could still leap a few hundred meters high. At this time, the 2 eagles had also reached this distance. The elder from the Duanmu family and Lu Yunxiong landed on the back of a huge condor. The condor screeched and soared into the sky. Lu Yunxiong was Lu Yao's father and Duanmu Lin's future father-in-law. He had an extraordinary status, so of course he had to save him. Bang! At this moment, Ning Kong took a step forward and his body rose high into the air as well, flying towards the other large eagle. Stay here. Lu Ming bellowed. His body shot up into the sky like a cannonball and charged towards Ning Kong. Landslide. The long spear was like a mountain pressing down as it charged towards Ning Kong. Blood butcher. Die. Ning Kong roared and spat out 2 mouthfuls of blood. He exerted all his strength and struck out a few times with a terrifying aura. His blood and palm energy condensed to form several blood-red palm prints that flew toward Lu Ming. Ning Kong was going all out. He had even used his secret skill. However, it still could not stop Lu Ming. The fusion of the beast's soul at the peak of the martial arts Grandmaster realm made Lu Ming's strength infinitely close to the martial arts Grandmaster realm. He stood at the peak of the martial Grandmaster realm. Ning Kong was no match for him at all. As the long spear struck down, the palm prints were destroyed one by one. Ning Kong coughed up blood and flew back. Using this self-mutilating method, he finally landed on the back of the large eagle. Lu Ming's body was falling. "Ha, Lu Ming, you're dreaming if you think you can kill me. You've killed so many people from the Duanmu family. They won't let you off no matter what." Ning Kong laughed. But as he laughed, he spat out a mouthful of blood and his face turned as white as a sheet. "That's right, Lu Ming. Just you wait for the Duanmu family's wrath. Your Lu family will be burned to ashes in this fury." The elder from the Duanmu family and Lu Yunxiong were riding on a huge eagle, floating thousands of meters in the air. The old man from the Duanmu family said coldly. The Duanmu family had suffered heavy losses in this battle. Even he himself had been forced to flee. This was a great humiliation, and the anger in his heart burned. "Lu Ming, just wait for your death." Lu Yunxiong roared. "Who allowed you to leave?" All of a sudden, a cold voice came out of Lu Ming's mouth as he was falling. His feet suddenly stomped in the air and his body actually stopped falling. Instead, he rushed up. At this moment, his strength had increased dramatically, and even the power of his soaring steps had increased by a large margin. "Why would I?" Ning Kong was shocked. He was only a few hundred meters above the ground. It was too late for him to fly up. He could only try his best to control the eagle and escape. The eagle spread its wings and flew forward rapidly. "Die!" Lu Ming bellowed. He held the spear in one hand and bent his body into a bow shape. Then, the spear was thrown out. With his body as a bow and his spear as an arrow, the long spear whistled like a bolt of lightning. It was unbelievably fast. This was Lu Ming's all-out spear attack. In an instant, it crossed a distance of hundreds of meters and stabbed Ning Kong. "No!" Ning Kong wailed, but it was too late for him to dodge due to his severe injuries. Poochie! The long spear pierced through Ning Kong's chest, bringing out a stream of blood. There was a big hole in Ning Kong's chest, and his eyes were filled with extreme unwillingness and fear. As for the eagle, it was shocked by the killing intent of the spear. It wailed repeatedly and actually stopped in the air. Whoosh! Lu Ming took a few steps back and crossed hundreds of meters in an instant, landing on the back of the large eagle. "Lu Mang, Lu Ming!" Ning Kong cried out in despair. Then, his life force dissipated and he stopped breathing. "Let's go." Above, Lu Yunxiong and the elder from the Duanmu family were so scared that they almost peed their pants. They quickly urged the eagle to fly in the direction of the mystical sword sect. Lu Ming raised his head and took a look. He circulated the essential qi in his body and burst it out. The eagle under his feet wailed and obediently followed his orders, falling down. "Ming, are you all right?" Li Ping quickly walked over and asked with concern. "Mother, I'm fine." Lu Ming smiled. Chapter 179, Chapter 179 Pursuit. Young Master. Young Master. The three core elders of the Lu clan were shocked. Their young master had actually grown to this stage. In their eyes, the Duanmu family's expert was so powerful that he was invincible. However, in Lu Ming's hands, he was like a baby who could not fight back at all. In their hearts, other than shock, there was still shock. They were unable to calm down for a long time. "Three elders, please take care of my mother." Lu Ming looked at the three core elders. "Yes." The three core elders said subconsciously. "Ming, what do you want to do?" Li Ping's expression changed. "Lu Yunxiong must die." "Mother, don't worry. I'll be fine. Lu Ming smiled. Then, Lu Ming's blood meridian was condensed. Lu Ming did not avoid it. He opened his mouth and sucked. The blood essence of the Duanmu family's experts who had died in the courtyard flew out and gathered toward Lu Ming. There were a few 5th and 4th grade Grandmaster realm martial artists among them. They were of great help to Lu Ming. "Mother, I'm leaving," Lu Ming said and leaped onto the big eagle. "Ming, be careful," Li Ping shouted. "Mother, don't worry." Lu Ming nodded his head solemnly. He then stepped on the condor. The condor screeched and flew into the sky. The condor soared into the sky and the Lu clan disappeared in the blink of an eye. Lu Ming controlled the condor and chased after Lu Yunxiong and the others. At this moment, Lu Ming's aura was rapidly declining. The power of the beast soul was finally exhausted. Lu Ming had returned to his original level, but he felt a sharp pain all over his body. This was caused by the impact of the beast soul's power on his body. It's a good thing I have the spirit-devouring bloodline, which devoured most of the power. Otherwise, with my current cultivation and physical body, I really wouldn't be able to withstand it. Lu Ming thought to himself. After that, he continued to refine the power of his blood essence and started to recover his genuine qi and repair his body. Not long after, the blood essence had been completely refined. Among them, the blood essence of a few 5th grade Grandmaster experts was of great help to Lu Ming. His cultivation broke through to the peak of the 2nd grade Grandmaster realm in one go. As for his physical injuries, they had almost recovered. At this moment, Lu Ming's gaze fell on Ning Kong's corpse on the back of the condor. Lu Ming's eyes flickered. Ning Kong was a 9th grade Grandmaster expert. His blood essence was definitely terrifying. Lu Ming did not want to miss it, but he did not dare to devour it rashly. The blood essence of a 9th grade Great Martial Master isn't something I can devour and refine right now. I'm afraid my bloodline will explode if I devour it. Lu Ming pondered. There was a limit to how much blood a bloodline could devour. Lu Ming felt that devouring experts who were 3 to 4 levels higher than him was already a little strenuous. His blood vessels would expand. The blood essence of a 9th grade Great Martial Master was equivalent to the blood essence of more than 60,000 2nd grade Great Martial Masters. There were more than 60,000 of them. It was too terrifying. Lu Ming guessed that if he devoured them, his blood vessels would explode from the violent energy. Forget it. I can't be too greedy. I'll just swallow a drop and see. Lu Ming made up his mind. He then controlled his blood meridian and carefully devoured a drop of blood essence. Boom! In an instant it was as if a volcano had erupted in his blood meridian. Violent energy wreaked havoc. Lu Ming's spirit-devouring blood meridian, which was originally in the shape of a small snake less than a meter long, swelled up at this moment. Its length had increased by several times, and its thickness had also increased by 10 times. The energy was too terrifying. Even if it was just a drop of blood essence, its energy was equivalent to the blood essence of more than 7,000 2nd grade Grandmaster realm martial artists. Refine, refine. Lu Ming bellowed. He controlled his blood meridian with all his might and started refining it crazily. And NBSP, hoo. Streams of pure energy gushed into Lu Ming's body. He circulated the true war dragon technique continuously to absorb the energy and convert it into essential qi. Lu Ming's cultivation level increased rapidly. However, Lu Ming controlled the blood meridian and most of the energy essence was absorbed by the blood meridian itself to improve the level of the blood meridian. Otherwise, the energy was too huge and Lu Ming would not be able to absorb it. Only about 20% of the energy was converted into genuine qi. The other 80% was used to upgrade the level of the bloodline. Lu Ming's cultivation was rapidly approaching the 3rd grade Great Martial Master realm. Boom! Half an hour later, Lu Ming's body shook. He had broken through to the third-grade Grandmaster realm. After breaking through to the third-grade Grandmaster realm, Lu Ming's refining speed had increased greatly. There was a constant flow of energy being converted into essential qi. Early third-grade Great Master realm, middle third-grade Great Master realm. When he reached the mid-third-grade Great Martial Master realm, his soul-devouring bloodline let out a roar. Immediately after, the sixth blood-red chakra shone brightly. His bloodline had advanced to the sixth level. With a sixth-level bloodline, the devouring power was greatly enhanced, and the speed of refining blood essence was also greatly increased. The body of the spirit-devouring bloodline was slowly shrinking. 18 hours later, Ning Kong's drop of blood essence had been completely refined. On the other hand, Lu Ming's cultivation had reached the peak of the third-grade Grandmaster realm in one fell swoop. He was only one step away from the fourth-grade Grandmaster realm. Of course, this was because most of the essence had been used to improve the level of his bloodline. This also caused Lu Ming's blood meridian to rise to the peak of level 6. His 6 meridian cycles were bright and full, as if a new meridian cycle could be born at any time. The higher one's bloodline level was, the more blood essence one would need to advance. However, Lu Ming's bloodline had advanced by an entire level this time. One could only imagine how terrifying the blood essence of a 9th-grade Grandmaster was. Lu Ming opened his eyes and looked at Ning Kong's corpse. He felt that it was a pity. Half a day had passed, and the essence of Ning Kong's blood essence had dissipated. The higher a martial artist's cultivation, the slower the dissipation of their blood essence after death. However, for a 9th-grade Great Martial Master, the essence of their blood essence would dissipate in 3 hours at most. Genuine qi burst out, and Ning Kong's corpse fell down. With one less person, the condor's speed increased greatly, and it quickly chased forward. A few hours later, he could see a black dot in the distance. It was Lu Yunxiong and the others. It's Lu Ming. Lu Ming has caught up with us. Clearly, Lu Yunxiong had also noticed Lu Ming and was so shocked that he cried out. This little bastard still dares to chase after me. Is his beast soul power still there? How is that possible? The elder from the Duanmu family had a dark expression. Lu Yunxiong, I've told you that you're going to die. You can't escape. Lu Ming shouted, his voice was extremely cold. What do we do? Elder Chow, what do we do? Lu Yunxiong mumbled, frightened out of his wits. Could it be that the power of this little bastard's beast soul really hasn't dissipated? Or, he still has another beast soul? The elder from the Duanmu family was called Duanmu Chow. He was deep in thought as he looked at Lu Ming behind him with fear in his eyes. There's no need to rush. We're almost at the mystical sword sect. Once we reach the sect, Lu Ming, that little bastard, won't be able to do anything to us. At that time, he'll be the one to die instead of us. Duanmu Chow said with a dark expression. It would take about 10 days to get from Fiery Wind City to the mystical sword sect on a green scale horse, but it would only take about a day to get there by riding the condor. And now, they were only a few hours away from the mystical sword sect. Chapter 180, Killing Their Way into the White Tiger Hall. Hurry up and fly. Hurry, hurry. Duanmu Chow's Jinqi burst out and surged into the condor's body. The condor shrieked as if it had been stimulated by something. It sped up and rushed forward. The two eagles, one in front and one behind, were about 10,000 meters apart as they quickly flew towards the mystical sword sect. On Lu Ming's side, as there was one less person, their speed was faster. The distance between them was slowly closing. However, it was still impossible to catch up to him in a short time. Soon, 3 hours had passed. The distance between them was only about 2,000 meters. However, they were already close to the mystical sword sect's territory. We're almost there. We're finally almost there. Lu Ming, you still want to kill me? Dream on. Lu Yunxiong laughed hysterically. However, the killing intent in Lu Ming's eyes did not diminish and was still extremely strong. Buzz. Buzz. Soon, the mountain gate of the mystical sword sect was in sight. The eagle screeched and flew over the mystical sword sect's mountain gate, heading toward the White Tiger Hall. However, Lu Ming did not show any signs of stopping. He continued to give chase. What's going on? Why hasn't Lu Ming stopped? Lu Yunxiong was a little confused. It's fine. He's just bluffing. Lu Ming won't dare to mess around when we get to the White Tiger Hall. Duanmu Chao said confidently. One after the other, the two eagles flew past the mountain gate of the mystical sword sect. Then who's on the eagle? The one in front seems to be the chief elder of the White Tiger Hall. The one behind him looks familiar. Wait, Lu Ming. It's Lu Ming. Lu Ming. What? Lu Ming. It's really Lu Ming. Oh my god, Lu Ming is not dead. It's really him. Lu Ming is not dead. Instantly, the entire mystical sword sect was in an uproar, and the news spread like wildfire. Lu Yunxiong, I don't care where you run to. I'll kill you today. Lu Ming's voice, filled with killing intent, reverberated throughout the front mountain of the mystical sword sect. This is bad. Senior brother Lu Ming is going to kill the people of the White Tiger Hall. By the looks of it, he's going to kill all the way to the White Tiger Hall. No, I have to tell Pang Shi, Feng Wu, and the others about this. I'll have them inform Elder Mulan. A few of the Vermilion Bird's disciples' expressions changed drastically as they rushed toward the Vermilion Bird. Who? In front of them, Lu Yunxiong and Duanmu Chao were riding on a huge condor, quickly heading towards the White Tiger Hall. They were about to arrive. Lu Ming was in hot pursuit 1,000 meters behind. The sight of two huge eagles flying above the mystical sword sect without restraint naturally caused a commotion. Lu Ming isn't dead. He's in hot pursuit of the chief elder of the White Tiger Hall and threatened to kill Lu Yunxiong. Who's Lu Yunxiong? You're so ignorant, right? Duanmu Lin's fiancée, Lu Yao, you should know her, right? Lu Yunxiong is Lu Yao's father, and I've also heard that Lu Yao and Lu Ming are from the same clan. I see. But how is it possible that Lu Ming is chasing after a chief elder? I don't know, but something big is definitely going to happen. Let's go and take a look. Below the mystical sword sect, a large group of people gathered and headed towards the White Tiger Hall. A few minutes later, Lu Yunxiong and Duanmu Chao arrived at the White Tiger Hall first. The huge eagle landed on a huge square in the White Tiger Hall. As soon as it landed, the condor began to foam at the mouth and twitched on the ground. Along the way, this large eagle had burned its potential and finally could not hold on any longer. Lu Yunxiong and Duanmu Chao jumped down and stood on the square. The two of them felt much more at ease when they arrived. We're finally safe. Lu Yunxiong was overjoyed. He looked like he had not recovered from the shock. He had really been scared out of his wits by Lu Ming. Don't worry. Lu Ming won't dare to make a move here even if he has 10 more guts. I'll report this to the dean and I'll personally bring people to take Lu Ming down. He's killed so many people from the Duanmu family. No one can save him. Duanmu Chao put his hands behind his back and returned to his calm expression. The White Tiger Hall was the Duanmu family's headquarters. Who would dare to come here and kill? Unless he didn't want to live. He was certain that Lu Ming was about to stop. Lu Ming really stopped. He drove the big eagle and floated in the air above the square. Impudent. Lu Ming, you've killed dozens of my Duanmu family's men, and now you're driving a condor into the White Tiger Hall. You're so audacious and sinful. Get down on your knees and beg for mercy right now, and I might leave you with an intact corpse. Duanmu Chao chided with his hands behind his back. Huh, Lu Ming, come on. Didn't you want to kill me? If you have the ability, come down and kill me, haha. Lu Yunxiong laughed out loud and looked at Lu Ming with contempt. But the next moment, the smile on his face froze. This was because Lu Ming had jumped down from the condor and landed heavily on the square with a loud boom. He stomped on the stone slabs on the square and crushed them, sending gravel flying. You don't have to shout. I've said it before, I'll definitely kill you. It's useless no matter where you hide. Lu Ming walked towards Lu Yunxiong, step by step. Lu Ming, what are you doing? How dare you? This is the White Tiger Hall. Lu Yunxiong's expression changed drastically. He couldn't help but take a few steps back as he shrieked. However, Lu Ming's eyes were extremely cold. He only said one word, kill. How arrogant. Men, Lu Ming has killed dozens of people from the Duanmu family. He's gone mad and has lost his mind. Let's attack together and kill him. Duanmu Chao could no longer remain calm as he roared. There were many people from the White Tiger Hall in the square. At that moment, one of them rushed over. Lu Ming, it's Lu Ming. He's not dead. I don't care if he's dead or not. How dare he kill so many of my Duanmu family's people? He didn't die before, but he's dead now. Attack and kill him. Some of them were Asilavira rank disciples of the White Tiger Hall, while some were middle-aged men. They had been cultivating for many years, and most of them were at the martial Grandmaster realm. Those in the Master realm didn't dare to rush over. Boom! Lu Ming held the demon-subduing spear in his hand. His aura was wild, and his long hair fluttered in the wind. He shouted coldly, my target is Lu Yunxiong and the other man. If you don't want to die, get lost. Arrogant. Let's see what you can do. He's just a bronze disciple. In my eyes, he's nothing. A few Asilavira rank disciples shouted. These people were all 5th grade Great Martial Masters, and some of them were even 6th grade Great Martial Masters. If that's the case, then kill. Lu Ming's killing intent exploded. He shook the demon-subduing spear and a beast soul fused into his body. The second beast soul at the peak of the martial ancestor realm. In an instant, Lu Ming's aura increased crazily, like a demon. Kill. The long spear swept out, and a spear light as thick as a water bucket and as long as 100 meters appeared, sweeping away thousands of soldiers. Bang! Bang! Dozens of White Tiger Hall disciples were sent flying. A dozen of the weaker ones had their bodies blasted apart. In an instant, more than a dozen great martial masters were killed. CSI. Some of the White Tiger disciples who did not rush forward gasped, their eyes almost popping out. One spear, just one spear, killed more than a dozen martial Grandmaster realm experts, and more than a dozen were seriously injured. It was too powerful. How audacious! How audacious! Lu Ming massacred his fellow disciples. He's going to rebel. A disciple from the White Tiger Hall shouted. I've said it before, it's none of your business. If you don't want to die, get lost. Lu Ming roared, his aura was wild. Chapter 181, Chapter 181 Something big happened. You've come to the White Tiger Hall and you're telling us to get lost? How is that possible? Attack. We have to take Lu Ming down and give him the harshest punishment. The White Tiger Hall disciple roared. However, no one was able to get close at the moment. Lu Ming, you're so audacious and arrogant. You'll die today. A long howl was heard, and 3 figures rushed over like the wind. Chief Elder, 3 Chief Elders, Lu Ming is dead for sure. A disciple of the Duanmu family shouted. Kue Fong, you've come at the right time. Let's attack together and take down Lu Ming, that evil creature. Duanmu Chao roared in ecstasy. I'll kill you first. Lu Ming let out a long howl and charged toward Duanmu Chao. Lu Yunxiong, on the other hand, was hiding behind Duanmu Chao in fear. He had never imagined that Lu Ming would actually dare to attack the White Tiger Hall and kill more than a dozen Grandmaster Realm powerhouses in one move. How could he be so bold? At this moment, even though he was in the White Tiger Hall, he felt a chill in his heart. At the sight of Lu Ming charging at him, his face turned even paler and he retreated frantically. Boom! The long spear in Lu Ming's hands turned into a pillar that held up the sky and shot toward Duanmu Chao. Damn it! Since Lu Yunxiong was behind him, he could not retreat. He could only brace himself to receive Lu Ming's attack. When he clashed with Lu Ming's long spear, his body trembled as if he had been electrocuted. He retreated more than 10 steps and spat out a mouthful of blood. Quickly come and help me. Duanmu Chao roared in shock. Kill! Kill! Finally, the 3 chief elders of the White Tiger Hall arrived. 3 terrifying attacks were launched at Lu Ming. Following that, Duanmu Chao charged toward Lu Ming. 4 9th grade Great Martial Master Realm experts surrounded Lu Ming. Lu Ming let out a long howl and his aura was wild as he fought with 4 9th grade Great Martial Master experts. His energy swept in all directions and the entire square was in a frenzy. Lu Ming was fighting 1 against 4, but he was not at a disadvantage. At this moment, even more people had arrived. Not only were there disciples from the White Tiger Hall, but there were also disciples from other halls. When they saw this scene, everyone's mouth was wide open in disbelief. Lu Ming could actually fight 1 against 4 and fight 4 9th grade Great Martial Master Chief Elders. This was simply unbelievable. The news of Lu Ming's assault on the White Tiger Hall spread like wildfire throughout the mystical sword sect. Vermilion Bird Hall, Lu Ming's dormitory. At this moment, Pang Shi, Mulan, and Feng Wu were sitting together in the courtyard. All of them had serious expressions on their faces, as if they were deep in thought. It's all my fault. I should have followed senior brother Lu Ming and the others when they went to pursue the Dongyi tribe. It's all my fault. Pang Shi clenched his fists so tightly that the veins on his arms were visible as he spoke in pain. Big Rock, don't be silly. This has nothing to do with you. With your cultivation, how could you have followed them? You don't have to blame yourself. Feng Wu said. However, from her pained expression, one could tell that she was very upset. Lu Xuan and Lu Ming, did he really fall just like that? Feng Wu sighed in her heart. When the plane collapses, even a martial arts grandmaster can't escape death, let alone Lu Ming. I don't want to believe you either. Mulan sighed. Her eyes were filled with grief and sorrow. Lu Ming, is this all you've got? Was he just going to leave like this? Originally, I thought that you would grow into a powerful expert. Also, I still owe you a reward. How can you just leave like this? Mulan thought to herself. Also, fuck. Mulan gritted her teeth, her eyes misty. Some time ago, the sect has informed Lu Ming's family. From what I know, Lu Ming's only close relative is his mother. It can be said that Lu Ming is his mother's only hope and reliance. Feng Wu said. As soon as he said that, the atmosphere became even more solemn. Why don't we go to senior brother Lu Ming's house together and visit his mother? I don't want her to be too sad. Pang Shi suggested. I think so too. Let's stay at the Lu residence for a period of time and accompany Lu Ming's mother. Feng Wu also nodded. Then we'll leave tomorrow morning. Mulan said. At this moment, the door of the courtyard was pushed open heavily. 2 young men ran in, panting heavily. Pang Shi, huh? Elder Mulan, it's great that you're all here. Something big has happened. A skinny young man with a head full of brawny men said. Bulls, why are you two in such a hurry? What's the matter? Why are you two so anxious? Feng Wu asked with a slight frown. These two young men were the same batch of disciples as Lu Ming and were very familiar with Pang Shi and the rest. Lu Xuan, Lu Ming. It's Lu Ming. He's back. The bulls panted and shouted. Bang! 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 As soon as he finished speaking, Mulan and Feng Wu's auras burst out uncontrollably. At the same time, they jumped up from their seats as if they had been electrocuted. Fuck, what did you say? Senior brother Lu Ming was back. Which Lu Ming? Pang Shi's eyes were wide open, and he was practically roaring. Meanwhile, Mulan and the rest were also staring at Niu Huan with their eyes wide open. Their eyes were filled with an indescribable hope. Of course it's senior brother Lu Ming. He's ranked first on the bronze ranking. The bulls seemed to be infected by their expressions and also roared. Senior brother Lu Ming. Huh, it was really senior brother Lu Ming. Bulls, are you sure you didn't see wrongly? Pang Shi laughed and grabbed the bull's shoulders tightly. Of course I'm not mistaken. Not only the two of us saw it, but many of our fellow disciples saw it too. Another young man said. Lu Ming, run. Mulan clenched her fists tightly as she muttered to herself. Her body was moving up and down as her beautiful eyes flickered with extreme surprise. Lu Ming is not dead. This is great news. Bulls, why are you shouting that something bad has happened? Feng Wu asked after taking a few deep breaths to calm herself down. Senior brother Lu Ming is heading for the White Tiger Hall. The bulls shouted. What? Mulan and the other two turned pale with fright. What's going on? Mulan asked anxiously. I don't know. We only saw senior brother Lu Ming riding on a huge eagle and chasing after elder Duanmu Chao from the White Tiger Hall and a man called Lu Yunxiong. I heard senior brother Lu Ming shouting that he must kill Lu Yunxiong. Duanmu Chao also shouted that senior brother Lu Ming had killed dozens of experts from the Duanmu family. After that, senior brother Lu Ming and the others went to the White Tiger Hall, and we rushed back. The bulls said. Lu Yunxiong. Oh no, did something happen to the Lu family? Lu Yunxiong knows about Lu Ming's death and he wants to take action against the Lu family. Mulan's expression changed. She had stayed in Fiery Wind City for a long time and was quite familiar with the Lu family's affairs, so she could guess the general situation at once. This is bad. Something must have happened to the Lu family. Knowing Lu Ming, he'll definitely kill Lu Yunxiong. However, if he goes to the White Tiger Hall, he'll definitely die. I'll get Grandpa to save him now. Mulan's expression was extremely ugly. After saying that, she rushed out in a hurry. With a flash, her figure disappeared. Let's go to the White Tiger Hall. Mulan, Feng Wu, and the others also hurried toward the White Tiger Hall. Chapter 182, Chapter 182 Fighting a Grandmaster. At this moment, not only Mulan and the others, but many other disciples and elders from the four halls also rushed to the White Tiger Hall when they heard the news. In the square of the White Tiger Hall, Lu Ming and the four chief elders had already exchanged dozens of moves. Lu Ming's aura was demonic, and the more he fought, the braver and stronger he became. The more he fought, the more he was able to use the power of the beast soul. Boom! As he pulled out his spear, one of the White Tiger Hall's chief elders was sent flying while coughing up blood. Those who block me shall die. Lu Ming let out a long howl and shot out several spear rays. The spear rays were shocking and seemed to be able to pierce through space. Bang bang bang. The remaining three were sent flying back, spitting out blood. Lu Yunxiong, it's your turn. Lu Ming strode out and charged at Lu Yunxiong. His target had been Lu Yunxiong from the beginning. Don't. Save me. Lu Yunxiong's expression changed drastically. He ran back frantically while screaming. Stop him. Lu Yunxiong is young Master Lin's father-in-law. We can't let him die. Duanmu Chao and the other three roared and pounced on Lu Ming. The violent attacks enveloped Lu Ming's back. If Lu Ming killed Lu Yunxiong, he would be killed as well. Lu Ming's eyes flashed fiercely and he roared, "Then I'll kill you guys first." Whoosh! Lu Ming turned around and thrust his spear behind him. The spear was as fast as lightning. Everyone could only see a flash of light in the sky. Poochie! Blood splattered everywhere, accompanied by a roar of anger and despair. The spear had pierced through Duanmu Chao's abdomen. Duanmu Chao's abdomen was not a vital part, so he was still alive. No, don't kill me. If you kill me, you'll die too. Duanmu Chao cried out in shock. Even now, you're still saying such things. How laughable. Lu Ming's eyes were cold. He shook his long spear and a powerful essential qi burst out. Duanmu Chao let out a shrill scream. Then, his body was torn into pieces. Blood, internal organs, and bones were scattered on the ground. Boom! Then, the spear light exploded and clashed with the other three chief elders. Amidst the violent explosion, Lu Ming and the three chief elders retreated rapidly. However, the direction in which Lu Ming retreated was the direction that Lu Yunxiong was running in. Ah! Lu Yunxiong saw that Duanmu Chao had been torn into pieces by the spear and Lu Ming was charging at him. He was even more frightened and screamed repeatedly. Evil creature! You're looking for death. Suddenly, a furious roar came from the sky. It was an old man in a Silavira robe. His killing intent was extremely sharp as he flew over from the distance. A Silavira robed elder. The Silavira robed elder of the Duanmu family is here. Ha! Lu Ming is dead meat. Lu Ming is an animal. He fused a powerful beast soul into his body just now. Otherwise, there's no way he could have such powerful combat strength. However, no matter how strong he is, he'll be killed by a single slap from the Silavira robed elder. The White Tiger Hall disciple shouted. The Silavira robed elder was a position that only martial arts grandmasters could take up. A martial arts grandmaster was also known as a grandmaster. A martial arts grandmaster could already establish a sect and was extremely powerful. Before he even reached Lu Ming, a terrifying pressure was already pressing down on him. Boom! Then, the Silavira robed elder struck out a palm across the air. A powerful and terrifying palm print was blasted toward Lu Ming. The wind whistled and the palm print was shocking. The pressure was as strong as a mountain, and Lu Ming could not move at all. Is this a martial arts grandmaster? It's much stronger than a 9th grade great master realm. Block it, I'm going to block it. Ancient shield. Lu Ming roared in his heart. The power of the beast soul in his body circulated wildly. An ancient shield condensed and appeared in front of Lu Ming. The shield condensed by the power of beast souls was more solid and ancient than before. At the same time, Lu Ming's long spear stabbed out madly. In an instant, hundreds of powerful spearlights were shot forward. Boom! The Silavira robed elder's palm finally arrived. Bang! Bang! In an instant, Lu Ming's spear radiance was shattered into pieces and exploded in the air like fireworks. The hundreds of spearlights were swept away and the palm print continued to move forward. Lu Ming used the high-altitude step and retreated quickly. However, he was still hit by the palm print. Clang! The ancient shield let out a melodious vibration sound. The shield shook violently, and the next moment, it exploded. However, it was an earth-level martial skill after all, and it was operated by the power of the beast soul, which was much stronger than the shield condensed by his own Jin Qi. Although it was broken, it still offset most of the palm power. However, the remaining force of the palm was still very strong. Lu Ming blocked it with his spear. With a loud bang, his body was pushed back hundreds of meters and he spat out a mouthful of blood. A long ravine appeared under his feet. However, he still managed to block it. Cece Gu. Gasps could be heard from the audience. Lu Ming had managed to block a palm strike from a Silavira-robed elder and was not dead. How was this possible? This was a grandmaster, a 9th grade great martial master. Even if there were 100 of them, they would not be a match for a 1st grade martial grandmaster. However, Lu Ming had blocked it. It was unbelievable. Bang! At this moment, the Silavira-robed elder jumped down from the sky and stomped heavily on the ground. The ground exploded with a loud bang, and a huge pit appeared. He was an old man in his 60s with white hair and a beard. At this moment, his eyes were full of killing intent and a faint surprise. He took a closer look at Lu Ming and sneered. It turns out that he has integrated a powerful beast soul into it. No wonder he has such combat power and can block my palm. Get out of my way. I want Lu Yunxiong. I must kill him today. Lu Ming said coldly. The surrounding people were shocked again. What did he mean by audacious? This was how he dared to say such words to a grandmaster. Foolish. Someone coldly rebuked. Ha ha ha. The Duanmu family's Silavira-robed elder laughed out loud before berating, now, why don't you kneel down, destroy your cultivation, and wait for your punishment. The Silavira-robed elder stood between Lu Ming and Lu Yunxiong. His aura was as imposing as a mountain. Lu Ming was under great pressure. It seems like I have to use my last move. Lu Ming's eyes were filled with madness. If he wanted to be crazy, he would be crazy to the end. He decided to merge with the half of the Demon King's soul. However, the energy contained in the soul of a Demon King was absolutely terrifying. With his current cultivation, he would probably explode. Even if he had the soul-devouring bloodline, which had already advanced to rank 6, he was not confident. However, there was no turning back now. Even if he retreated, the Duanmu family would not let him off. Only by fighting could he carve out a path for himself. It seems like you're not willing. If you're so stubborn, then let me deal with you, you rebellious little bastard. The Silavira-robed elder bellowed and sent another palm at Lu Ming. The power of this palm was stronger and more terrifying than the previous one. It was obvious that he had not used his full strength in the previous palm. Come on then. Let me see how strong a martial arts grandmaster is. The madness in Lu Ming's eyes grew stronger, and there was a strong sense of persistence in his madness. Beast soul, fuse. Ow. A giant Silavira wolf appeared and howled at the sky. Like the king of 10,000 demons, a terrifying aura spread out. Demon King, the soul of the Demon King. The Silavira-robed elder of the Duanmu family roared madly. Chapter 183, Merging with the Soul of the Demon King. The Silavira-robed elder from the Duanmu family roared, his voice shaking the entire White Tiger Hall. Everyone who heard that was shocked beyond words. Their eyes widened as they stared at the giant Silavira wolf above Lu Ming's head. Heavens, this was actually the soul of a Demon King. Everyone gasped in shock. A Demon King. What kind of existence was that? If he was still alive, he would be able to destroy a sect like the Mystical Sword sect. It was extremely powerful. With a wave of its hand, it could cut off a great river, split a mountain, and had the power to destroy the world. How did Lu Ming obtain the soul of such an existence? Lu Ming, do you want to merge the Demon King's soul? You're crazy, you're courting death. How can you fuse with the soul of the Monster King? The Silavira-robed elder roared. Melt. However, Lu Ming's gaze was extremely firm as he softly spat out one word. Ow. The giant Silavira wolf howled and charged into Lu Ming's body. Roar! At that moment, Lu Ming let out a furious roar. The aura on his body rose sharply. A ray of light rushed out and the Silavira-robed elder's palm force was destroyed. Then, Lu Ming's body emitted a dazzling white light. Even his hair turned Silavira. His long Silavira hair danced in the wind. At this moment, Lu Ming looked like a demon. Kill! Die! Lu Ming shouted and thrust his spear forward. A Silavira white spear radiance burst out. The target was the Silavira-robed elder of the Duanmu family. His speed was unbelievable. What the fuck? Why didn't you explode? The Silavira-robed elder of the Duanmu family roared in disbelief. How could a mere second-grade great martial master withstand the power of the Demon King's soul? However, he did not know that Lu Ming was able to resist the brutal power of the Demon King's soul because of his spirit-devouring bloodline. However, even so, the pressure that Lu Ming was under was still unimaginably great. The power of the soul of the Demon King was too strong. Although it was only half, it allowed Lu Ming's strength to increase rapidly. He broke through to the martial arts grandmaster realm in one fell swoop, giving Lu Ming the ability to fight with a martial arts grandmaster for the time being. However, this brutal force had caused serious injuries to Lu Ming's body. His bones were groaning as if they would break at any time. If I don't kill Lu Yunxiong, I won't explode. Since you're trying to stop me, I'll kill you first. Lu Ming let out a long howl. His aura was like a rainbow. He moved and stepped on the air, charging toward the Silavira-robed elder. So what if you fused with a beast soul? Do you really think you can contend with me? I will let you understand how naive you are. The Silavira-robed elder of the Duanmu family roared and exploded with all his power. At this moment, the entire square was enveloped in an indescribable pressure. Boom! The two figures clashed in the air, creating an earth-shattering boom. Bang! Then, a figure retreated frantically. The Silavira-robed elder. It was the Silavira-robed elder. Martial Ancestor 1 stage, you're only SOSO. Lu Ming laughed loudly. His aura became more and more terrifying. He took a step forward and his body turned into a Silavira light, charging towards the Silavira-robed elder. The Silavira-robed elder's expression was extremely ugly. He had only read about using one's body to fuse with a beast's soul in ancient books. He did not expect it to be so powerful that even with his first-level martial arts grandmaster cultivation, he was no match for it. Hold him off. As long as I can hold him off for a while, when the other experts from the White Tiger Hall arrive, Lu Ming, that little bastard, will be dead for sure. The Silavira-robed elder's mind raced as he gritted his teeth and charged toward Lu Ming. Boom! Boom! There were a few consecutive rumbles. Everyone could only see two flashes of light in the sky. They kept colliding with each other, erupting with loud rumbles and air waves. Whoosh! After more than 10 moves, a figure flew back hundreds of meters like a tail, leaving a long trail of light. As the light dissipated, everyone could see the Silavira-robed elder of the Duanmu family standing in the air, trembling. He was spitting out blood and his eyes were filled with shock. In the square, it was difficult to describe the feelings of everyone at this time. It was too shocking. Lu Ming had actually injured a grandmaster. It was unbelievable and too shocking. Although all of this seemed to have happened slowly, it had actually happened in the time of a dozen breaths. How could this be? How did this happen? At the edge of the square, Lu Yunxiong was so scared that he was trembling and almost cried. Initially, when he saw the Silavira-robed elder, he thought that he was finally safe and Lu Ming would not be able to do anything to him. However, Lu Ming fused with the soul of a demon king and exploded, injuring the Silavira-robed elder in one fell swoop. He was almost scared to death. Run! We have to run. Lu Ming, this little bastard, is too evil. Lu Yunxiong roared in his heart. He turned around and ran towards the top of the White Tiger Hall. Lu Yunxiong, you can't run away. Lu Ming's cold voice was heard. He moved and turned into a stream of light, instantly appearing above Lu Yunxiong's head. Ah! Lu Yunxiong shrieked in fear. He jumped 10 meters high and turned around to look at Lu Ming. Lu Ming stretched out his hand and clenched his fist in the air. A Silavira palm condensed in the air and grabbed at Lu Yunxiong. Lu Yunxiong could not resist at all and was caught by the Silavira palm. Arg! Don't kill me, help, help. Lu Yunxiong's old face turned red as he frantically jabbed his hands and feet with needles while he screamed madly. Lu Ming, let go of him. Do you know who he is? He's Duan Mulin's father-in-law. If you kill him, you'll be in deep trouble, do you know that? The Silavira-robed elder of the Duanmu family flew over and shouted. A great disaster. Just because he was Duan Mulin's father-in-law. What a joke. Lu Ming smiled coldly. Then, he exerted force in his claw and cracking sounds came from Lu Yunxiong's body. Countless bones were crushed and Lu Yunxiong started to scream in pain. No, Lu Ming, don't kill me. I'm your elder. Lu Yunxiong shouted. Bullshit. Lu Ming shouted coldly, his eyes were cold. Father. At this moment, an anxious voice sounded from the sky. Then, a ray of light flew over from the distance. Lu Ming's eyes flickered and he looked at the stream of light. There were two figures in the light. One of them was Lu Yao. The other person was a young man around 17 or 18 years old. He was dressed in black, and he was handsome and cold. A terrifying aura emanated from him. A martial arts grandmaster. This young man, who looked to be 17 or 18 years old, was actually a top expert in the martial arts grandmaster realm. Duan Mulin. That's Duan Mulin. My God. He's flying in the air. He's at the martial ancestor realm. Duan Mulin has broken through to the martial ancestor realm. It's true. Duan Mulin is only 18 years old. An 18-year-old grandmaster. This is too terrifying. There are only a few of them in our mystical sword sect since ancient times. Lu Ming is finished. The people who were watching the battle couldn't help but shout when they saw this young man. Duan Mulin. Lu Ming's eyes moved. Yao, save father. Save father. Lu Ming wants to kill me. Hearing Lu Yao's voice, Lu Yunxiong seemed to have grabbed onto his last life-saving straw as he shouted with all his might. Buzz. The stream of light was very fast. It arrived in a few breaths and stopped in the air not far from Lu Ming. Chapter 184, Chapter 184 Sun and Moon Shining Together. Lu Ming, let my father go. Lu Yao shouted. Do you think it's possible to let him go? You're still as naive as ever. Lu Ming smiled faintly. Lu Ming, you barged into the White Tiger Hall and killed the White Tiger Hall's disciples for no reason. Now, you're trying to kill my father. Do you know how serious of a crime you've committed? Quickly release my father. Lu Yao called out. Sin. What a joke. Lu Yunxiong colluded with the Duanmu family to kill a member of the Lu family for no reason. He even tried to kill my mother. Now, I want to kill him. What crime is there to be guilty of? Lu Ming refuted loudly. What? Lu Yao was shocked. Clearly, she did not know that Lu Yunxiong had gone to the Lu family. However, she was only slightly surprised before she returned to her original expression and said coldly, I don't care. Lu Ming, let go of my father. Lu Ming, I'm begging you. I'm begging you to let me go. I'm in the wrong. Please show mercy. Lu Yunxiong shouted. Clearly, he was really afraid. Show mercy. Huh, Lu Yunxiong, it's ridiculous for you to say something like that. Did you show any mercy to the core elder of the Lu family? If I hadn't arrived in time, would you have shown mercy to my mother? Lu Ming's voice was getting colder and colder. Lu Ming, let me give you a piece of advice. You'd better let him go, then kneel down and admit your guilt. This is your best choice. Otherwise, Tuan Mulin, will say that no one in the world can save you. Tuan Mulin's hands were behind his back. His aura was extremely shocking as he spoke with a cold expression. A haughty expression was revealed between his brows. No one in the world can save me. Who do you think you are? The world was so big, and there were so many geniuses. Did he think that he was the number one in the world just because he had a little cultivation? You're just a frog in a well. Lu Ming looked at Tuan Mulin and berated him. The surrounding crowd was dumbstruck. Lu Ming actually said that Tuan Mulin was a frog at the bottom of a well. They were already in a mess. What did you just say? Tuan Mulin's expression darkened. Nonsense. I'm going to kill Lu Yunxiong right now. Let's see what you can do to me. Lu Ming berated. He then looked at Lu Yunxiong and sneered, Alright, Lu Yunxiong, I'll send you on your way now. No, don't. Lu Ming, don't. I don't want to die, help. Lu Yunxiong screamed crazily. His eyes were filled with fear and hesitation. No. Lu Yao shouted. Don't you dare. Tuan Mulin berated. Bang. Lu Ming sneered. He clenched his fist and the Asilavira palm suddenly closed. With a bang, Lu Yunxiong was bombarded by a huge force and exploded. Lu Yunxiong was dead. Father! Lu Yao shrieked. She then looked at Lu Ming and shouted madly, Lu Ming, I want you to die a horrible death. Boom! Tuan Mulin's aura became even more violent. His face was extremely gloomy, and the killing intent that emanated from his body seemed to be tangible. Lu Ming, you've made a very foolish choice. Tuan Mulin's voice was cold. He waved his hand and Lu Yao landed on the ground. Die. Then, Tuan Mulin shouted and charged toward Lu Ming. Kill. Lu Ming shouted as well and charged toward Tuan Mulin. They've made their move. Tuan Mulin and Lu Ming have made their move. Someone shouted in excitement. Tuan Mulin was a peerless genius with extraordinary talent. He had awakened his bloodline at a very young age and had been unrivaled throughout his journey. No one in his age group was his match. He had suppressed geniuses with special bloodlines and was known as one of the 4 great geniuses of the mystical sword sect. Moreover, he was ranked first among the 4 great geniuses. He had too many honors in the mystical sword sect and was believed to be a genius who would surpass Feng Wuji in the near future. As for Lu Ming, he had only joined the mystical sword sect for slightly more than a year, but he had created many miracles. The newcomer king had won first place on the bronze ranking in his first year and had comprehended force when he was in the master warrior realm. Now, he had even charged into the White Tiger Hall for his family. He was a lawless person. The two of them were now facing off against each other, attracting everyone's attention. Which of them would win? Everyone was staring at it. Boom! Finally, the two of them collided in the air. 2 rays of light, one Asilavira and one black, glowed in the sky, occupying the entire sky. Buzz! Buzz! Then, the 2 voices flew back hundreds of meters. He's much stronger than that Asilavira-robed elder. Lu Ming's eyes flickered. Tuan Mulin had just broken through to the martial ancestor realm not long ago, but his combat strength was not something that an ordinary one-stage martial ancestor realm expert could compare to. He was far more powerful than ordinary experts of the same level. Tuan Mulin was also shocked. After that dash, Kill! Kill! The two of them charged forward at the same time. Terrifying attacks poured towards the other party in a frenzy. Boom! Boom! In the blink of an eye, the two of them had exchanged more than a dozen moves. Roar! Suddenly, a black leopard appeared. It was covered in lightning and had a horn on its head. Bloodline. That's Duanmu Lin's bloodline. The Azure Flood Dragon Lightning Leopard is a 7th grade bloodline. It's said that it possesses the bloodline of a flood dragon and is extremely powerful. Someone shouted. Great Sun Thunder Blade Slash. Duanmu Lin activated his bloodline power and roared. He slashed out with his saber, and endless saber radiance appeared and condensed into a huge sun. The huge sun hung in the air with boundless power. It carried a terrifying and shocking saber radiance as it charged towards Lu Ming. Earth rank martial skill, this is an Earth rank martial skill. Someone shouted. Silavira Wolf Moon Howl. Lu Ming's eyes flickered, then he let out a loud roar, like a wolf king. Then, a huge Silavira wolf appeared. This giant wolf was as large as a mountain. It howled at the sky and then a full moon appeared above its mouth. The full moon emitted boundless radiance that blasted toward Duanmu Lin. This was the Silavira Wolf Demon King's Abhijna. It was contained in the beast's soul and Lu Ming could use it for a short time. A sun and a full moon met in the sky, erupting with endless waves of air. And NBSP, the world was in chaos as energy shot out in all directions. Between the sun and the moon, a beam of light shot up into the sky, creating a huge hole in the white clouds. Everyone looked at the sky, dumbfounded. They looked at the sun, the moon, and the two young men. Break! Duanmu Lin roared. You're still far from it. I'll break you. Ow! Lu Ming howled like a wolf. The Asilavira glow on his body was so thick that it seemed to be tangible. Woo woo woo. The pressure on Lu Ming's body grew stronger and stronger, and he began to let out sizzling sounds. His entire body was in excruciating pain as if it was being torn apart. Fine beads of blood even seeped out of his pores. However, Lu Ming did not care at all. He manically activated the power of the beast soul. Ow! In the sky, the mountain-like Asilavira wolf howled, and the full moon became even more resplendent. Boom! The sun was suppressed. Its light quickly dimmed and it was on the verge of collapse. Boom! 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 Then, with a loud boom, the sun trembled rapidly and exploded. Duanmu Lin's body trembled and he fell to the ground like a cannonball. At the same time, he spat out a mouthful of blood. Duanmu Lin had been injured and defeated. There was an uproar. Chapter 185, The Deans of the Two Courtyards Take Action. Duanmu Lin, the unparalleled genius, had already broken through to the martial arts grandmaster realm. However, he was still defeated by Lu Ming. He was beaten to the point where he vomited blood. Even though Lu Ming had fused with the soul of a demon king and it was not his own strength, this was still shocking enough. This was because being able to fuse with and use the soul of a demon king was a miracle in itself. It was impossible for ordinary people to do so. What peerless genius! You're just a short-sighted brat with a little bit of achievement. I'll kill you now. Lu Ming let out a long howl. His body was wrapped in a thick Asilavira light as he charged toward Duanmu Lin. Everyone was dumbfounded. Audacious. He was truly audacious. Lu Ming actually wanted to kill Duanmu Lin. One had to know that Duanmu Lin was the hope of the Duanmu family. He was the hope for the rise of the Duanmu family. If he killed someone else, there would still be a buffer, but if he killed Duanmu Lin, the Duanmu family would definitely not rest until one of them was dead. However, Lu Ming's eyes were filled with determination. He really wanted to kill Duanmu Lin. Boom! The Esilavira full moon emitted endless radiance. Every ray of radiance was like a spear light that shot toward Duan Mulin. Lu Ming, you dare. The Esilavira robed elder from the Duanmu family disregarded his injuries and pounced on Lu Ming. The dazzling saber radiance was unleashed, but it dissipated as soon as it came into contact with the radiance of the full moon. The Esilavira robed elder could not even withstand a single blow from this move. He spat out blood and was sent flying backward. Lu Ming continued to charge toward Duan Mulin. Evil beast, how dare you! At this moment, a loud shout suddenly rang out in the heavens and earth. With this shout, the world rumbled as an extremely powerful pressure exploded in the sky. Many disciples of the four courtyards with weaker cultivation vomited blood. Their faces turned pale and they fell to the ground on their butts. Then, the clouds in the sky rolled and a huge hand reached out from the clouds, grabbing at Lu Ming. The headmaster of the White Tiger Hall. It's the headmaster of the White Tiger Hall. Someone shouted. Boom! The White Tiger Hall's headmaster was too powerful. Although he was also a martial grandmaster, he was much more powerful than the Esilavira robed elder or Duan Mulin. The huge hand was still in the sky. It shook slightly and an unbelievably strong force appeared and blasted toward Lu Ming. Bang! The Esilavira full moon was like a bubble, dissipating without a sound. The giant Silavira wolf roared angrily, but it also collapsed. Lu Ming's body trembled violently. He spat out blood and retreated rapidly. However, the giant palm did not stop. It continued to press toward Lu Ming at an extremely fast speed. Lu Ming was completely enveloped by the huge palm and it was difficult for him to dodge. Duanmu Pajuan, you're the headmaster of a school, but you're actually attacking a junior disciple. Do you have any fucking shame? At this moment, a furious roar came from the south. At the same time, a sword light crossed the void and slashed at the huge hand. The sword light collided with the giant hand with irresistible force, directly crushing the giant hand into pieces. Then, it continued to fly out and cut into the clouds in the sky. Yen Lan. An angry roar came from the clouds, and then a terrifying blade light flashed. Boom! The energy swept through and the clouds dissipated, revealing a figure inside. It was the headmaster of the White Tiger Hall, Duanmu Pajuan. From the south, a figure appeared. It was the Vermilion Bird Hall's head, Yen Lan. The headmasters of the two academies faced each other from a distance. Their auras intersected, and between heaven and earth, a huge pressure spread out. Lu Ming, you bastard, I'm going to kill you. Below, Duan Mulin roared. His long hair fluttered in the wind, and his aura was demonic. His killing intent was so dense that it was almost tangible. He had been injured by Lu Ming in front of everyone. To him, this was a great humiliation. He must kill Lu Ming. Roar! An earth-shaking roar was heard. An extremely dense blood-red light was emitted from Duan Mulin's body. Then, a flood dragon rushed out from his body. This flood dragon was more than 10 meters long. It had a slender body, 4 claws on its abdomen, and black scales all over its body. Lightning constantly swam on the scales, and a king-like aura spread out. The most eye-catching part was that there were 2 meridian cycles on the black water dragon's body. These meridian cycles were not blood-red in color, but Esilavira. 2 Esilavira chakra. At the scene, almost everyone was stunned. Then, they shouted, King-level bloodline, this is a king-level bloodline. And it's a second-rank royal bloodline. The bloodline that Duan Mulin awakened for the second time is actually a second-rank royal bloodline. This is too shocking. What a monster. He has a chance to become a martial king. Most of them couldn't help but roar. In the process of a warrior breaking through from the 9th grade Great Martial Master realm to the Martial Ancestor realm, there would be a process of nirvana. During this process, one could awaken a second bloodline and a second type of bloodline. Generally speaking, the bloodline level of the second awakening would be higher than the first. As for whether the score would be higher or lower, it was completely uncertain. It depended on the individual's potential and accumulation. This was a true nirvana. Some warriors' first awakening of the bloodline was not high enough, but the second level could awaken an extremely high-level bloodline, and thus soar to the sky and become a world-famous expert. For some martial artists, the first bloodline they awakened was of a very high level, but the second bloodline they awakened might only be one level higher than the first. In that case, they would slowly be caught up by others, even surpassed. Generally speaking, there was another name for a level 9 bloodline. It was called a common bloodline. The chakra of a mortal level bloodline was blood red. Above the ordinary bloodline, there was another level of bloodline, known as the king bloodline. The king level bloodline was also divided into 9 levels. Its meridian cycle was Silavir, and it was unknown how much stronger it was compared to the ordinary level bloodline. No matter if it was the speed of cultivation or the increase in combat power, it was not something that ordinary bloodlines could compare to. It was said that there was another kind of bloodline above the king bloodline, known as the divine bloodline. However, a bloodline of this level was only a legend and was rarely seen in the world. Tuan Mu Lin's second bloodline awakening was actually a second-rank king bloodline. It was truly shocking. It should be known that most people's second bloodline awakening was only a 9th-level ordinary bloodline at most. There were very few who could reach the king bloodline, 1 in 10,000. Tuan Mu Lin's king-level bloodline power rose his aura to the peak. Great Sun Thunder Blade Slash. Tuan Mu Lin roared as his saber cut through the air. Boundless saber radiance condensed into a sun. This sun was twice as strong as the previous one. Silavira Wolf Moon Howl. Lu Ming roared, pushing the power of the beast soul in his body to its limit. Another giant Silavira wolf appeared, howling at the sky. A Silavira full moon appeared, brighter than before. Boom! Once again, the sun and moon collided in the sky. Boundless radiance filled the air and space trembled non-stop as if it was about to explode. Kill, kill! Tuan Mu Lin roared crazily as his violent true qi gushed out continuously. However, Lu Ming also circulated the power of the beast soul to the extreme. Kachi-kachi. Lu Ming's body was constantly emitting the sound of beans being fried. His bones were trembling, his muscles were squirming, and blood was seeping out of his pores. He was under too much pressure. Chapter 186, Kicked in the Head by a Donkey. Devour. Lu Ming controlled his blood meridian with all his might and devoured the tearing force with all his might. The terrifying devouring force spread all over his body to prevent himself from exploding from the beast soul's power. However, after a series of battles, Lu Ming's body was still severely injured. The rumbling continued, and the sun and moon shone in the sky. Everyone's eyes were fixed on the 2 young men in the sky. The 2 headmasters of the White Tiger Hall and the Vermilion Bird Hall were in a standoff, and neither of them could interfere. Buzz! Buzz! In the sky, there was a continuous stream of light, and Silavira-robed elders appeared in the air. At first, it was the Silavira-robed elders from the White Tiger Hall. Soon after, the Silavira-robed elders from the Vermilion Bird Hall, Azure Dragon Hall, and even the Onyx Tortoise Hall appeared in the sky. There were more than 20 Silavira-robed elders from the 4 great academies. Boom! At this moment, the sun and moon in the sky suddenly collapsed, turning into energy and dissipating in the sky. Kill! Kill! The 2 of them roared at the same time, and their killing intent surged like a tide as they pounced toward each other. The blade energy and the spear radiance swept across the sky, breaking through the air and killing. The 2 of them continued to fight in the air, and the battle was extremely intense. Below, Lu Yao looked up at the sky in a daze, her eyes filled with disbelief. Lu Ming, the trash who used to be weak and sickly and could not cultivate, had actually grown to this stage. She found it hard to accept and could not accept it. It's just borrowing external power. He can't be compared to Brother Lin at all. Brother Lin is 100 times, 1,000 times stronger than him. Lu Yao kept warning herself in her heart. Lu Ming. Senior brother Lu Ming. At this moment, Mu Lan, Feng Wu, Pang Shi, and the others had all rushed over. Soon after, even more people arrived after receiving the news. For example, Zhang Muyun, Duan Gang, and the others. After he rushed over, he stood at the side and looked at the sky in shock. In the air, Lu Ming and Duan Mulin had exchanged more than 100 moves, but it was still difficult to determine the victor. Let's attack together and kill that little bastard Lu Ming. He has killed dozens of experts from the Duanmu family. A Silavira-robed elder of the Duanmu family roared. Who would dare? Yen Lan shouted as his sword Qi soared into the sky. The other Silavira-robed elders of the Vermilion Bird Hall also released their auras and rushed forward. Yen Lan, Lu Ming has killed an elder of his sect. He has committed a heinous crime. How dare you protect him? Duanmu Pajuan shouted. The cause of the matter has not been clarified. I believe that Lu Ming would not do such a thing casually. There must be a reason. Yen Lan did not give in. I don't care what his reasons are. It's a fact that Lu Ming killed his fellow disciples and killed the Duanmu family. That's enough. He must die today. Duanmu Pajuan's voice was extremely cold. Then why don't you try? Yen Lan coldly shouted. The two sides were in a stalemate. It looked like an intense battle was about to break out. Enough. At this moment, a calm voice rang out from the depths of the mystical sword sect. It was not angry, but it exuded an air of authority. Sect leader. Yen Lan, Duanmu Pajuan and the Silavira-robed elders' expressions changed. Buzz. Buzz. For rays of light cut through the void and instantly appeared in the sky above the square. 4 figures appeared. The leader of the group was Lin Shui, the sect leader of the mystical sword sect. Behind him, there were 3 elders in golden robes. The moment the sect leader of the mystical sword sect appeared, he frowned. With a wave of his hand, a gentle force was produced and gushed toward Lu Ming and Duanmu Lin, who were still fighting. The two's attacks disappeared, and their bodies seemed to be pushed back by something. Sect leader, please don't stop me. Let me kill this bastard. Duanmu Lin roared madly. His body was filled with killing intent. You're an overconfident piece of trash. Do you think I'll be afraid of you? It's still not certain who will kill who. Do you really think you're a genius? In my eyes, you're just trash. Lu Ming retorted coldly. Bastard, smash it. I'm going to kill you. Duanmu Lin roared. Enough. The sect leader of the mystical sword sect bellowed softly once again. It did not sound heavy, but it reverberated in Lu Ming and Duanmu Lin's ears like thunder. Their expressions changed and they didn't speak. Sect leader, you've come at the right time. Lu Ming, that bastard, first killed dozens of people from the Duanmu family, then he boldly charged into the White Tiger Hall and killed a dozen of our Grandmaster Realm experts in front of everyone. He even killed the chief elder. Such a disgraceful and insane person must die. I beg sect leader to let me kill him with my own hands. Duanmu Pajuan bowed to the sect leader. Duanmu Pajuan, don't try to make false accusations here. I've said it before, let's figure out the reason first. Yen Lan cupped his fists as well before he turned to Lu Ming. Lu Ming, what do you think is going on? Didn't you kill dozens of people from the Duanmu family? When Yen Lan said before, he was obviously referring to the time before they arrived at the White Tiger Hall. Not bad. Lu Ming admitted it directly. As soon as these words were spoken, the entire place was in an uproar. Duanmu Pejuan was overjoyed, while Yanlan was shocked. Mulan and the others looked anxious. Sect Master, look, Lu Ming has admitted it himself, Duanmu Pejuan said. I admit it, but aren't you going to ask me where I killed them? Lu Ming sneered. I don't care where you did it. It's a fact that you've killed my Duanmu family's people. Hee hee. Lu Ming sneered. He could not be bothered with Duanmu Pejuan and said, it's my family. The Lu family and the Duanmu family were led by Lu Yunxiong to kill my family members. They even tried to kill my mother. Do these people deserve to be killed? Lu Ming did not speak to the Duanmu family. Instead, he spoke to the other people from the 4 campuses and the sect master. What? There's such a thing. Everyone was shocked and turned to look at Duanmu Pejuan. Damn it, Duanmu Pejuan, your Duanmu family really has a lot of power. You actually dared to harm the family of your own disciples without permission. You're worse than beasts. If it were me, I would kill you too. Yanlan's hair and beard stood on end as he glared at Duanmu Pejuan. Nonsense. Lu Ming, you're talking nonsense. You're slandering the Duanmu family. You deserve to die. Duanmu Pejuan shouted in anger. Slander. Your Duanmu disciple's corpse is still lying in my Lu family. Do you want to go and take a look? Lu Ming sneered. Duanmu Pejuan's expression was somewhat unsightly as he said, even if there is such a thing, it is possible that they have heard the rumors and been bewitched. You should have returned to the sect to report the situation first and the sect would naturally investigate. However, you acted on your own and killed them. Your intentions are despicable. Ha ha ha. Lu Ming burst out laughing and said, Duanmu Pejuan, what you mean is that you want me to ignore the life and death of my family first and let your Duanmu family kill my Lu family's people and my mother while I come back to report first and then make a decision. Has your head been kicked by a donkey? Or is your IQ just that low? Lu Ming's disdainful voice was like a storm that spread throughout the entire venue. Everyone in the audience gasped. Lu Ming actually dared to scold Duanmu Pejuan. Say that Duanmu Pejuan's head was kicked by a donkey. Isn't he too bold? Little bastard, what did you say? Duanmu Pejuan was so angry that his entire body was trembling, and his old face was red. Chapter 187, Chapter 187 Oppression. Ha ha ha, good scolding, good scolding. This old man's head was already kicked by a donkey. Yanlan laughed. Sect leader, you've seen it for yourself. This kid has no respect for his elders. It's clear how low his character is. If he's allowed to live in this world, he'll be a scourge. We must kill him today. Duanmu Pejuan said to the sect leader. The sect leader of the mystical sword sect frowned. Lu Ming was, without a doubt, a top genius. How could he ask to kill him? However, if he didn't kill them, how would he answer to the Duanmu family? Sect leader, Lu Ming killed 35 Master Realm experts, 15 Grandmaster Realm experts, and even the chief elder of the 9th grade Grandmaster Realm. These people were all elites of the mystical sword sect and had given their all for the sect. Yet, they died at the hands of a junior disciple. If we don't kill Lu Ming, I'm afraid our hearts will turn cold. That's right, sect leader. Even if those people from before were at fault, the dozen or so martial grandmasters behind them were only there to guard the White Tiger Hall and the sect. He was killed mercilessly. Lu Ming must be killed. A few Silavira-robed elders from the White Tiger Hall also stepped forward. Everyone's eyes could not help but look at the square. There were more than a dozen corpses lying there, and the blood had not dried yet. Yanlan furrowed his brows. It was reasonable for Lu Ming to kill those people who had barged into the Lu family previously. However, it was hard to explain the situation with these 10 over people. They stopped me from killing the real murderer. I warned them, but they asked for it. Lu Ming said coldly. Haha, what a joke. Lu Ming, according to what you've said, if the sect leader stops you, you'll kill him too, right? Duanmu Pejuan laughed. Lu Ming frowned and did not say anything. He could not refute this. This matter was caused by your Duanmu family. Lu Ming was also trying to protect his family and his mother. In a moment of desperation, he used more force. This is human nature. It's excusable. He doesn't deserve to die. Yen Lan said. Yen Lan, you're determined to protect Lu Ming, right? Duanmu Pejuan said. Not bad. Yen Lan said firmly. Then let's have a battle today. Let's see how long you can cover for Lu Ming. Duanmu Pejuan roared. Boom. Duanmu Pejuan and Yen Lan's auras exploded forth as they clashed in the air. The sect leader frowned. Junpe, stop. An old voice sounded. Then, with a flash of golden light, a white-haired old man appeared in the air with a walking stick. This old man was wearing a golden robe. It was obvious that he was a golden-robed elder. Father, why have you come out of seclusion? Duanmu Pejuan cried out in surprise when he saw the old man. When the others heard this, they were all shocked. This person was actually Duanmu Pejuan's father. This is troublesome. Yen Lan muttered as he furrowed his brows. Below, Mulan's eyes were filled with worry. Duanmu Pejuan's father, Duanmu Canghai, was the previous patriarch of the Duanmu family and the previous headmaster of the White Tiger Hall. Although he was now a golden-robed elder of the mystical sword sect, his cultivation was extremely terrifying and unfathomable, surpassing the average golden-robed elder. It was said that in recent years, he had been cultivating in seclusion in order to break through the Supreme King's realm. Greetings, old chief. Everyone from the Duanmu family stepped forward and saluted. Old Hai, why have you come out of seclusion? Is there a need to alarm you about this matter? The sect leader's expression changed slightly before he smiled. Duanmu Canghai let out a dry smile and said, Sect leader, if I don't come out and take a walk, the people of my Duanmu family will all be killed. The sect leader's expression changed slightly. He smiled and said, Old Hai's words are too serious, there's no need for this. I've already heard about this. First of all, the Duanmu family is at fault for being bewitched. However, Lu Ming was too ruthless. Not only did he kill all of them, but he also went to the White Tiger Hall and killed more than 10 martial grandmasters. This matter cannot be forgiven. He may be spared from death, but he cannot escape punishment. I suggest that we expel him from the sect. Duanmu Canghai said. No. Yen Lan took a step forward and firmly objected. This old man is so scheming. After kicking Lu Ming out of the sect, without the protection of the sect, they will definitely send people to hunt Lu Ming down. Mulan's eyes were filled with anxiety. Old Hai, Lu Ming has the heart of a teenager. He'll be able to make it easily, but he shouldn't be expelled from the sect. The sect leader said. Sect leader, it seems like you still value talents. However, as you can see, Lu Ming has forcefully fused with the soul of the Demon King. Even if he temporarily gains power, his foundation is crippled. He will no longer be a genius but a cripple. Duanmu Canghai laughed. The sect leader frowned and pondered. After all, the Duanmu family was at fault in this matter. Lu Ming was only avenging his family. Many young disciples would definitely be on Lu Ming's side. If they were to expel Lu Ming from the sect like this, many disciples would be bitterly disappointed. Seeing the sect leader's hesitation, Duanmu Canghai's face turned cold and he said slowly, Sect leader, the Duanmu family has done our best for the mystical sword sect for thousands of years, and we've made countless contributions. Today, so many of our people have been killed by a junior. If you don't expel him from the sect, then let the Duanmu family leave. Boom! This sentence was like a thunderbolt, exploding in everyone's mind and causing a shock. This was a threat. Duanmu Canghai was threatening the sect leader with the entire Duanmu family. Despicable, shameless. Pang Shi, Mu Lan, and the others growled. The sect leader's expression also changed greatly. He became extremely serious and said, "Old Hai, your words are too much." Even though he said that, the sect leader had to take it seriously. Over the years, the Duanmu family had grown stronger and stronger. Almost the entire White Tiger Hall had become their territory. If they lost the Duanmu family, the mystical sword sect would definitely suffer a huge blow and its strength would be greatly reduced. As the sect leader, he had to treat this seriously. Damn it, this old man. Yan Lan clenched his fists tightly. Duanmu Pejuan and the other disciples of the Duanmu family sneered in their hearts. They would like to see how Lu Ming could avoid this calamity. Duanmu Canghai's lips curled into a cunning smile as he waited for the sect leader's answer. After pondering for a while, the sect leader took a deep breath. His eyes flashed as he looked at Lu Ming and said slowly, "Lu Ming, even though there's a reason for this, you've gone too far by killing dozens of people from the White Tiger Hall. They were all from the same sect. This is a grave crime." The sect leader's dignified voice reverberated throughout the entire area. "Sect leader, you can't." Yan Lan roared. "Sect leader, what's wrong with Lu Ming avenging his family? What crime?" Mu Lan also shouted. "If that's the case, doesn't that mean that the Duanmu family can kill our family in the future and we can't take revenge? What kind of logic is that?" Pang Shi also roared, his voice shaking the entire scene. The eyes of many disciples flickered. Clearly, they agreed with Pang Shi's statement. "Impudent! You dare to question the sect leader's will? You'll be punished as well." Duanmu Pejuan roared. His voice was so loud that Mu Lan, Pang Shi, and the others' expressions changed. Chapter 188, Chapter 188 Leaving the Sect. Duanmu Pejuan, what are you shouting for? Are you going to attack the juniors? Yan Lan glared at Duanmu Pejuan. "Principal." Lu Ming suddenly shouted. Yan Lan looked at Lu Ming. The others also looked at Lu Ming. Lu Ming cupped his fists and bowed to Yan Lan, "Thank you for your help, Dean." Then, Lu Ming looked at Mu Lan and the rest. "Senior Sister Mu Lan, Boulder, Funwu, you don't have to say anything. I already understand this." Lu Ming smiled indifferently. The sect leader's meaning was already very clear. What he meant next was that he would definitely be expelled from the sect. It's still not enough. Lu Ming sighed in his heart. Strength. It was all a matter of strength. He was too weak. If he was so strong that he could surpass the Duanmu family, why would the sect leader of the mystical sword sect have such intentions? Why would he be punished? Even if the Duanmu family was destroyed, the sect leader of the mystical sword sect would not say a word. Even though he had displayed unparalleled talent during this period of time. However, that was only for now. He was still young after all. Who knew what would happen in the future? Would it be like a shooting star, flashing and disappearing? There were too many such examples in the world. Moreover, Duanmu Lin was also a peerless genius. He had awakened a second-rank king bloodline and had broken through to the martial ancestor realm at the age of 18. He could expect to become a martial king in the future. In many people's eyes, Duanmu Lin's future would definitely be stronger than Lu Ming's. All in all, Lu Ming's value and weight paled in comparison to the Duanmu family. That was why the sect leader had chosen the Duanmu family in the end. This was the reality. Lu Ming sighed in his heart, then smiled faintly. He looked at the sect leader of the mystical sword sect and said in a clear voice, "Sect leader Lin, today, I, Lu Ming, will leave the mystical sword sect." The voice was calm and indifferent, causing everyone's heart to tremble. Lu Ming wanted to withdraw from the mystical sword sect. Lu Ming, you can't. Mulan shouted. Senior brother Lu Ming. Pang Shi gritted his teeth, his eyes wide open. AI. Zhang Muyun, Duan Gang, and the others sighed. Many of the Duanmu family's disciples laughed. Duanmu Canghai and Duanmu Pejuan's faces revealed a cold smile. Senior Sister Mulan, Big Rock, you don't have to say anything. I've made up my mind. Rather than waiting to be expelled from the sect, it would be better to withdraw himself. AI. The sect leader Lin Shui let out a long sigh and said, Lu Ming, Lin Shui, guarantee that no one will dare to touch your family again. I will guarantee their safety for 10 years. Elder Yu. Lin Shui shouted. This old man is here. Behind Lin Shui, a gold-robed elder cupped his fists and said. Set off immediately and guard the Lu family of Fiery Wind City for 10 years. Ensure the Lu family's safety for 10 years. Kill anyone who dares to touch the Lu family. Lin Shui ordered. Yes, sir. The golden-robed elder cupped his fists and turned into a stream of light, disappearing into the sky. Duanmu Canghai's old eyes squinted and a glint flashed across his eyes. Duanmu Pejuan's expression was somewhat unsightly. It was obvious that Shui Lin's actions were to guard against the Duanmu family. Thank you, sect leader Lin. Lu Ming stepped forward and cupped his fists to express his gratitude. He was thanking her from the bottom of his heart. He had been worried about the Lu family and his mother, but now there was no need to. With a gold-robed elder guarding the place, the Lu family would be safe for the next 10 years. Lu Ming, I've let you down. As the sect leader of the mystical sword sect, I have to think for the sake of the mystical sword sect. Lin Shui sighed and it rang in Lu Ming's ears. Of course, it was a voice transmission, so no one else could hear it. Lu Ming nodded and did not say much. Then, it flew towards Yanlan. Dean, Lu Ming thanks you for your help. He bowed. Lu Ming, you don't have to do this. Even if I have to risk my life, I can still protect you. Yanlan said. Lu Ming will always remember the Dean's kindness. Lu Ming saluted again and moved to Mulan's side. Lu Ming. Senior brother Lu Ming. Mulan and the others called out one by one. Their eyes were filled with anger and reluctance. Everyone, please take care of yourself in the future. I will come back to see you. Lu Ming said with a smile. Senior brother Lu Ming, since you're leaving the sect, I'll leave with you. I'm not staying here any longer. Pang Shi roared. Big Rock, what are you talking about? Just focus on your cultivation in the mystical sword sect. With your talent, you'll definitely be successful in the future. Don't let your parents down. Lu Ming said, feeling very warm in his heart. In the mystical sword sect, the best thing he had gained was making a few true friends. But Yen. Pang Shi's eyes were bloodshot, and his fists were clenched so tightly that they made cracking sounds. But what? Cultivate well, we'll definitely meet again in the future and have a drink together. Lu Ming patted Pang Shi's shoulder and said sternly. Pang Shi gritted his teeth, then nodded solemnly. Lu Ming, be careful when you leave the mystical sword sect. The Duanmu family will not let you off so easily. Mulan warned. Her eyes were filled with worry. Lu Ming nodded. He was very clear about this. He and the Duanmu family had long been at each other's throats. Suddenly, Lu Ming smiled and whispered into Mulan's ear, Senior Sister Mulan, don't forget that you still owe me a reward. I'll be asking for it the next time we meet. After he finished speaking, he even sniffed it heavily. As long as you're alive, everything can be discussed. Mulan's face reddened. Everything can be discussed. Was he hinting at something? Lu Ming's heart skipped a beat. Then, he smiled and left. Lu Ming, take care. Zhang Muyun strode out and cupped his fists at Lu Ming. Lu Ming, take care. After that, Ling Kong, Duan Gang, Zhuairong, Qing Feicheng, and the rest walked out and cupped their fists at Lu Ming. Everyone, take care. Let's have a drink together next time. Lu Ming laughed heartily. There's still a next time when we drink. Lu Ming, I will kill you. Duan Mulin's eyes were cold and his voice was filled with killing intent. Lu Ming turned around and looked at Duan Mulin with a cold smile. Duan Mulin, do you really think you're a genius? I, Lu Ming, swear today that I will take your head with my own strength within 2 years. What a joke. With your own strength? You won't be my match for the rest of your life. Duan Mulin sneered. His smile was full of disdain. Also, we'll see if you're still alive. He's just talking for fun. He's forcefully fused with the Demon King's soul and will soon become a cripple. He's already at the end of his road. Duanmu Pejuan sneered. Oh, really? Just you wait, old man. I've killed dozens of people from your Duanmu family today, but I'll definitely use my spear to wipe out the Duanmu family in the future. With that, Lu Ming leaped forward and laughed. Step by step, he walked in the air and headed out of the mystical sword sect. Under the sunlight, Lu Ming's young back was filled with confidence, determination, unyielding, and a heroic spirit as if he had vowed to break through the heavens. This scene, this moment, this back view, was deeply imprinted in the minds of everyone present. He would never forget it for the next 10, 20, or even his entire life. Chapter 189, with a spear in hand, he can dominate the world. Lu Ming, I believe that you'll be fine. You'll create a miracle and flatten the Duanmu family in the future. Mulan said softly. As for Feng Wu, she looked at Lu Ming's back view with mixed feelings. This young man, who was about the same age as him, had joined the mystical sword sect and participated in the assessment together with her. However, he had created too many miracles. In the past, she had a special feeling for Lu Ming. However, she suppressed that feeling after Lu Ming burst out with a dazzling light. She knew that the gap between them was too big, and it would only get bigger in the future. Senior brother Lu Ming. Pang Shi's fists were clenched tightly, and his eyes were filled with tears. His body was trembling non-stop. Lu Ming, the world is unfair, but I believe that you can overcome all obstacles and overcome all obstacles. In the future, I'll wait for you to drink and discuss Tao with me. Zhang Muyun muttered to himself. Beside him, Zhuairong grabbed Zhang Muyun's hands tightly. Lu Ming, Lu Ming. Lu Yao stared at Lu Ming's back in a daze. At this moment, she did not know why, but her heart was filled with complicated feelings. On one hand, she hated Lu Ming. He was just a piece of trash that she had abandoned. How could he have such high talent? He had even killed his father and crippled his big brother. On the other hand, she was afraid. She was afraid that Lu Ming would really kill his way into the Duanmu family one day and destroy everything she had. Lu Ming, you should just go to hell. Finally, Lu Yao growled. AI. The sect leader of the mystical sword sect, Lin Shui, let out a long sigh. She turned around, took a step forward, and disappeared into the horizon. Duanmu Canghai looked in the direction where Lu Ming had disappeared, his murky old eyes glimmering. Pejuan, this man is too extraordinary. He's a rare genius. We can't let him live. I can't rest easy if he's not dead. Duanmu Canghai solemnly said to Duanmu Pejuan. Duanmu Pejuan's heart trembled. His father actually regarded Lu Ming so highly. Was Lu Ming really such a big threat? Don't worry, father. I'll make the necessary arrangements. Duanmu Pejuan said as he bowed. That's good. Duanmu Canghai nodded and took a step forward, disappearing without a trace. The crowd slowly dispersed. However, Lu Ming's name was destined to shock every single person in the mystical sword sect after today's incident. His name would be engraved in the history of the mystical sword sect. Lu Ming left the mystical sword sect and flew into the distance at high speed. Not long after, he charged into a mountain forest. At this time, the aura on his body was rapidly declining. Although the Demon King's soul was powerful, it had been holding on for so long that its power was exhausted. Lu Ming's body trembled and he could not help but spit out a mouthful of blood. The backlash from the Demon King's soul was too strong. Even with the spirit-devouring bloodline, my body almost couldn't take it and was heavily injured. Lu Ming pondered. At this moment, his bones were slightly cracked, his muscles were torn by the powerful force, and a thick layer of blood scabs formed on his skin. However, it was not as serious as Duanmu Pajuan and the rest had imagined. They thought that Lu Ming was already crippled. As long as Lu Ming focused on healing his injuries, he would be fully recovered in a few days. This was the uniqueness of the spirit-devouring bloodline. Lu Ming looked in the direction of the mystical sword sect, his eyes glimmering. At the end of the day, it's all because I'm too weak. The Duanmu family is using their entire family to suppress the sect leader of the mystical sword sect. I'm no match for the entire Duanmu family. But that's only for now. It won't be long before I prove that I, alone, can suppress an entire family and an entire force. I want to become stronger. With a spear in hand, I want to dominate the world. That is my goal. Lu Ming clenched his fists tightly and his eyes were filled with determination. There's also Qiu Yu. I can't say goodbye to her this time. If she finds out that I've left the mystical sword sect, I wonder what she'll do. That girl will probably cause a huge ruckus. Lu Ming pondered secretly. Forget it. We'll meet again eventually. The most important thing now is to heal. With a single thought, Lu Ming appeared in the supreme shrine. He took out a healing pill and swallowed it, then began to channel his energy to heal his injuries. 2 days later, Lu Ming's injuries had recovered by 80%. Mother must be worried about me coming out this time. I should go home now and see Mother so that she can be at ease. After that, I'll head to the imperial capital and try to think of a way to save Father while I cultivate. After planning his journey, Lu Ming left the supreme shrine and found a small river in the forest. He washed the blood off his body and changed into a black robe and a bamboo hat. He left the forest and headed towards Fiery Wind City. The black robe and bamboo hat were the ones he had used in the past, and they had been kept in the supreme shrine. The Duanmu family would not let him off so easily, so he had to be careful when he moved. He changed directions several times on his way to Fiery Wind City. He only returned to the Lu family after 7 days. Ming, you're fine. That's great. At the first sight of Lu Ming, Li Ping's tears flowed down and she hugged him tightly. Lu Ming had gone after Lu Yunxiong. During this period of time, she had been on tenterhooks every day, afraid that something had happened to Lu Ming. Mother, I'm fine. Don't worry. Lu Ming smiled. It's good that you're alright, it's good. Li Ping kept nodding her head and looked at Lu Ming carefully. After that, he started talking to Li Ping about the Lu family's situation over the past few days. Previously, the 2nd to 6th branches of the Lu family had all surrendered to Lu Yunxiong. However, he did not expect Lu Ming to return. Not only did he kill almost all of the people that Lu Yunxiong had brought, he even went after Lu Yunxiong. The people from the Lu clan's branch were terrified when they saw the invincible experts lying dead in the courtyard. It was unbelievable that Lu Ming was so powerful. For the past few days, she had been trembling in fear, waiting for Lu Ming's return and his judgment. After chatting with Li Ping for a while, the remaining 3 core elders of the Lu clan came to pay their respects. The 3 of us pay our respects to the young master. The 3 core elders bowed and greeted Lu Ming. 3 elders, there's no need to be so polite. Lu Ming quickly helped the 3 core elders up. The core elders still stood by the Lu family and Li Ping's side at the moment of life and death. This made him very touched and respectful. The 3 core elders looked at Lu Ming with undisguised joy in their eyes. Lu Ming had such powerful combat strength and was able to come back alive after chasing after Lu Yunxiong. This meant that the Lu family was about to rise. They were naturally overjoyed. Young master, the branch leaders of the 2nd to 6th branches are waiting outside. One of the core elders said. Oh. Then let them wait. Come, 3 elders, let's have some tea and chat. Lu Ming smiled and invited the 3 core elders to take a seat. Then, Lu Ming asked about the Lu family's situation and the details of Lu Yunxiong's visit. Time flew by and 2 hours passed. Go, let them in. Lu Ming instructed a maidservant. The servant girl responded and went out. Not long after, 5 middle-aged men came in. The 5 middle-aged men were the branch masters of the 2nd to 6th branches. They were also the elders of the Lu clan. This subordinate greets the young master. The 5 branch masters hurriedly knelt down when they saw Lu Ming. Chapter 190, Chapter 190 Reorganizing the Lu family. Lu Ming sat on his seat and accepted the bow calmly. He glanced at them indifferently and sneered, I'm your young master. Your master is Lu Yunxiong, right? The 5 branch heads turned pale, and one of them said, Young master, you've misunderstood. The force that Lu Yunxiong brought with him that day was too strong. If we were to resist, we would definitely be annihilated. If that were to happen, the Lu family would really be finished. That's right, young master. We surrendered to Lu Yunxiong only because we wanted to save our lives. We'll wait for you to return. Oh. Is that so? Lu Ming looked at the few of them with a faint smile. He did not say anything but picked up the teacup and slowly sipped the tea. The 5 branch masters looked at each other. They did not know what Lu Ming was thinking, and they felt uneasy. At that time, the mystical sword sect seemed to have already informed me of my death, right? You're still waiting for my return? Could it be that you already knew that I wasn't dead? Lu Ming asked indifferently. The 5 of them began to sweat. They looked at each other and then said, the young master is so talented. How could he die so easily? We guessed that the young master was not dead, so we used that plan. Oh. So that's how it is, you're all so resourceful that you can even help people read their fortunes. Lu Ming said indifferently and continued to drink his tea. The 5 branch masters' faces turned red, but they could only grit their teeth and remain silent. The atmosphere seemed to have frozen at once. Lu Ming sipped his tea, the 3 core elders and Li Ping did not speak, and the 5 branch masters could only stand there, not daring to make a sound. The current Lu Ming was no longer the useless young master from back then. His combat strength was unparalleled, and his cultivation had reached an unbelievable realm. Crushing them to death was as easy as crushing an ant. He had formed a very powerful aura without them knowing. They did not even dare to breathe loudly in front of Lu Ming. I've already killed Lu Yunxiong. Suddenly, Lu Ming's voice was heard. What? Not only the 5 branch masters, but the 3 core elders were also shocked. I've already killed Lu Yunxiong in the White Tiger Hall. So, don't even think that you'll be lucky. This is the fate of those who betray the Lu family. Lu Ming said coldly. Sisi Gu. Everyone gasped. Lu Ming had actually killed Lu Yunxiong at the White Tiger Hall and returned alive. How capable was he? They could not imagine it. At the same time, the 5 branch masters were terrified. They looked at each other and knelt down together. Young master, we were really foolish that day. Please forgive us. We will wholeheartedly assist you in the future and revitalize the Lu family. If we disobey, we will die a horrible death. Why do I not believe it? Lu Ming looked at the 5 branch masters with a faint smile. The cold sweat on the faces of the 5 branch masters became even more concentrated, and it kept dripping down. How about this? All of you swear an oath to the inner demons, and I'll believe you. Lu Ming said indifferently. An oath of inner demons. The 5 branch masters' expressions changed drastically. The so-called oath of the heart demon was an oath to one's heart, using one's blood essence as a step. Once a martial artist made a mental demon oath, if he were to go against it in the future, it would be very easy for his mental demons to act up during cultivation, and he would die from chi deviation. What's wrong? If you don't want to make an oath, I won't be at ease leaving you behind. Lu Ming's voice turned cold. The 5 branch heads' expressions changed drastically, and they hurriedly said, "We swear an oath." After that, the 5 of them made the oath of inner demons. At this moment, Lu Ming smiled and said, "In the future, you will know that your choice is correct. Now, go down." The 5 branch masters quickly took their leave. 3 elders, the Lu family's strength has been greatly reduced after going through so many twists and turns. However, the quality of the people is more important than the quantity. I have some secret cultivation techniques here. You can take them and cultivate. Lu Ming's phone glowed. A stack of books appeared on the table. A cultivation technique or martial skill manual. The 3 core elders were a little puzzled. They each picked up a book and flipped through it. As soon as they opened it, the 3 of them widened their eyes in shock. A yellow grade upper level martial arts technique. Mine is also a yellow grade upper level. Me too. The 3 core elders exclaimed in unison. 3 elders, here are 5 sets of yellow grade upper level martial arts techniques and 10 sets of yellow grade lower level martial arts techniques. You can take them to cultivate, or you can choose the best seedlings in the family and pass them on to them. Lu Ming said with a smile. 5 yellow tier upper level and 10 yellow tier lower level. The 3 core elders gasped. The Lu family only had 1 upper yellow level cultivation skill, which was regarded as the clan's most important cultivation skill. Ordinary people were not qualified to cultivate it. The Lu clan did not have many yellow level lower class martial arts techniques, only 6 or 7 of them. Now, Lu Ming had actually taken out so many cultivation technique secret manuals in one go. If the Lu family's disciples cultivated them, their abilities would increase by a large margin very quickly. Many thanks, young master. The 3 core elders thanked Lu Ming, their bodies trembling with excitement. There's no need to thank me, elders. Since I'm the Lu family's young master, this is what I should do. Lu Ming said. In the ruins of the Dongyi tribe, Lu Ming had obtained more than 30 yellow-grade cultivation methods and martial arts techniques. These martial arts techniques were not of much use to him and could only be sold. He might as well keep them with the Lu family and increase their strength. There's more. Lu Ming had a thought and some jade bottles appeared on the table. These jade bottles contained some medicinal pills. Some could heal injuries, some could dispel poison, and some could raise the cultivation of martial artists in the warrior realm and even the master realm. Lu Ming had obtained them from the enemies he had killed. They were not of much use to him, but they were very useful to the majority of the Lu clan's invigorated Meridian realm and warrior realm martial artists. Take all these pills. As for how to split them, you guys decide. Lu Ming said. Young master, you've given everything to the family. What about you? One of the core elders said. Take it. I have no use for these. Lu Ming said with a smile. Alright, that's good. We'll take it. We'll definitely select disciples who are loyal to the Lu family and distribute it to them to improve the Lu family's strength. Another core elder said excitedly. The three of them carefully put away the pills. Li Ping was so happy that she could not close her mouth when she saw Lu Ming taking out so many treasures. After the three core elders kept the items, they bade Lu Ming farewell. They were in a hurry to go back and discuss how to make good use of these treasures. They could not let the Lu family improve their strength as soon as possible. Lu Ming stayed at the Lu family for 7 days. 7 days later, Lu Ming decided to bid farewell to Li Ping. He could not hide in the Lu clan forever. There were some things that he had to face. Moreover, he had to investigate Lu Yuntian's whereabouts as soon as possible. In the main manor's courtyard. Ming, be careful when you go out. Li Ping did not ask Lu Ming to stay. She only reminded him to be careful. A man's ambition was to travel far and wide. Moreover, a genius like Lu Ming would not be trapped in one place. That would only restrict him. Li Ping was well aware of this, so she did not try to persuade him to stay. Mother, don't worry. Ming, will be fine. Lu Ming said. After that, Lu Ming pondered and hesitated. After a while, he said, Mother, Ming has something to tell you. Lu Ming intended to tell Li Ping that Lu Yuntian might still be alive. Chapter 191, Chapter 191 The Reappearance of the Shadow Wolf Pavilion. In the past, he had chosen to hide the truth because he was worried that Li Ping would miss and worry about him. However, after experiencing so many things during this period of time, he had understood many things. Although Li Ping would be worried and concerned if he told her about this, there would always be hope in her heart. No matter what happened, she would always have a glimmer of hope in her heart. As long as there was hope, it was enough. What news? Li Ping asked curiously when she saw how serious Lu Ming was. Father, he might not be dead. Lu Ming said seriously. As soon as she finished speaking, Li Ping's body suddenly trembled and her pupils widened. Then, Li Ping's body trembled more and more violently. Her eyes shone with a strong sense of hope as she said in a trembling voice, Ming Xiao, Ming, what did you say? Mother, I said that father might not be dead. Lu Ming repeated. He didn't die. He didn't die. Ming, is this true? Slowly, Li Ping's expression became one of extreme excitement, and her tears could no longer be held back. He then asked, Ming, where did you get this news? Is it true? If your father isn't dead, then where has he been all these years? Mother, it is like this. Lu Ming then told Li Ping about his encounter with Zhou Linshan in detail. So it's him. Back then, he sent me a spirit sword and a pendant. I once asked about Yun Tian's whereabouts, but he told me that Yun Tian was already dead. So he lied back then. Does that mean that Yun Tian is really still alive? Li Ping said excitedly, her eyes full of hope. Yes, mother. Father might have fallen into the hands of the 10-Direction Sword School, so I plan to go to the imperial capital to investigate his whereabouts. Ming, I've heard that the 10-Direction Sword School is the strongest sect in the Blazing Sun Empire. You have to be careful. Li Ping warned, very worried. Mother, don't worry. Ming, won't go head-to-head with the 10-Direction Sword School now. He'll just investigate. Nothing will happen. Lu Ming said. Only then did Li Ping feel more at ease. Mother, don't worry. As long as father is still alive, Ming will definitely be able to save him and let our family reunite. Lu Ming said firmly. Ming, mother believes you. Li Ping said with a smile. Mother, I'll be leaving then. Lu Ming nodded heavily. Go. Lu Ming bade farewell to Li Ping and headed outside. Walking out of the Lu residence, Lu Ming looked at the back of the Lu family. After a moment of thought, he moved and headed there. There was a fruit forest behind the Lu family, and it was filled with fruit trees. There were also small bridges, flowing water, pavilions, and lakes. The environment was very elegant. Lu Ming walked into the fruit forest and came to a small lake. An elder was fishing by the lake. This old man was the golden-robed elder sent by Lin Shui, the sect leader of the mystical sword sect, to guard the Lu family. Lu Ming, your senses are really sharp. I was cultivating 2 days ago, and you could already sense the slight fluctuations I revealed. The gold-robed elder smiled. Lu Ming thanked Senior for coming to guard the Lu family. Lu Ming cupped his fists and bowed. You don't have to thank me. I'm just following orders. You deserve it. After all, the sect has let you down. The golden-robed elder sighed. Lu Ming was silent and did not speak. The golden-robed elder pondered for a moment and sighed, Lu Ming, I hope you don't blame the sect leader. In fact, he's in a very difficult position. As the sect leader, he has to put the interests of the mystical sword sect above all else. Senior, I don't blame anyone. In this world, the weak are prey to the strong. If I have to blame someone, I can only blame myself for being too weak. However, one day, I will rule over all forces and families. I will make sure that the heavens can no longer cover my eyes. Lu Ming said. He seemed to be talking to the old man but also to himself. The old man was startled and seemed to be moved. No matter what, Lu Ming still has to thank Senior. Lu Ming cupped his fists again and bowed to the elder. He then turned around and strode away. Looking at Lu Ming's back as he left, the old man was in a daze. After a long time, he let out a long sigh. Sect leader, perhaps you've made the wrong choice this time. Lu Ming left the fruit forest but did not leave Fiery Wind City immediately. Instead, he found a hidden place and entered the supreme shrine to start cultivating. Time passed and night fell. Lu Ming then left the supreme shrine. He put on his black robe and bamboo hat and left the city. Then, he headed in the direction of the imperial capital. The capital of the Burning Sun Empire was located at the center of the empire, to the west of Fiery Wind City. It was more than 100,000 miles away. Even with Lu Ming's current movement technique, it would take him more than 20 days to reach the imperial capital. In the first 3 days, everything was calm. However, on the evening of the 4th day, Lu Ming, who was in a hurry, suddenly stopped. That was because he felt a few waves of killing intent surrounding him. Someone was trying to kill him. Without any hesitation, Lu Ming stomped his foot and his figure soared into the sky. Just as Lu Ming charged forward, a sharp and cold sword aura pierced the spot where Lu Ming had been standing. With a clang, the sword chi left a deep hole in the ground. Buzz! Buzz! Then, 7 or 8 figures appeared from all directions like ghosts. Lu Ming swept his gaze across. There were a total of 8 figures, all of them wearing black robes and masks. It was a Silavira wolf mask. The Shadow Wolf Pavilion. Lu Ming immediately recalled that this was the Shadow Wolf Pavilion, one of the 4 major assassin organizations in the Blazing Sun Empire. The Silavira wolf mask represented the Silavira wolf-level assassin of the Shadow Wolf Pavilion. 5 6th grade Great Martial Master and 3 7th grade Great Martial Master. The Shadow Wolf Pavilion really thinks highly of me, Lu Ming. Lu Ming's eyes flickered. Kill! Kill! There were 8 murderous sounds and 8 extremely sharp sword chi that were aimed at Lu Ming. Let's see who kills who. Lu Ming let out a long howl. At this moment of life and death, Lu Ming activated his blood meridian and an ancient shield appeared on his body. Explode! Lu Ming did not care about the attacks from the other 7 people. His spear turned into a ray of light and shot toward a 6th grade Great Martial Master assassin from the Shadow Wolf Pavilion. Bang, bang, bang. 7 consecutive attacks landed on Lu Ming's body. 4 of them were blocked by the shield. The shield buzzed and trembled, but in the end, it was not broken. However, the area that the shield could cover was limited and it could only block one direction. There were still 3 rays of sword aura that blasted Lu Ming. The spirit-devouring bloodline had devoured 50% of the attack, but the remaining energy still made Lu Ming's body tremble. Boom! At this moment, Lu Ming's attack had also erupted. The 6th grade Great Martial Master Expert was killed in one shot without even being able to let out a scream. Devour. A powerful devouring force appeared and devoured the assassin's blood essence. Damn it, didn't they say that Lu Ming had fused with the soul of the Demon King and was half crippled? How can it be so terrifying? It seems like the information was wrong. Let's avoid that shield and attack Lu Ming's body directly. We can kill him once the time limit of his blood meridian is over. The assassins shouted. Chapter 192, The Battle in the Wild Forest. Chi. 7 figures flickered rapidly like 7 shadow wallivers. They were extremely fast. As his figure flickered, sharp and vicious sword Chi dodged Lu Ming's ancient shield and stabbed at him. Kill! Lu Ming shouted. He ignored the attacks from all directions and focused on a 6th grade Great Martial Master assassin. He went all out to kill him. The other party was shocked and quickly retreated. However, Lu Ming's speed was even faster. He used his midair steps to the maximum and his body seemed to be weightless. Landslide. Lu Ming's long spear came from above and smashed down heavily. 100-meter-long spear light as thick as a water tank smashed toward the assassin. Bang! Although the assassin tried his best to block, he was still sent flying and blood spurted out of his mouth. Lightning. With a chi sound, the spear ray pierced through the opponent's heart like lightning. He killed another person. However, in the process, Lu Ming was hit 7 to 8 times. Even though he had the spirit-devouring bloodline, his face was still pale and there was blood at the corner of his mouth. He was injured. At this moment, his aura was rapidly declining. The time for the bloodline explosion was up. It's time for his bloodline to explode. The remaining assassins were ecstatic. Just now, Lu Ming was like an immortal demon god. He ignored his attacks and killed 2 people in a row, which really made them shudder with fear. He's already injured. In addition to his weakened strength, he won't be able to escape. A 7th grade Great Martial Master assassin shouted. The other 5 people moved in a flash and surrounded Lu Ming. You were sent by the Duanmu family, right? Lu Ming suddenly asked. Humph. You don't care who sent us, we're here to take your life. One of the assassins sneered, his voice cold. Lu Ming sneered. Although the other party did not give in, he was sure that it was the Duanmu family. Other than the Duanmu family, who else would want to kill him? He had probably been targeted not long after he left Fiery Wind City. Moreover, when Lu Ming first went to the Mystical Sword sect to participate in the assessment, he was assassinated by the Shadow Wolf Pavilion in the Mystical Sword City. Back then, his only enemies were the Duanmu family. Lu Ming did not believe that it was not the Duanmu family. Tell me, what is the relationship between the Duanmu family and your Shadow Wolf Pavilion? Or rather, what is the relationship between the Shadow Wolf Pavilion and the Mystical Sword sect? Lu Ming asked coldly. You still have a lot of questions when you're about to die. However, you'd better go to hell and ask the King of Hell. Kill. A 7th grade Great Martial Master assassin shouted coldly and charged at Lu Ming. The other 5 people launched their attacks as well. The sword aura was like a net that covered Lu Ming. Buzz. Lu Ming did not take it head-on. Instead, he used the midair steps to dodge it. However, the other party was a top-notch assassin and they had good teamwork. Lu Ming could not dodge them completely. If not for the ancient shield, he would have been injured. Even so, Lu Ming was still in danger. Lu Ming's current cultivation was at the peak of the third-grade Grandmaster realm. Under the condition that he did not activate his blood meridian, he could fight with a 7th-grade Grandmaster and even suppress them. However, the other party had 3 7th-grade Great Martial Masters and 3 6th-grade Great Martial Masters. They worked well together and Lu Ming was at a complete disadvantage. The 6 flashes of sword chi completely enveloped Lu Ming. Lu Ming's long spear was brandished as he fought with them. Bang! A 6th-grade Great Martial Master assassin was swept away by the spear and was sent flying 100 meters away. His face was pale. However, Lu Ming also paid the price. A sword wound appeared on his body and blood flowed out. Refine, refine! Lu Ming roared. He had just devoured the blood essence of 2 6th-grade Great Martial Master Realm assassins, and he was refining them while fighting. He wanted to break through. His cultivation had always been at the peak of the 3rd-grade Great Martial Master Realm, only a step away from the 4th-grade Great Martial Master Realm. As long as he could break through, his combat strength would increase greatly, and he would be able to fight back. However, it was not easy to break through to the Great Martial Master Realm. Boom! The true chi in his body was rumbling, but it was difficult to break through for the time being. Not enough. I don't have enough energy. I have to kill one more person and devour one more person's blood essence to break through. Lu Ming roared in his heart. Kill! He used all his strength and pounced towards the injured killer. But how could the other assassins let him do as he wished? They charged at him with all their might. Not long after, 2 more wounds appeared on Lu Ming's body. If he had not dodged in time, he would have been cut in half. However, even though he was injured, he still got the result he wanted. The 6th-grade Great Martial Master Killer was hit by Lu Ming's spear again. This spear attack was even more overbearing. Half of the other party's body had almost exploded and was sent flying. He was already half dead. Die! Lu Ming charged forward without a care. Puchi! Lu Ming paid the price of another wound, but he also ended the 6th-grade Great Martial Master Killer with one shot. Devour! His spirit-devouring bloodline erupted with a powerful devouring power, devouring the other party's blood essence in an instant. Boom! 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 In his bloodline, waves of energy immediately emerged. Break! Break! Lu Ming roared in his heart. At the same time, he dodged the attacks of the remaining assassins with all his might. After more than 10 moves, Lu Ming's injuries became more serious and the situation became more disadvantageous to him. Boom! At this moment, a loud boom suddenly erupted from his body. Lu Ming's aura instantly bloomed. 4th-grade Great Master Realm, breakthrough. Boom! Lu Ming's spear swept out and collided with a 7th-grade Grandmaster Killer. The long spear and sword clashed, and the other party's expression changed drastically. The sword bent, and his body was sent flying backward. Cultivation base breakthrough. How is that possible? One of the assassins shouted. Now, let's see who will kill who. Lu Ming bellowed in rage. His aura was wild and his long spear swept out. The spear's radiance was like a mountain. Bang! Bang! The 2 6th-grade Great Martial Master assassins were sent flying and slid for dozens of meters on the mountain. They were already half dead and couldn't move. Monster, what a monster! Let's go. The remaining 3 7th-grade Great Martial Master Realm experts' expressions changed drastically. Without thinking, they actually turned around and ran. Lu Ming's eyes were cold. He stared at one of them and chased after him. Ah! The assassin who was being chased by Lu Ming bellowed in shock. He realized that he was not as fast as Lu Ming. Very soon, Lu Ming caught up with him. I'll fight you to the death. The assassin roared and charged at Lu Ming. Unfortunately, he was no match for Lu Ming. Now that Lu Ming had broken through to the 4th grade Grandmaster realm, he could even put up a fight against an ordinary 8th grade Grandmaster, let alone him. He was completely suppressed. The assassin could only resist a dozen moves with all his might before he was pierced by Lu Ming's spear. After that, Lu Ming devoured the assassin's blood essence. He then turned around and killed the 2 6th grade Great Martial Master assassins, devouring their blood essence. A storage ring. Lu Ming realized that each of the assassins had a storage ring. Lu Ming put it away without any hesitation. Then, his figure moved, and he headed toward the deep mountains and old forests by the side. After running more than 30 miles in one go, Lu Ming finally stopped. His body trembled and he spat out a mouthful of blood. In the battle just now, although he had achieved outstanding results, his injuries were not light. Duanmu family, I, Lu Ming, swear that I'm not a human being if I don't trample all of you. Lu Ming roared in his heart, his eyes flashing with killing intent. Chapter 193, The Golden Wolf Killer. Then, Lu Ming entered the Supreme Shrine and began to refine his blood essence to heal his injuries. At this moment, on a mountain peak 100 miles away from Lu Ming, a black-robed man wearing a golden wolf mask stood with his hands behind his back. His body was filled with cold killing intent. He was the Golden Wolf Killer of the Shadow Wolf Pavilion. Buzz! Buzz! Suddenly, 2 figures, as fast as lightning, sprinted towards the mountain peak. When he arrived in front of the man with the golden wolf mask, he knelt down. What's going on? Where are the others? The man with the golden wolf mask said coldly. Sir, the rest of them are dead. They were killed by Lu Ming. The information we received is wrong. Lu Ming is not half crippled. One of the Silavira wolf assassins said. Not crippled. Then, can he still use beast souls? The Golden Wolf Killer asked. I don't think so. Although he killed so many of our people, Lu Ming's injuries are definitely not light. Under such circumstances, he did not use his beast soul. I think he must have used up all his beast souls. One of the Silavira wolf killers speculated. Good, there's no beast soul. That's good. Lu Ming is dead for sure. The 2 of you, come with me to kill Lu Ming. The Golden Wolf Killer ordered. Previously, he did not attack together with Lu Ming as he was afraid that Lu Ming still had beast souls on him. Hence, he sent someone to test him first. Now that it was confirmed that Lu Ming did not have a beast soul, he was about to make his move. Yes. The 2 Silavira wolf killers responded. The 3 figures disappeared without a trace. In the Supreme Shrine, Lu Ming was refining the blood essence with all his might. Fortunately, most of the injuries he had suffered were external injuries, so they were relatively easy to treat. When the blood essence turned into rolling energy and was refined by Lu Ming, his injuries healed rapidly. His muscles squirmed and the wound began to heal. Soon, Lu Ming's wound had begun to scab. This was also because Lu Ming's physical body had reached complete grade 2, which was why he could be so fast. Ordinary people would definitely not be able to be so fast. 2 days later, Lu Ming's injuries had fully recovered and his cultivation level had improved. I'm afraid the Shadow Wolf Pavilion won't give up so easily. They'll definitely send more people to hunt me down. I can't take the main road to the imperial capital. I'll travel along the barbaric mountains, where I can kill demonic beasts and improve my cultivation. I can also practice my martial arts. Lu Ming was deep in thought. After that, he left the Supreme Shrine, concealed his aura, and walked along the forest towards the imperial capital. However, not long after, Lu Ming felt a terrifying pressure coming from afar. Whoosh! A beam of light shot through the air. Within the light was a man wearing a golden wolf mask and a black robe. A martial grandmaster powerhouse, the Golden Wolf Killer of the Shadow Wolf Pavilion. Lu Ming's expression changed drastically. The Golden Wolf Killers of the Shadow Wolf Pavilion were all powerhouses above the martial arts grandmaster level. Lu Ming could not defeat them at all. Let's go. Without the slightest hesitation, Lu Ming used his midair steps to its maximum and ran madly into the depths of the forest. He, Lu Ming, I don't know what method you've used, but you've been hiding for 2 days. Now, you finally can't hide anymore and have appeared. Let's see where you can run to this time. The Golden Wolf Killer let out an ear-piercing sneer. Lu Ming ran wildly. He stepped on the trees and his body shot forward like a bolt of lightning. He was as fast as a phantom. However, the Golden Wolf Killer was a martial arts grandmaster powerhouse. He could walk in the air at a speed that was beyond the scope of mortals. Lu Ming could not shake him off at all. Die. Buzz. A beam of sword chi pierced through the void and headed for Lu Ming. It was fast, ruthless, and its power was terrifying. Dodge, I have to dodge. Lu Ming growled. His body kept changing and he barely dodged the sword. However, he was also hit by the sword edge, and a part of his sleeve disappeared. You actually dodged my sword. What about now? The Golden Wolf Killer sneered and waved his sword. Chi. There were more than a dozen sword chi, and each of them was extremely powerful. Ancient shield. Lu Ming shouted and an ancient shield appeared. Clang. The sword chi struck the shield, causing it to shake violently before exploding. Lu Ming's body was also sent flying back dozens of meters, crashing into a big tree that was large enough for a person to wrap his arms around. At this moment, the sound of air being torn could be heard. 2 figures were approaching at extreme speed. They were the 2 Silavira wolf killers. Lu Ming, you won't be able to escape this time. One of the Silavira wolf killers laughed. Shadow Wolf Pavilion, I don't care who you are. As long as I, Lu Ming, am alive, I'll destroy the Shadow Wolf Pavilion. Lu Ming growled, turned around, and continued to run into the depths of the forest. You still want to destroy my Shadow Wolf Pavilion? How naive. The Golden Wolf Killer sneered and continued his pursuit in the sky. Behind the golden mask, a cold gaze was revealed. He was looking for an opportunity to kill in one strike. For a genius like Lu Ming, even someone as powerful as him did not dare to show the slightest neglect. Otherwise, he would most likely be the one who suffered. It's at this moment. The Golden Wolf Killer's eyes suddenly lit up. The sword in his hand glowed, and a bright and sharp sword chi pierced out. The Golden Wolf Killer had used all his strength in this strike, and it was unbelievably fast. Moreover, it seemed that he had already calculated Lu Ming's running route. It was as if Lu Ming was going to crash into the sword aura directly. Not good. Lu Ming's heart was beating rapidly and the hair on his body stood on end. At this moment, he could feel the aura of death. It was as if the Grim Reaper was pointing a sickle at him. I can't dodge it. Block it. I must block this sword. I can't die yet. He thought. Lu Ming roared in his heart. His eyes were bloodshot. In an instant, the power of his blood meridian burst out. At the same time, an ancient shield appeared. Explode! Lu Ming thrust his long spear forward. The tip of the spear emitted a bright light, as if there was a bright star at the tip of Lu Ming's spear. A terrifying fluctuation burst out. This was the strongest move that Lu Ming could cast at the moment, and it blasted toward the sword chi above his head. Buzz! All of a sudden, a ray of white light flew out from the depths of the forest. Like a flying immortal from beyond the heavens, it also blasted towards the Golden Wolf Killer's sword chi. Boom! Lu Ming's attack combined with the white light and collided with the Golden Wolf Killer's sword aura. Violent energy shot out in all directions, and the trees, flowers, and grass in the mountain forest were instantly crushed to pieces. Lu Ming felt a strong surge of energy and his body flew back dozens of meters. However, it had also blocked the Golden Wolf Killer's attack. Who helped me? Lu Ming's heart stirred. Who is it? You dare to block me, are you looking for death? The Golden Wolf Killer roared. In the depths of the mountain forest, a white figure flashed out. The person who came was actually a young woman in a white dress. Her skin was like jade, and she was extremely beautiful. Seeing this woman, Lu Ming was shocked. He could not help but blurt out, "Xian Yanqing, it's you." The young woman's eyes flickered as she looked at Lu Ming and shouted, "Come with me." With that, her figure flickered, like a fairy from the 9 heavens, and she ran into the depths of the forest. Lu Ming's eyes flickered and he quickly followed. Chapter 194, The Woman in White. You want to leave? None of you will be able to leave today. The Golden Wolf Killer roared and gave chase. Below him, the 2 Silavira Wolf Killers quickly followed behind. In just a dozen breaths, he had covered a few hundred meters and arrived at a forest of purple bamboo. At this point, the young woman stopped. "Xian Yanqing, let's go. The other party is a martial grandmaster. Even if we work together, we're no match for him." Lu Ming exclaimed softly. "I'm not Xian Yanqing." Suddenly, the young lady cast a glance at Lu Ming and said coldly. Lu Ming was stunned. Not Xian Yanqing. How was that possible? He looked exactly like Xian Yanqing, how could he not be? What was this girl up to this time? Wait a minute. That's not right. This woman is different from Xian Yanqing. Lu Ming took a closer look. Indeed, although this woman looked exactly the same as Xian Yanqing, there were still some differences. First of all, this woman should be older than Xian Yanqing by a year or two. Xian Yanqing looked younger than Lu Ming, while this woman was about the same age as Lu Ming. Also, the temperament was completely different. Xian Yanqing was like a little devil. This woman, on the other hand, had a calm expression, like a fairy who was above the common populace. How can there be 2 people so similar in this world? Lu Ming secretly sighed. Buzz. The sound of something breaking through the air could be heard. The Golden Wolf Killer flew to the sky above the purple bamboo forest. Behind him, 2 Silavira Wolf Killers also rushed over. Huh, it turns out that she's such a beautiful lady. Good, good. It's a good time to kill this Lu Ming kid and have a good time. The Golden Wolf Killer's eyes lit up when he saw the young woman's face, and then revealed a burning light. He secretly exclaimed that he was really lucky to be able to meet such a peerless beauty when he was chasing after Lu Ming. This trip was not a waste. You're looking for death. The Golden Wolf Killer's words made the young woman's eyes flash with cold killing intent. Her originally cold face became even colder. Demon slaughtering array, rise. Suddenly, the young woman shouted and formed a seal with her hands. Runes appeared out of thin air and flew into the purple bamboo forest. Buzz. In the purple bamboo forest, there was a soft cry. Then, rays of white light shot into the sky. The white light gathered in the air and formed a white sword chi. As the sword chi moved, a shocking killing intent filled the air. Inscription formation, so you set up an inscription formation here, but so what if there is an inscription formation? You're just a Grandmaster realm martial artist, what can you do to me? The Golden Wolf Killer sneered. Demon slaying formation, slay the demons. The young woman shouted and waved her hands. In the air, 3 white sword chi danced and made a terrible whistling sound, heading towards the Golden Wolf Killer. Demon slaughtering array. Let's see who you can kill. Break. The Golden Wolf Killer swung his sword, and 3 bright sword chi shot toward the white sword chi. Boom. Boom. Boom! The explosion sounded, but it did not break the young woman's inscription formation as the Golden Wolf Killer had expected. The sword chi collided and disappeared together. How can he be so strong? The Golden Wolf Killer was shocked. However, the young woman waved her hand again, and the white light in the purple bamboo forest grew brighter. In an instant, more than 10 white sword chi condensed in the air. Not good, you guys quickly retreat. The Golden Wolf Killer's face changed and he shouted at the two Silavira Wolf Killers. It's too late. The young woman's voice seemed to be emotionless and cold. As the voice fell, the white sword chi in the air also crossed the void. 2 shrieks were heard as the 2 7th-grade Great Martial Master Silavira Wolf assassins were pierced by the sword chi and died in the forest. At the same time, more sword chi rushed towards the Golden Wolf Killer. Detestable! The Golden Wolf Killer roared in anger. With a flash of blood-red light, a giant black wolf appeared. There were 8 blood-red chakras on the huge wolf's body. This was the second bloodline awakening of the Golden Wolf Killer. The second bloodline was a level 8 ordinary bloodline. With the eruption of his bloodline, the Golden Wolf Killer's combat strength increased greatly, and he slashed out a dozen times in an instant. Whoosh! Whoosh! In the sky, sword chi crisscrossed. Streaks of black sword chi and white sword chi clashed, and terrifying sword chi shot out in all directions. Demon slaughtering array, God slaying. Go! The young woman shouted. Dazzling white light spread out from her body, making her look extremely holy. In the purple bamboo forest, the inscription formation was even more powerful. The sword chi seemed to appear endlessly, bombarding the Golden Wolf Killer. Ah! Suddenly, there was a scream. Blood splattered everywhere as one of the Golden Wolf Killer's arms was cut off. The Golden Wolf Killer howled and became one with his sword. He turned into a bright sword light and shot up into the sky, out of the attack range of the inscription formation. Damn it! I'll remember today's great enmity. The two of you will face the endless pursuit of my Shadow Wolf Pavilion. The Golden Wolf Killer roared, filled with endless killing intent. Then, it turned into a ray of light and disappeared into the sky. What a pity! The young woman sighed softly, as if it was a pity that she couldn't make him stay. However, Lu Ming was extremely shocked. This woman's methods were truly astonishing. He had actually used an inscription formation to cut off one of the Golden Wolf Killer's arms. Although the Golden Wolf Killer's cultivation was at the first level of the martial ancestor realm. However, this woman's cultivation was only at the 6th grade Great Master realm. The gap between a martial grandmaster and a martial grandmaster was huge and difficult to cross. What a terrifying formation. Who is this woman? Lu Ming pondered secretly. Alright, the other party has already left. You should leave too. The young woman looked at Lu Ming with her beautiful eyes. Her voice was still cold, like an unapproachable fairy. May I know why you saved me? Lu Ming said. He was a little curious. He had never met this woman before, so why did she spend so much effort to save him and even fight with a martial arts grandmaster? He didn't think that he had such great charm, and from the young woman's expression, it didn't seem to be because of his charm. Woo-woo. At this moment, a bolt of lightning flashed from the depths of the purple bamboo forest. No, that wasn't lightning. It was a leopard, a lightning leopard. Lightning leopard. Lu Ming's eyes suddenly lit up. He remembered that when he had just joined the mystical sword sect, he had let go of a lightning leopard cub and obtained a little lightning leopard blood during the assessment. Although the lightning leopard in front of him wasn't a cub, it was still very young and similar to the lightning leopard cub from before. Woo-woo. When the lightning leopard appeared, it glared at Lu Ming and barked a few times. Then, it moved closer to Lu Ming and rubbed its head against his thigh. Are you the one from back then? Lu Ming's eyes lit up. Woo-woo. The lightning leopard nodded. It really was the lightning leopard cub from back then. What a coincidence. If you hadn't saved little Sean once, would I have saved you this time? The young woman's voice sounded. You're tuning into the Han Lee's Wuxia Chronicles YouTube channel. We're so grateful for your support, and don't forget to subscribe to join us on this incredible journey through captivating stories. Your generosity through donations truly makes a world of difference, as it's the primary source of revenue that allows me to expand and enhance this channel for you. Thank you from the bottom of my heart for being a part of this adventure.